Why won't it let me? Hi, everyone. Don't let me change sides. What a weird thing. This is strange. I don't like it. There we go. Hey, Michigan got the belt today. Nice job, Michigan. Yeah, I took you out and then put you back in. Pause. That was crazy. That was an insane thing to say. I took your video out of the screen and then put your video back on the screen.
It's still the same.
Oh, weird. Refresh maybe?
How do I refresh? Just refresh the whole StreamYard?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
Yeah, fence him back. That was tough. What's up, Mrs. Mac? What's up, Wheezy? What's up, West Sack? Adam's here. Drew Down is here. David's here. Nick V is here. Hello. Warren, we are up in here.
All right. I might leave.
Tony, hello. Hi, John. It's still Sacktown Tony. What's up, Steven? Marcus? What's up, Zabo? Rust Dog. What's
baby?
Casey Tucker's here. Oh, bless you. Bless you. What's up in my Coach Christie era?
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday.
You know why they call it Tuesday? It's the second day of the week. Tuesday.
Doesn't the week technically start on Sunday?
No, the week starts on Monday, Joe. God damn it.
Okay, sorry.
So what do you have playing in there? Yeah, like some sort of game show?
Probably locked into like Orioles Mets or something.
Yeah, no, I'm actually monitoring the
Prices
on
Right.
air, the on air. Yeah, I'm locked in. I'm gambling right now and whatnot, or sports betting. Sorry, fantasy.
Doing daily fantasy.
Well, yeah, butchered that one, Joe.
No, you're doing great, Joe. All right, we got a lot to talk about.
We do.
Chris, what's up? Chris is in Oxnard. He's in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. That is where you can watch this program. We're simulcasting, of course, on YouTube and Twitch. We're also on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2 on your radio dial. We also have a podcast version of this show. It is called the James Hammond Combat Show for legal reasons that go over our heads. Actually, you know what? I always say that. I always say it's a legal reason that goes over our heads.
Yeah.
It's not. They were worried about copyrights and stuff.
It's digestible. Like, I understand it.
Yeah, it's not that difficult. They're like, hey, someone else has the rights to this thing and we don't want to. It's like, all right, well,
I don't understand.
What are you going to do?
Kyle, I may not be a lawyer, but I sleep next to one every single night.
Okay, here we go.
There it is. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, guys. And the Free Odyssey app. If you're not on the Free Odyssey app, I encourage you to download that because then you can listen to us wherever you are in the world. It's great.
Yeah.
Just search ESPN 1320, favorite station over there. All right. I want to continue a discussion that started, well, I mean, it guess it started a while ago, but that Kenny brought up yesterday, both by himself and then when you were on the program with him at 3:00 on D'Lo and KC.
Yeah.
And that's the whole trading Domantas Sabonis thing. And I bring this up because I think there's a bigger picture thing than Domas just in a vacuum. I don't think it's necessarily a matter of, and Kenny said it yesterday, like he's a good player, but it's just a matter of is he on his contract somebody you can build around? And I think it gets a little bit to the broader topic of should the Kings tear this whole thing down? Should they rebuild? Do you tear it down to the studs and start over? Because I think if you're trading Domantas Sabonis, given what you are likely to receive in that deal, I think it represents a teardown of sorts, because I don't think you're going to trade him and get anything back that makes you better immediately. Whether that's draft compensation this year or rotational players, I don't think there's a version of the Kings where they're trading Sabonis and whatever realistic package they're going to get back involves players that make them better in the immediate and frankly in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, like I think the prime example I would give is this: the Sacramento Kings, and I think it's 2004 when this happens. They decide that Chris Webber's knee is never going to be the same, right?
Mhm.
And so this is it's 2004. It's February 2000. No, it's 04-05 season. So it's February of 2005, maybe January. They realize that their attempt at a dynasty is over.
Mhm.
Their run as being like a superpower is probably
Mhm.
kind of coming to an end, and they looked at Chris Webber's contract and said, "Okay, look, like this thing isn't working, and we're going to need to break this thing up." Right? And so they traded Chris Webber to the Philadelphia 76ers for
Mhm.
Brian Skinner, Corliss Williamson, and Kenny Thomas.
Mhm.
And they broke his contract up into 3 movable pieces. At least
Mhm.
that's what you thought. They never were able to move Kenny Thomas. They got stuck with Kenny Thomas's $8 million, $9 million salary until he was no longer in the league. Corliss Williamson again expired. They got nothing for it. So in the end, they realistically got nothing. And the reason I bring this up is because I don't like. I get Kenny like having this strong take that it's
Mhm.
time to move on from Domantas Sabonis. Like
Mhm.
that's okay. But
Yeah, the logic tracks for me.
yeah, I mean, I get it, right? But I'm just gonna be like really honest with people. Like the Kings went years without having a star level player like Sabonis.
Mhm.
And you can say, well, they had De'Aaron Fox. Like, okay, De'Aaron Fox made 1 All-Star team, and Sabonis made 2 All-NBA teams since he's been in Sacramento in
Yeah.
3.5 years or 4 years, whatever it is.
Mhm.
Like, you're not going to get back another All-NBA player. Now, you could get back a player who might develop into an All-NBA player. We can't excuse the fact that, again, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was acquired
Yeah.
as part of a gigantic package that included, the Clippers sending 5 first-round picks and Shai and other
Mhm.
stuff to OKC to get Paul George. I just don't think, number one, that Sabonis has that type of market value
Right.
where you're going to get 4 or 5 first-round picks, and on top of 4 or 5 first-round picks, you're going to get some young players,
I would agree.
one of which could develop into an All-NBA MVP superstar that's probably going to win the NBA championship.
Mhm.
So why are you doing it then? Because if you're taking a step back, the step back is so heavy, and you're not a team that can go sign an all NBA player as a free agent. You're
Mhm.
not. That's just,
Mhm.
it's never happened in Sacramento.
Mhm.
And we can talk about, again, Vlade Divac, George Hill, and DeMar DeRozan, the 3 best free agents that have ever signed here in the 45 years of Kings, 40 years the Kings have been in Sacramento.
Mhm.
So your step backwards isn't a step backwards. It's starting over and hoping that you somehow blindly trip your way into another superstar, another star level player.
Mhm.
And that means you got to draft well. It means you've got to, like, everything has to go right. And we've seen it go wrong so many times.
So I think like I said, this is tough for me because I know the right radio thing to do is to be like, no, you have to trade him, or no, you can't trade him. That's insane. I know that's the right radio thing to do, but I I'm on the fence. I see both sides of this, so I'm gonna step onto the Kenny side here, and the trade Sabonis side. I should say this is not Kenny Caraway is not by himself on this island, but I think when you say you'd be trying to back into another All NBA player, I think that's already what they're trying to do with Sabonis on the roster.
Okay.
Because I think if we're all in agreement that, hey, you know what, you probably have to find a player better than Sabonis and better than Zach LaVine if you're going to contend in the West,
Mhm.
which is should be, or at least projects to be, a really difficult thing to do over the next handful of 5, 6, 7 years.
Yep.
And so I think what you're saying about if you trade Sabonis, because to me, trading Sabonis, it just is starting your teardown. I don't think there's a realistic path to trading Sabonis and then making the playoffs this year or in
No,
25, 26.
I don't think so.
At least that's where I land
Yeah.
anyway. Just because I think, like you said, what you're getting back for him is probably a pick heavy compensation and salary filler. You're probably not getting like an awesome rotational piece where you're like, oh my God, it just unlocked everything for the Kings.
Mhm.
I don't think it's there. I don't think that deal's going to be there. So you have to operate under the assumption that you're trading Sabonis for the future, for the next 2, 3, 4 years, or whatever span those picks are going to cover that you're getting back. And I get that, because if you're going, hey, you know what, Sabonis and Levine, that duo, you're going to need to find another all NBA guy, a 1A to go with them to even compete. You're in a similar spot by trading Sabonis, and now, okay, you still need a 1A, but at least you're getting yourself assets. You're trading this player who you believe that, you know what, can't in this window and where he's at and where the team is at, can't really build around him. So let's get something for him and try and start building around Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis, I guess, or Malik Monk and Zach LaVine, or whoever.
Yeah.
I get, like, if that's the direction you want to go, okay, but understand that that's domino number one toward the Kings being pretty bad for a while.
Well, I would even make this argument. It's pretty bad for a while, but there's no guarantee of good.
Yes.
Like that's the problem. You just went through 16 years of dreck,
Yes.
of horrific basketball,
Mhm.
of some of the worst basketball in the league. You know, we talk about this I was 250 games under 500 as a beat writer in my first 12 years.
Jesus.
Like, so what exactly? I get the sentiment, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I also, like, my rebuttal is always going to be like, you have a top 15, top 20 player in the league,
Mm-hmm.
which means that there are at least 10 teams in the league who don't have a player as good as yours.
Mm-hmm.
And we can also, like, when you start stacking players on, you know, the fact that LeBron and Luka play on the same team, the fact that OKC has 2 all NBA players and Jalen Williams and Shea, and that the Celtics usually have 2 all NBA. So realistically, how many teams have a player that's better than Domantas Sabonis? And I know people get caught up in this, well, if Domas is your best player bit, but like, I don't
think that matters, though.
Well, I think it matters to a certain degree, but like, at what point do you just like throw everything out and say, oh, well, we only got to this point? Like, I think outside of one team in the Western Conference, Oklahoma City Thunder,
Mm-hmm.
I think the West is wide open. Like, I think you can make reasonable, smart moves and get yourself back in the conversation. I don't know if anyone in the next couple of years is going to find a way to get past OKC.
Sure.
It's going to be a team, and especially, like, I've made this point a couple of times when we talk about the New York Knicks. The New York Knicks built a team to defeat the Boston Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did. They looked at who won the Eastern Conference, who's been the most dominant team in the Eastern Conference. They said, we've got to build a team to stop the Boston Celtics. Once you stop the Boston Celtics, but you still have another team to go through, and now that team you're not built to beat, you have trouble. I think when you look at Oklahoma City, they are built to beat anybody and everyone on every single night.
Mm-hmm.
They are not a team who's built to beat one team.
Right.
And I'd even say the Indiana Pacers are built to be themselves, to have this free-flowing, crazy offense, and they're just embracing being who they are, right? And realistically, that's who the Kings should have been 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
That might have been the fatal flaw to Mike Brown, is trying to convert them into something that they weren't, as opposed to just embracing the fact that they had the number one offense and how do we get even better, right? So now we get to this point where, like, I just feel like so many people are ready to bail, and there is light at the end of the tunnel. It's just, you're probably going to have to be really, really ruthless.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to make savvy moves. But, I don't know. Like if I'm the Kings right now, you are in a pickle because you have 9 first-round picks over the next 7 years. Can you get up to 12 first-round or 13 first-round picks over the next 7 years and rebuild this thing? The problem is that we've seen the horrible drafts. The draft where you nail it with De'Aaron Fox at number 5, but you completely botch it with Justin Jackson and Harry Giles number 15 and 20. Like this team could have had Bam Adebayo and De'Aaron Fox for a decade, and they just blew it. Right? You get the year before. They had the number 9 pick in the draft. They traded to 13, pick up to 28, and Bogdanovic's contract. But you have 13, 22, and 28. Not one of those players is in the NBA. The 2018 draft, you completely blow with the number 2 overall pick. You come away with a guy who's hanging on to his NBA life by a thread in Marvin Bagley. When Luka Doncic and Trae Young and Jaren Jackson Jr. and even DeAndre Ayton are still, at least most of them are thriving. Ayton, at least, is probably the worst of the group. But like, there is no sure thing if you have a ton of draft picks.
I don't think DeAndre Ayton's worse than Marvin Bagley.
No, he's not.
Okay.
No, he's better than Marvin Bagley.
Okay.
Yeah, but by what measurement?
Sure.
Like, yeah,
he plays. He starts.
He's going to get another contract. No, I mean they set him to the side most of the season. He used Klingon and these other guys. Yeah. So look, like my point is like the starting over or trading Domas or if he's your first best player, you're not very good. Okay, what's the alternative?
So the alternative is you have tradable assets.
Yeah.
And so what you're doing is you're pulling the plug on this now. Instead of going, hey, we're going to try and work this out with Sabonis and maybe we make the right moves and all of a sudden there's this contender in the West. And with Domas in some order of the hierarchy, they're a 45 to 50 win team and they're just kind of around, and that's where they cap out.
Okay.
The argument is you just pull the plug entirely and start yourself at square one, so you're not ostensibly wasting the next 4 years to just try and be maybe competitive, because look how bad they used to be. Like at some point, like we're already seeing it. We saw it starting last year that, hey, 48 wins was a benchmark to move up. 46 was not good enough. 40 certainly not good enough. Staying in this range, it gets old. And at that point, you're picking 12th, 13th every year. You're not doing anything substantial. I think the argument is you're pulling the plug, you're rebuilding, you're just starting over.
Okay.
And you want to do that ASAP. And that means when you have a good player who's like, hey, you know what, this guy could be valuable to someone else and we can get something back for him and kickstart that rebuild now instead of ostensibly wasting the next few years chasing a 6 seed.
Okay.
I think that's where just the general basketball team building and the way we've seen the NBA go over the last, I don't even know, 20 years. Like, yeah, you just, when you hit your ceiling, all right, we're done here. We're going to tear it down and start over. And I think that's where this conversation kind of goes. Now, the question is, will the Kings do that? Let's go down that path. We'll continue discussing this. And the thought I can't shake about the NBA Finals, I've been trying to rattle this thought out of my brain, and I cannot. We'll get to that. And then we're going to have the Kings all quarter century team. Borrowing this bit that I saw from some of our friends in Chicago media. It's the all quarter century team for the Kings. So the team from the last, was that 25 years? Yeah, 25 years. Math. Yep. Am I right? We'll do that as well coming up. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Thanks, Joe. Oh, we got to talk about the A's too. Maybe. We'll see. They're just a bummer.
Yeah.
They hit the hell out of the ball, though. Salute.
Yeah, John Polzer drafted in the same draft. The Kings had the 10th pick. They traded for 15 and 20, and they passed on Bam at number 14 and Donovan Mitchell number 13, Malik Monk at number 11.
Hey, Joe, I'm so sorry I didn't respond to your text on Wednesday.
Oh, I haven't been thinking about it or anything.
I legit, damn.
I thought I'd do like the good friend thing and be like, "Hey, man."
It's a great friend thing to do.
Yeah.
Wednesday at 10:53 a.m. I believe I was on the road. And so I must have opened it when I got. I'm gonna reply right now.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna reply verbally. How's the trip been? Great.
It was great.
It's such a good. Seattle was awesome.
Reply as if it's Wednesday.
Okay, trip's been really good. On my way out to pick up Kendrick Lamar tickets now.
Perfect.
And then we had paper tickets.
Okay.
In 2025. Yeah, kind of cool. So on my way to pick up Kendrick Lamar tickets. Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool.
And then gonna pick up my friend from the airport, and then we're hitting the Stray Kids show tonight. But yeah, the trip's been good. Have not been getting lots of rest. No, it's been a very restless couple of days. A few days now. It's Wednesday, but yeah, not a ton of rest, but super worth it. Well, I'll sleep when I'm dead.
Okay. I would reply, cool story, but I'm not reading all that.
Too many words. I tend when you step away, I tend to leave you alone. Like, and that's not to say I don't send you a text here and there, but
yeah,
like, when you're away, like
I don't want to bother people when they're.
Yeah, like on occasion we have to text about something, or it's something that's like, oh my gosh, are you watching this?
Sure.
But
what's funny about me is it's hypocritical because I love, like, Joe reached out. How's your trip been? I love that. I'm like, wow, shout out to the homie Joe. He's thinking of me. That's so nice.
Yeah.
But when you leave or if Joe is out, my instinct is like, well, they don't want to hear from me. Like, I'm not going to bother anybody.
I don't care.
But it doesn't bother me when people reach out to me, but I feel like I'm bothering people when I reach out to them.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me either. Like, if you reach out,
Sure.
I've just always been of the opinion, like, well, if you're off, I'm going to try to at least, unless it's something like super important, try to at least give you some leeway.
Overbearing doesn't exist. Like, I don't even think about being that. So I'm like, I'll shoot you a text.
No, I don't think you did anything wrong. I'm not saying
no. But
I just know I don't think I text with you one time, which is very unusual. Kyle and I text like usually most evenings we text like a ton when we're watching sports.
Figuring out what the hell we're doing.
Yeah. Or just like sending memes back and forth between us that are like stupid and ridiculous.
Hey, I'll send memes out. I'm a big meme guy.
How's everyone in the chatty house today?
Russ said he went to the game last night, the A's game.
I did get out on the water this weekend. That was nice. I don't think I mentioned much of that.
Yeah, you said you spent all day laying on a pool noodle in the lake. What a vibe.
That was my Sunday. But we had to pull all the seats off our boat. So our boat is like super naked and is up in the air because it doesn't have any weight on the front. So it's fun. It's got like a dance floor.
All summer, Loki. Buckle up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've already been doing that.
You toss a fake trade to us, we're talking about it.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, I'm going to have a fake trade for you coming up.
Oh?
It's called the Thieves, people. Oh, yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I got two shout-outs to do just real quick before we get back into the Domantas Sabonis discussion here on the Insiders. Joe Brazil behind the glass. That's James Hammond, Kyle Madsen. And we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, as the voice guy just told you. But shout out to Cody, who, according to our friend Bob in the chatty house, has become a new father.
Oh, that's
congratulations!
huge.
Congratulations to
shout out Cody. Congratulations, brother.
That's awesome. Also want to shout out my guy Alan and his daughter Diana, who I met at the Stray Kids concert.
Oh, cool.
Alan has listened to my various radio programs and content since like I started in this market, and just always been a really cool dude. So it was really nice to meet him finally in person. And he and his daughter were a delight. So salute to you guys. Appreciate
Salute.
all right, back to Domas. Loki Trickster in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you'd like to join the simulcast there. Asked if we were doing unrealistic Kings trades yet. So I'm going to do one.
Oh, right now?
Yeah. I'm borrowing this from Zach Lowe for the purposes of furthering this Domantas Sabonis discussion.
Okay.
Because I think it's pretty clear that you land in the camp of you keep the All-NBA guy and you probably have to keep Zach LaVine. And so you just try and add the right wings and the right players around those two guys, and maybe you back into becoming the Pacers. Right?
Okay.
That kind of vibe. Then there's the other side of it that's like, pull the plug. Just trade him. If you can trade LaVine, trade DeRozan, start accumulating picks and get this rebuild going.
Yep.
That's the other kind of side of it. I'm going to try and thread the needle using this Zach Lowe idea, because it involves a 3-team trade where the Kings send, the money works on this, and the ESPN trade machine is a little wonky because of where we're at in the calendar. So I can't complete the 3-team deal, but something like this, where the Kings trade Domas, and the money works on this specific part of it. Domas and Devin Carter to Phoenix for Kevin Durant. The Kings would then turn and flip Kevin Durant to whether it's Houston or Minnesota or something like that. And you're accumulating real assets in this deal while also trading Domantas Sabonis. Does something like that allow them to maybe thread the needle in a way that's not like, hey, punting completely, but also, yeah, hey, we're just going to kind of stick with what we know?
Okay, I mean,
I made that as convoluted as possible just for you.
It's a gamble because you're hoping that you're going to be able to get something out of Kevin Durant, and I'm not sure that you are. Like Kevin Durant's entering the final year of his contract. He leaves a trail of destruction in the same way that Jimmy Butler does, but sort of in a different way, but still effectively the same way. I mean, I think like on the trade market, Kevin Durant probably has like X amount of dollar more value than Domantas Sabonis, right? Like a 3-team trade where the Kings just like bowed out and said, hey, we're going to go get a bunch of young guys from Houston. That might work. I mean, it might. That's probably your best bet if you are going to trade Domas, is to try to get into some sort of trade where, again, you're taking back a Jalen Green, you're taking back, like name that young player, Jabari Smith Jr. or a Cam Whitmore. Cam Whitmore, who allegedly is like might be on the trade block this summer because he's not super happy about his place in the world with the Houston Rockets.
You mean the place he doesn't have?
Yeah, exactly. and if I'm the Kings, like I'm calling right now and I'm trying to get Cam Whitmore.
Yeah.
And I don't think Cam Whitmore is worth more than like probably 2 second-round picks.
Sure.
But that's the type of underutilized talent that I think the Kings should be looking for. But like, I get what you're saying. And like, sure, if you're going to be able to swing some major 3-team deal that all of a sudden resets you back to 22, 23 years old and you're building from there, that's one thing. Then you got to figure out what to do with Zach LaVine. Then you've got to figure out what to do with DeMar DeRozan. And I have no problems with all that. Like if that's where you're going to go, but you're not going to reboot and start with draft picks. Because I think that's one of the biggest problems that I have with the Kings is that, like, look, if you're going to start at a certain point, like there is nothing that says the Kings are going to hit on draft picks. Like I just mentioned the 2017 NBA draft, which was, the De'Aaron Fox, Justin Jackson, Harry Giles, Frank Mason draft, right? I mean, that was Scott Perry. And I mean, Scott was with Vlade, and it was also Vlade, but you hit on 1 out of 4.
Mm,
The other guys literally aren't in the NBA anymore.
mm.
They've been gone. So, and that's not that long. I mean, it's 8 years. I mean, sure, that's enough time, but some of those guys weren't in the league like 3 or 4 years in and haven't had reasonable careers.
But if we're not trusting Scott Perry in I'm just gonna call it a rebuild because I don't have it in this rebuild scenario, then why was he hired?
Well, because you can't trust anybody except for Sam Presti, and even Sam Presti
But-
made a ton of mistakes on his way to building
But then,
juggernauts.
But then, if we're not taking a risk, then what are we doing here? Like, if the goal is to just like, oh hey, just don't mess it up, then there's not. Don't mess up what? They won 40 games.
No, I'm with you there. I'm just like, if I'm tearing this thing down, I'm tearing it down in a different way.
Okay, so what does your teardown look like?
My teardown is DeMar DeRozan goes somewhere else. If you can find someone to take Zach LaVine, even if it's for another player of that type of value,
Michael Porter Jr. That's
okay.
a thumbs down, by the way. Can I just real quick out on Michael Porter Jr.?
No, you can be out on Michael Porter Jr., but I would rather have Michael Porter Jr. than I would Zach LaVine.
Oh,
and that's not like to be rude to Zach LaVine.
The thumbs down for me.
Yeah, I mean, they both have a crazy injury history. Porter has a bunch of off-court weirdness that you don't want to really deal with. But at least I know I'd have my small forward / power forward with Keegan Murray. And I think the Kings are at least able to build that shooting guard position where they have not been able to build the small forward position at all. And so, yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying there, but like, are there other deals out there? And can you put Zach LaVine with a couple of first round picks and get another player that someone just like, for whatever reason, doesn't want anymore? And maybe you take on an extra 2 or 3 years of that player, which could cost you, again, $100 million or more, the Karl Anthony Towns of the world, Zach LaVine and draft capital, throw in an extra player or two to make the money totally work. Like, I'm not opposed to something like that. I think the Knicks probably would be, but the point is, I think that we always look at like players like Zach and say, oh, well, you can't trade them. And I think Joe Johnson proved everybody wrong. Any NBA contract can be traded. And that was the worst NBA contract, and he got traded multiple times. So Zach will have value at this year's trade deadline. He'll have value next summer as a $49 million expiring contract. So, like, I don't think this is so doom and gloom, especially when I look around the league and go, okay, the Western Conference alone, Minnesota is in turmoil after losing. They've got 3 major pieces that are all either free agents or can become free agents, and Julius Randle, Nickeil Alexander Walker, and Naz Reid. You look at the Los Angeles Clippers, imploded once again and had a really healthy season by a bunch of old guys. There's no guarantee that they're going to continue on their upward trend. The Golden State Warriors, yeah, they had some nice moments, but again, the Steph Curry issue, the fact that him and Jimmy Butler are super old, and so is Draymond Green, and their careers are coming closer to an end than anything. We look at the Denver Nuggets. Are they going to shop Michael Porter Jr.? Are they going to take a step back? Like, outside of, I think, Houston, who's building something, but you don't know if they're going to get there. Again, flamed out early. Or OKC, who we know is going to be there. Name another team that you're guaranteed is going to be in the playoffs. That not the playoffs, but is going to be like a top tier team. Is LeBron James going to even come back and play next year? We don't know that for sure at this point.
Sounds like he is.
It sounds like he is, but
do we really think LeBron's not going to squeeze every last drop out of a farewell tour?
Probably.
He's going to let us know ahead of the season, this is my last year, and soak it in accordingly.
Okay, but even if we understand that to be the case, like, it's not like they were good last year. Once they made the Luka trade, they had a couple of runs, and then they got trashed in the playoffs. So, like, why not? if a lot of teams are in the same situation you are, you could try to get a jump start to try to be the next OKC 3 years from now.
Mhm.
But again, like the difference between the Kings and, like so many other teams and just the Oklahoma City Thunder is that they have a guy who will find the pieces,
Mhm.
who has, I
Sure.
looked it up, 3 of the last 12 MVPs were at the Oklahoma City Thunder. 3 different players. I mean, sure, he got the number 2 overall pick and got lucky that Greg Odom went number 1 and got Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
But Durant, Westbrook, and Shea, like the Kings have never had an MVP while they're in Sacramento. That dude's
Did
got
Harden
3
never
and
win
less.
an MVP?
Well, Harden, but he won his MVP after.
Oh,
I
I
mean,
got you.
like while
Okay,
he's
got
with
it.
Oklahoma.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Like, so the Kings can't find anywhere an MVP. And the one time that they had an opportunity to draft one, they botched it.
Yeah.
So, like what are you hoping for? Because again, I'm looking at 16 years of futility of absolutely a disaster, and one general manager, one coach, one actual owner after another just cycling through because
Mhm.
you can't figure it out. The Kings aren't the only ones who have had like a major downturn and been stuck in that for years. I mean, Detroit, like there are a lot of other teams. Charlotte may never climb out of the hole that they're in.
Yeah.
New Orleans had 1 year where it's like, oh, look, we might have something, and then fell apart completely.
Mhm.
So like, I get that there is a push to like, oh, reset. And it's like, I'm not resetting around like Zach LaVine.
I think it's I think that is more. I don't know that anybody saying, yeah, they should trade Domas is like, but you gotta keep Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. And if they are, that's insane. That would be one piece. Like that's a domino.
Yeah.
I'm also in that instance looking to move Zach LaVine. I'm also in that instance looking to move DeMar DeRozan for the exact same reasons. It's like, dude, whatever you can get for DeMar DeRozan, great. Whatever you can get for Zach LaVine, great. Within reason, right? You're not just going to give them away just for the sake of giving them away.
Yeah.
But if there's any value to be had there, I understand the argument of go take that value and start at square one or I guess square two if you like Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis. Keegan Murray and Keon Ellis long term.
Yep.
That's a mouthful. It's hard to say, but this is not a for me anyway. This is not a like Domas specific. Like it's him. He's the problem. It's like no, he's a really awesome player who they could probably get more value out of in a trade than whatever they're going to do with him on the team for the next 3 years. That's if he wants to be here, by the way.
Yeah. Well, I would say this. I'm looking at the Kings more as salary structure than I am players. And I look at, again, a $25 million chip in DeMar DeRozan. I look at a $10 or $11 million chip in Jonas Valanciunas. I look at a $45 million chip in Zach LaVine.
Sure.
If I'm the Kings and I'm looking at the West the way that it sits, and I'm looking at where you can't take, you don't think you as a franchise, the Kings, can take that step back, but there's someone else who's in the same exact situation you are, who's going, we should probably take a step back. That's when you take one of those chips or 2 of those chips and you put them on the table with 3 or 4 first-round picks, and you go get a star from another team that has said, hey, we're not in it. We're done. We're toast. And we have to be real with ourselves, and we're not going to be good. And that's where I would convert whatever it is you got for De'Aaron Fox into a equal or better player to the De'Aaron Fox, and then go reset that way. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I also feel like that's probably where the Kings are heading, and not in the blow it up and start all over category.
So this leads to, I guess, the larger question here. Would Vivek and ownership even entertain the type of rebuild that I just laid out, where it's like, yeah, trade all your big contracts for whatever you can get, stack up those first round picks, and start from there? Because
I don't think so.
I would be kind of shocked.
No, I mean, like, look, in order to do what you're proposing,
Mhm.
and realistically what Kenny has proposed,
Mhm.
you have to cut ticket prices by 20% at a minimum.
Yeah, because
Like,
you're going to be really bad.
yeah, we're gonna be just really bad for a couple of years while the A's are here. Again,
Uh-huh.
another thing,
Uh-huh.
while the A's are really bad, but here,
Uh-huh.
but still, like, you're taking a step back that is kind of not logical at this point.
Mhm.
Like, and I know that so many people are out there like, oh no, you have to reset. You've got, like, there are so many ways to build an NBA like contender. So many ways.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you're not New York, so going out and getting all of the players that they did is really difficult. But at the same time, like, none of those guys were drafted by New York.
Mhm.
They're all acquisitions. You
Mhm.
got to be smart. You got to be savvy. You got to go out and strike at the right time, and you got to hit on some free agents, and you got to keep building
Yeah.
and hope that you get it right. And, sometimes you're going to miss, but there are other times where, hey, look, number 11 pick in the draft was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. The number 15 pick in the draft was Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Mhm.
Second round pick is Nikola Jokic. Like,
It's a little bit like the situation the 49ers were in this year, where no matter how you slice their offseason this year, they needed to hit on draft picks if they wanted their window to be extended beyond whatever it's at now.
Yep.
The Kings are in the same spot. Regardless of where you land on this, they should trade everybody or they should hang on to everybody. Like, they've got to hit on some of these picks or turn those picks into a star. Like, no matter how we're slicing this, the draft picks are going to matter.
oh yeah,
So
they're everything.
Yep, that's it. All right. We still got the Kings all quarter century team to get to, but I have this thought on the NBA Finals that I cannot get out of my brain. And it's a scary one. We'll get to it. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's here. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. Russ, where was your trade? This does work financially, but from what I understand, Portland has zero interest in moving Tamani Kamara. It was framed to me by somebody who knows things that there's like 4 dudes in the league they would trade Tamani Kamara for, and I doubt one of them are DeMar DeRozan or Devin Carter. Although I don't have that confirmed.
Yeah.
So maybe. But yeah, I don't think that deal's happening. Sorry.
Yeah, I know. We got into the discussion yesterday, Kenny and I, and his point was like, well, if you don't think that you can go get another all-star player for Domantas Sabonis, then that tells you his value. It's like, not really. Like, he's a very specific type of center. Like, if we look at value, trade value right now, Domantas Sabonis has so much more trade value than Zach LaVine. Not even in the ballpark. He's got so much more trade value than DeMar DeRozan.
I think I'd agree. Oh my God, this would just be. Oof. I don't want Jamal Murray's contract.
Yeah,
That's my. I don't hate the idea in a vacuum, but then you get down to the contract of it. He is, and I don't know that Denver would be interested in that, but Jamal Murray, according to Spotrac, his extension kicks in next year, and he's 46.3, 50.1, 53.8, and 57.5. For a player we've never seen like really succeed without Nikola Jokic, and for a guy who's never made an All-Star team.
Chris, this is one of the only ways I would take Jeremy Grant.
Yeah.
The only way. Like, and it's because I think, again, the need is so heavy for the Kings to have a small forward or power forward that allows for Keegan to move over to small forward.
You could do Zach LaVine for Jeremy Grant and Time Lord.
Or for Jeremy Grant and Matisse Thybulle.
Yes, that also plays.
Yeah.
Either or.
Yeah. And try to get
I wouldn't hate that. I don't hate that idea.
I don't
I'm
hate
in
it
on
either. Yeah.
I'm texting our guy in Portland.
I would say that you're taking a step back as far as star power between Zach LaVine and Jeremy Grant. But I don't know. Securing Bagley, they have Shaden, but Shaden can play the small forward.
He's so fun, dude. I don't know if he's ever going to be like on a winning team, but Shaden Sharp is one of my favorite players.
See, he's one of those guys that if you're going out and saying, "Okay, I'm gonna spend a little extra to try to get a young player that I think might develop into something special," Shaden Sharp's on that list.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. First of all, I just don't think Aiden's very good, and I think you take again. First of all, they're not trading Scoot. They'd probably give up Simons, but you're taking an All NBA player and you're selling them off for two players that are, let's just put them between 70 and 100 in the NBA.
Also, one of the which one was it? Sorry, say that one more time.
Ayton for, Sabonis, this right here. Sabonis in a 2031 to Portland for Ayton and Scoot / Simons. Again, those are okay players, but they're never, ever, ever going to sniff an all-star game.
Also, I don't know that.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
We got a hell no from our guy in Portland on that trade idea.
Oh, yeah?
For LaVine for Grant and Thybulle.
Oh, interesting.
That got a hell no from our buddy in Portland.
Wow.
He said money and injury history is hell. Well, welcome to the club, buddy.
Yeah. Well, but let's not act like Jeremy Grant plays every night.
Right. I think the issue that we run into with some of these trade ideas is the team that any team that's looking at Domantas Sabonis and going, hey, we want that guy, is probably a team that wants to drop him into a ready-made situation where they're not moving like all-star caliber pieces for him. They're maybe moving a young player and some picks and then salary filler. Yeah. So that's a little bit of the problem too when we're talking about these trades for LaVine or Sabonis. It's probably stuff that's going to make the money work, or the Kings dumping picks with the salary just to get off of it. I don't, and maybe there's a reverse type of Halliburton for Sabonis deal where it just kind of works out for both teams, but I just don't. Yeah, I don't see it.
I don't think, like, again, Zach LaVine is going to be nearly impossible to move unless you're moving him for another player of that much money or two players of that much money. Like even the trade that we were just mentioning right then, if there was a way to talk Portland into a Zach LaVine for Thybulle and Jeremy Grant. And Jeremy Grant has played 54, 47, 63, 54, and 47 games over the last 5 years. So his injury history is horrible. Last season, he shot 37.3% from the field and 19.7%. Oh, wait, no. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Let me get his stats for last year.
Okay.
37.3% from the field, 36.5% from three. He just wasn't effective. And again, the other problem is you would give 2 years at, 44 and 49 million for 47 and 49 from Zach. but you take back 3 years at just an astronomical number for Jeremy Grant, 32, 34, and 36. He has a player option when he's 32, 33, 34, 34, 35 at 36.4 million. Like, I'm not even sure the Kings would consider that deal because you are taking a major step back as far as talent. And it's a player of need at a position of need more than it is anything else. But we're talking about a player who's coming off the worst season of his career, and you still owe a whole bunch of money to him over the next couple of years. I mean, he averaged 14 points a game, and he's always been one of the worst rebounding forwards in the league.
Yeah.
You know, again, he's played power forward a lot, and he averages 3.9 rebounds per game for his career. So tough.
Now I'm trying to make a Jeremy Grant trade work. DeRozan for Grant doesn't quite work.
No,
according to the trade machine.
No, but DeRozan and Devin Carter for Grant does.
Yes, it sure does.
Yeah.
That definitely works.
Yeah, for sure.
Oof. I don't know. We'll get to more King stuff in a second. I want to talk about the NBA Finals, which don't start until Thursday for some reason. But I cannot get the thought out of my head, and I know it's every time I have this thought about a series or about a game. Is just not I'm wrong. Everything I read and have watched and have listened to and watching the playoffs, I can't get the thought out of my brain that Oklahoma City is going to sweep Indiana.
Yeah, I don't feel that way. I mean, and that's fine. I think it's going to be a better series than we think.
God, I hope so.
I still think
I want that to be the case.
I think OKC in 6 is where I'm heading. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if it wins 7. I wouldn't be surprised if it also win 5.
And it's so dumb. I think my problem is I went into this year thinking, okay, the Pacers made a run of the Eastern Conference Finals last year, but like, did they really like? And now they've been awesome at every turn. This is not a fluke.
Mm-hmm.
They've been really freaking good. And I don't think there was a team that they were going to play in the East that was going to beat them 4 out of 7 times. Now, granted, you could argue that the Knicks, save for Aaron Nesmith going nuclear over the final 5 minutes of game 1.
Or the haymaker from the ball that shot way up in the air.
Yeah. If that bounces out instead of it, maybe it's a different series. Maybe the Knicks are in the final. I guess. But with the way the Pacers played in that series, it's really hard for me to go, man, this is some kind of fluke. Well, this matchup or this injury. Like, nah, man. I just think the Pacers are awesome.
Yeah, they're really good from top to bottom.
But on the other hand, I can't shake this idea that Oklahoma City just has answers for everything. Like you said, they're not built to beat a specific team. They're not built to match up with this player. Like, they just, you want to try and go Miles Turner, Pascal Siakam, super heavy on bigger players. Yeah, they have defenses for that.
Mm-hmm.
You want to try and go Tyrese Halliburton? Okay, well, they have a bunch of guys they can throw at Tyrese Halliburton. And they're just going to, they are so good. And this is what the phrase that always got used with Bill Belichick, right? Greatest defensive coach of all time. That he made the offense play with one hand tied behind their back.
Yeah.
That just seems like what Oklahoma City has been able to do to every single team, even Jokic. Like, Jokic is just individually brilliant. But even he in that series was like, oh, he was awesome, but he wasn't like Jokic. Save for, I think, game 1, he had a huge game and he had another one. But in game 7, it's like, oh, they're going to put Alex Caruso on him. And Denver's not going to have an answer. And that's where I keep going through this and I try and map out, okay, what does a Pacers win look like? Well, and maybe it looks like game 3 against the Western Conference Finals where the Thunder don't hit anything, Shea's not getting a whistle, and Minnesota hit everything that night and they roll. Maybe there's an Indiana game like that, so maybe it's 5. But I can't shake this idea that we're going to be watching Oklahoma City hoist the trophy after winning by 25 points in game 4 and everybody just going, oh, like they were just that much better than everyone.
I think they are that much better than everyone. And I do think they'll win the title. But I'd also go back to that game where Minnesota absolutely drubbed them.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, it was game 3.
Yeah, Minnesota crushed them,
mm-hmm.
right? But at the same time, like Indiana can do that to anybody on any given night. They're such an offensive juggernaut.
That's true.
And not only that, but I think the difference between them and Minnesota is that they have so many other layers to their offense.
Mhm.
You know, there are so many different players that can step up and beat you. Now, again, I don't think it's going to be a Pacers championship here. But
Sure.
hey, like, look, I could be wrong. Like the lack of experience could show up on the biggest stage. I don't think it's going to.
Mhm.
I think they're young. I think they're like they don't know what they don't know, and that's probably a good thing. And they're just living in the moment, which I love about that team.
Mhm.
But I definitely think that this is going to be a little bit better series than we think, because I don't think that there's a way to stop Tyrese Halliburton in the way he plays for 5 or 6 games. I think there's 1 or 2 games where he's going to get loose. There's 1 or
Mhm.
2 games where Pascal Siakam is going to do some things, you know. And again, I think that Indiana, they don't have a great defense, but they do move around. They do like cause chaos all the
Mhm.
time. They force turnovers. They get out on the break.
Mhm.
And I think that there's a way in which they can actually they can hang. But I just I don't see them winning.
Yeah, not 4 out of 7.
No, I don't
No.
think so. I mean,
Yeah, I
we
ju-
could be wrong too.
Oklahoma City, yeah, I could, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I always say I recommend they play the games just in case. But that's the thing I keep going back to is I don't know that Indiana's going to be able to get stops in a way that Minnesota got stops in that game where they won by 40 or whatever it was. 143-101 was the final in game 3.
Mhm.
Or Minnesota beat Oklahoma City. And I don't know that Indiana has that kind of defensive game in them at the pace they're going to want to play. It's just like, cool. You want to slow it down and try and grind out games in the half court with Oklahoma City? Good luck. That they're going to turn you into dust. Oh, you want to get out and run with them? Cool. That's their favorite thing to do. Like,
Yeah.
all right, man. I just, like I said, it's the NBA Finals. I can't remember the last time there was a sweep in the NBA Finals.
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Yeah, and like, look, I know somebody in the chat said there's only one coach in this series that we're sleeping on. Rick Carlisle's
Rick
coaching.
Carlisle's awesome.
Yeah, I agree. Rick Carlisle is awesome. I've said that a bunch of times.
2018.
But I would say the other thing is that Mark Dagnall is excellent as well, and he's created a juggernaut.
Mhm.
A defensive juggernaut that has, like, they were able to change things so dramatically in the last series where they literally shifted their defense up like 10 feet
Mhm.
and didn't allow anyone to get to a certain point on the court.
Right.
That's how good their defense is. Their defense is just next level and something we probably haven't seen in a long time.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot the 2018 Warriors won the finals in 4 games. That's right. Thought those both went to 5.
Oh,
but it was just the previous year because they were up 3-0 in the first one. They got Cavs got game 4. Warriors got game 5. Gentlemen's sweep, as it were.
Oh, there it is.
I'm pretty sure that's how that series went. Yeah, that is how that series went.
All right.
Anyways, all right. I get it with Indiana. Like I said, I've underestimated them all year, and they've proved me wrong at every turn. Which leads me to be like, oh, okay, I think, man, maybe I should just outright pick the Pacers. Like, what the hell? But I go back to Oklahoma City's defense, just stuffing them in a box, and the Pacers not having the answers defensively to keep up when they have their inevitable spurts of I guess when they have their inevitable like scoreless run that they're going to have against this Oklahoma City defense.
Yeah.
It feels like they're going to have one of those a game and OKC is just going to pull away in those spots, but that's why they play the games.
Yep.
Maybe by Thursday I'll change my mind, but right now feels like OKC in 4.
Yeah.
Maybe 5. I'll give the Pacers a game and say 5. I'll have an official prediction on Thursday. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We got a ton more Kings coming up, a ton more NBA coming up here on a Tuesday. on the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Good God. I don't think it's going to be the worst finals ever. I feel like that Miami-Denver finals a couple years ago was really bad. I don't remember anything from that series.
Well, I just think that, again, there's a lot of one-on-one basketball that happens with OKC. And when you slow it down, I think Indiana has better individual defenders than they do team defense. And so I think that actually plays into their hands. If this is a track meet, like Indiana is exceptional at getting out on the break. I mean, we're talking about a team that was just, again, like an offensive juggernaut this season. And although they were 7th in the league in pace, I would have thought they were faster in pace.
Can I just say real quick, Kyle, I am so envious of the fact that the Warriors have had such a good run that you can, if the Kings had swept a team in the finals, it would be tattooed on my back, dude. Like
they would have in 2002, just so you know.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
facts.
But it's just like that stings a little bit. It would be on my it would.
Joe wasn't alive in 2002. Though.
They would have crushed.
Really? Yes,
yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, they would have crushed the Nets.
Skibbity Toilet thinks I would. Dude, how old do you think I am? I'm 24.
All right.
So he was 1.
I was 1, dude.
Man, that's so crazy.
Quick break.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you till noon. Then we will hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock. Did you see what Tom Thibodeau said after their Game 6 loss?
I did not, but you wrote it on the rundown, and I was like,
he said man. He just casually mentioned that they finished in 3rd place.
No.
Well, because they got to 6 games. Minnesota only got to 5. The Knicks were in the playoffs longer than the Timberwolves. Ergo, 3rd place. I think is probably the logic.
I guess. There is no 3rd place trophy in the NBA.
Be. So this has been I've seen this online, and our guys, Joe and Q, who lead into this program on ESPN radio, we're talking about this. It might also be that the Knicks had 3 more regular season wins, 2 more regular season wins than the Timberwolves. Maybe that was his logic. But I know they were talking about this. I want to forget whether the Knicks were 3rd place, because like you said, there's no trophy. It doesn't matter. You're not going to hang a banner because you finished in 3rd. But there should be. Why are we not getting Knicks Timberwolves for the 3rd place trophy?
That would at least be fun, like a 5-game series or something.
Yeah, give me a little 5 games. That way it can start in this 5 days between the finals.
Oh, yeah, that would be fun.
Oh, and like kind of like fantasy. In fantasy, even though you have your top 2 teams, you still have a ton of other teams playing for something.
Exactly.
What if you just did 1 game, mano-a-mano, in this gap right here?
Do it in Vegas.
Just, play it, and then have like some sort of cash reward. Like everyone gets a Kia Sorento or something from Elk Grove.
Yeah, that would get the guys fired up.
That's
for sure.
Right.
Yeah, man. I don't. I'm so here for because you see it now. I know the Olympics has gold, silver, and bronze. Bring the bronze to the NBA, dude. Give me the 3rd place series.
Yeah,
I'd watch. You're telling me you wouldn't be locked in to Timberwolves Knicks?
Just to see what happens.
I'd be so dialed.
And you have all the narrative, the heartbreak. These guys are fired up. Oh man.
Yeah, you'd have to incentivize it some way. You'd have to give like a cash prize or something. Because if not, some of the teams would just mail it in.
Yeah,
They'd be
you're
like,
not
oh,
gonna-
we already lost. It's lame. Why
Yeah,
are we playing consolation game?
yeah. You get a consolation series. I want a series here. But yeah, winner gets the pot, whatever it is. Everybody gets $1 million or whatever. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I bet Knicks Timberwolves would outrate Thunder Pacers.
For the third place spot?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Huh.
I think that's the thing that would happen.
Okay.
We love ratings talk here on
Could you imagine that?
here on
Fit.
ESPN 1320.
Oh, that'd be wild. Oh, we got more ratings for the third place game.
I don't know, man. Like the ratings thing is dumb. I don't want to get back into it, but I want to get to the Kings all quarter century team, which we'll do here coming up. But the A's lost again last night.
Yeah, this thing's got out of control, dude.
They've lost. This is according to Chris Biederman in Sacramento Bee, friend of the program. They've lost 18 of their last 19 games, and that is their worst 19-game stretch since 1943.
I have
It's like 80 years. Joe wasn't even born yet in
There we
1943.
There we go.
really does.
You hit on that one.
Thanks, man.
It feels like a team that's quit, and I hate saying that, but my goodness, man.
I don't know that they've quit though, because they're still hitting. Like their offense is still fun.
Well, yeah, because you
still
get
got a bunch of
paid
dudes
for
who
hitting.
rake.
Like at the end of the day, you're going to get paid if you're hitting,
But
and
I
if
don't-
not, you're going to the minors.
But that's it. That's why I don't think they've necessarily quit. I think right now they just don't have dudes who are good enough, and I think at some point it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah,
If you're a pitcher who just goes out and gets knocked around every time you pitch, at some point you're going to go out there and be like, oh, and you're just not going to bring your best stuff.
I guess, man. You sent Severino out on the mound last night, hoping
Oof.
that he could stop the bleeding. You know, they lost 6 in a row, and he just went out there and just got crushed. I mean, absolutely crushed. And good for Mark Hartsey for leaving him out there. He'd given up, I don't know, 6 in the first 2.
Yeah, you give up 6 in the second inning.
Yeah, and it was on like 7 or 8 hits, just and no walks, just not getting guys out.
It wouldn't surprise me if Severino specifically is, and again, like I said, I don't want to, I don't know the guy, so I don't want to speak out of turn here. But given some of the things he's had to say about Sutter Health Park, given the fact that he now has a 6.99 ERA at Sutter Health Park, it wouldn't surprise me at all if he's just like, yeah, I'm going to go out here. I'm going to get however many innings in until they pull me out, and then I'm going to be on my way. I'm going to be done with pitching today.
I guess. My answer to him would be like, the Twins pitcher doesn't have a 6.99 ERA there, and the Twins bullpen went out and a clean inning, didn't give up a run in 4 innings.
Mm-hmm.
And the A's bullpen went out there and they gave up 2, which is unusual for them. They usually give up a lot more than that. But you just can't. You got to give your team a shot. And Severino didn't give his team a shot.
Yeah, 5 2/3, 9 hits, 8 runs, all earned, a walk and a strikeout last night.
And yeah, and I kind of like what you said about the self-fulfilling prophecy. And with Sutter Health Park, sometimes when a team is struggling like this and you have something like quantifiable that you can actually blame, even though it's not an excuse, if you have something you can blame, it makes it easier to kind of just turn over and give up. So you're like, oh, well,
Right.
well, we're playing at this park that we, you know what I mean? Like something to kind of fall back on. It doesn't help the situation.
And it's not. And Luis Severino has pitched 8 games at Sutter Health Park. He has a 6.99 ERA. He's walked 15 and he struck out 35.
Yeah.
In 5 games on the road, he has a 0.87 ERA.
He's allowed this to get under his skin.
I think that's what's happening.
Yeah.
8 walks, 20 strikeouts on the road.
It's
he's been really, really good. A whip, walks and hits per innings pitched below 1 on the road. Like I really think that because he's been in the Sacramento Bee, he's been very, or I was reading in the Sacramento Bee, he's been very, very outspoken about how he feels about playing at Sutter Health Park. And I think you're right. I think he's let the ballpark get to him.
Yeah.
Where he just knows, or he just believes when he goes out to pitch. Okay, well, here we go.
It's a big difference between him and like Jeffrey Springs, who, again, a veteran pitcher went out the other day and in 2 innings walked 6. Like, man, get it together.
Yeah.
Like, you're supposed to be one of the veterans of the squad. And JP Sears went out there and pitched 5 innings, gave up 2 runs, 5 and a third or 5 2/3, and gave up 2 runs. Like, he did his job. The fact that the guys behind him can't do their job, that's a problem. So, yeah, I mean, the bullpen has been so bad that you can't afford to have a pitcher, one of your starters, go out and just get bombed.
Well, Kotze last night, you up 6 runs in the second. Is like, here, you're gonna give us 5 2/3 because ain't nobody else doing it.
Yeah.
Good luck, dude.
Sorry, we waived the catcher that we keep running out there to pitch the 9th and 10th, the 8th and 9th inning. We DFA'd that guy, so we don't have
how many
Parado around anymore to go out there and hit 90 on the gun.
I mean, Severino at Sutter Health Park, opponents are batting .284 against him on the road, a $189. Opponents getting on base at a .344 clip against him at Sutter Health Park, .254 on the road.
Yeah.
Like, this is a good pitcher.
Oh yeah, like if I'm the A's, I'm already shopping him. I mean, look at his home and road splits. Go ahead and shop him now. Go get a bunch of young, like AA, AAA guys. Like he's pitching well.
That's it, dude. And what did we ask all the guys about, or specifically JP Sears about, when we talked to him at the Sawyer before the season? We said, man, just signed Luis Severino. Knew him a little bit from New York. And he talked about having that veteran in the locker room and blah, 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 and having that leader atop the pitching staff. I don't think if everybody's turning to Luis Severino as the high-priced, the big free agent splash this offseason, who's going to be their veteran leader, their ace, and everyone's watching him go out and mail it in at home.
Yeah. That's your leader.
There's no way that helps.
No.
Get a W, man. Luckily, they play the Orioles coming up. Maybe they'll get one here against the Twins.
It's tough because they've had the lead in so many games, and then you're like, oh, here it comes.
I mean, like you said, guys are getting paid to hit, and guys are getting paid to get outs too. But I gotta imagine that's demoralizing.
Yeah.
Go out there, put up a run in the first inning, give up 3. Oh, hey, here's a 4 spot. We're up 4-1, up 5-4, going to the 6th. Golly, man.
Yeah. It puts so much pressure. So much pressure.
At least, like, I need rather see them win, but at least they're hitting. Like, at least they're kind of fun to watch in that regard. If you like runs, go watch an A's game.
Yeah.
Tap in. But it's really frustrating watching this team that we talked about it. It looked like they might have turned a corner at some point in early May. Like, oh man, look, they've won a couple of good games here. I think they took a series from the Rangers at Sutter Health Park. They're playing well. They're above 500. Okay, now you go into this stretch where it's Yankees, Dodgers, Giants, and faceplants.
Yeah, complete faceplant. Yeah, really, really, really tough.
It is so hard to lose 18 out of 19 games. They have a worse run differential than the Rockies.
Their run differential is
Rockies
crazy.
are 10-50.
Oh, they got their 10th win?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah, they
wow.
beat the Marlins yesterday.
Wow.
Congratulations to the
Where are the Marlins?
Rockies
Bring on the Marlins.
on win number 10. That's big time.
Yeah.
Oof. Poor A's.
Poor A's. Poor A's fans. And like, look, I think the one thing that I'd point out is, like, this is supposed to be Sacramento showing up and proving that they can be a major league city. To have a team just fall apart like this, it's just such a bummer, because it's going to make it so difficult when you get to July and it's 105 out there for fans to come out and be like, yay.
Yeah.
The team's 32 games under 500. Hooray.
They're 23-38.
Yeah, and they were over 500 at the beginning of the stretch.
Yes.
It's just crushing.
The worst part is Jeff Passan wrote on ESPN today. Yeah, before this stretch, just real quick, when they beat Seattle, as that walk-off win, May 5th, that was the turning point. when, hey, this could be a turning point in the season. They walk off against Seattle last night. That's a great win. You just took 2 out of 3 from Miami. You took 3 out of 4 from Texas. In Texas, you're 4 games above 500. Here we go. They were 20-16. They are 3-22 since then.
Yeah, to
Man.
me, it was like they even picked up a game again. They won 1 out of 3 against the Yankees. They won 1 out of the 3 against the Dodgers. Then they got destroyed by the Giants and then destroyed by Chris Ochoa's
our Angels.
Angels. Not my Angels. I will never claim them to be my Angels at all. Yeah, like, are they buyers? Are they sellers? And at this point,
Jeff
like,
Passan says neither. That's what
yeah,
he reported on ESPN today. And yeah, they're not interested in moving any of their bats. They're too far out to make any major splashes with their pitching staff.
okay.
So maybe Severino gets dealt if he keeps pitching well on the road or if he turns it around at home, which would be ideal. But if you're just standing pat at the deadline, not even doing the A's thing, like moving and getting, hey, exciting prospect, nothing, just gonna let this play out.
I think I don't think Severino's long for that team.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I mean, even if he's like nudge, hey, you can probably just move me now.
Like you said, if he's got a sub-1 ERA on the road, some teams like, great,
yeah,
we'll make the road his new home stadium.
Yeah, just make sure it's not a team in the AL West that's got to go play at Sutter Health Park a bunch. It's like, doggone it, we keep losing every time he pitches.
We're not taking him.
Yeah, that's right.
And real quick, just one last point. To kind of put it into perspective, I know this is something that has already been said a million times over, but when you put it yourself in the shoes of these players, imagine you go to work every day and your boss is like, hey, these next 3 years I don't really care about because we're moving.
Yes.
It would be so hard to focus in that amount of time. It really would.
I get that, but Major League Baseball is so focused on each individual at bat having so much value because the difference between a 300 hitter and a 220 hitter is so small.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have to go out there. If it's the 9th inning and you're down like 12-2, you got to go out there and fight for every single pitch, because if not, your batting average takes a hit every single time. And
there's no garbage time stats in MLB.
There is not.
No.
Except for those guys who hit home runs when the game's over. Those are garbage time stats, but so they all count, right?
I want to correct myself real quick. The A's don't have a worse run differential than the Rockies. They have a worse run differential than the White Sox.
Oh.
Who are 18-42.
That makes me feel even worse because I know how bad they were.
Minus 64. The A's are minus 116, but the A's have allowed the same amount of runs as the Rockies, who are 10-50. And the A's don't play at Coors Field.
They need to go find their catcher that can pitch again.
Get him back. Their best
they
reliever.
Lost their closer. Yeah, that's
their
crazy.
Best reliever.
Come on.
Unbelievable stuff. All right. Well, the A's are back at it again tonight against the Twins. Just got to win a couple in a row.
That's right. In for
Get that winning feeling back.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm here for
the Kings All-Century team. We're going to put this together, and we'd love your help. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia Talk line if you'd like to participate, or, of course, in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320 from the 2000-2001 season through this past season, 24-25. We're going to put together a starting lineup of the best Sacramento Kings from the last quarter century. It should be a lot of fun. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. He's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Today. I need water.
Oh, I need to drink water.
Technically, we all need water. It's a building block of life. Coach, you need a water break.
Jacob Wilson is still batting .355. This dude's so awesome. On the season, he's got 13 walks and 15 strikeouts. The A's also have 3 guys with 60 strikeouts or more. Chris Ochoa, the A's will never trade Jacob Wilson. I think they're probably going to give him like a massive, like, he'll get the Lawrence Butler 8-year deal. What? What are they? The Heat are going to play the Tyler Hero thing. It's something that Sean keeps bringing up, that he might be an undervalued player somewhere, and I'm like, I'm not sure about that. He's owed 31 and 33 over the next 2 years. My Coach Christie era, you've got Fox, Christie, Peja, Weber, Cousins, Halliburton, Christie, Artest, Weber, Cousins. I don't know what the other ones are. Oh, that's a second? Yeah, Wheezy, the bullpen is so bad. I don't even know. Again, the starting pitching hasn't been great, but you also just kind of feel like when you're going to hand it over to somebody and they're going to blow it, it doesn't feel good. If I'm an starting pitcher, I'm trying to go 9.
Yes, Tony.
Russ Dog, I guess you hate water. Water sucks. It really sucks. If
H2O.
I use hydrant in my water, which is like electrolytes and stuff, and it's really good, and it doesn't have that weird aspartame taste. I highly recommend.
Does he actually think water sucks, or was he just doing the water boy quote? I gotta know, Russ Dog.
I've met water haters before.
What a weird thing.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, that's James. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. We're hanging out with you till noon. And I saw this thing in Chicago that a Chicago media outlet was doing. They did the all quarter century lineup for the White Sox. 2000 through this season, through 2025. I don't want to do the same thing for the Kings.
Okay.
The problem is I don't know. I think there's a couple that are maybe up in the air, and we can discuss it. But I put together the list, and I would like you to go through this with me.
Okay, I did add some names to your list just to kind of make it interesting, but
I didn't tell you my Buddy Hield thing I heard. I can't wait to tell you that.
Oh, okay.
All right. So it's not anything like salacious. It's just a funny.
On air or off air?
On air. On air is fine.
Oh, okay.
I'll tell you on air when we get to the Buddy Hield portion of this conversation. Okay. I love that we're like Kings all quarter century team. Buddy Hield. No. Point guard.
First name.
At the point, I think you have to put De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
Other names here: Mike Bibby, of course, Isaiah Thomas.
You can throw Jason Williams too. I mean, he helped get the whole thing started, but he wasn't here. I think he only played like 2 years into the 2000s.
Yeah, I just like regardless of how you feel about how De'Aaron Fox left, he is far and away the best point guard they've had in the last 25 years.
I totally agree.
And I loved Mike Bibby. I still do. Stingers up.
Yeah.
But De'Aaron Fox was just a different level of player.
No, I agree 100%.
All right. The shooting guard spot is ugly.
Yeah, this is weird, isn't it? Because you think about it, you're like, oh, like shooting guard is easy to fill in the NBA, right? But it just has not been for the Sacramento Kings.
Possibilities here. Kevin Martin.
Okay. Best scorer of the group.
Yeah. Buddy Hield.
Okay. Best 3-point shooter of the group.
I landed on Doug Christie, though, and I think it's like a slam dunk. I'm putting Doug Christie at the starting shooting guard on my Kings all quarter century team and not even thinking twice about it.
No, I would agree with you. Yeah, because Kevin Martin, again, I like Kevin Martin as a player, but it was all scoring and nothing else. And like let's be honest here. Kevin Martin is one of the original foul grifters. He might even be the foul grifter that started the foul grifting.
Change the game?
He may have changed the game more than any player in this. Like his ability to like do the herky jerky move that got the foul call again and again, and on a bad team.
Mm-hmm.
Like usually foul grifters are on relatively good teams, or they play for the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
Just team foul grifting. But Kevin Martin was able to foul grift on bad teams, which is just a skill in itself.
I heard this the other day that Aaron Nesmith credits Buddy Hield with finding his role with the Pacers. Like watching how Buddy Hield moved off the ball
Oh,
and the kind of unconventional way he gets to his spots on the floor. Aaron Nesmith just like watched and studied the hell out of how Buddy Hield moved off the ball. And that's where he found his carved out an offensive role with the Pacers. I was stunned by that.
It's really interesting because I think a lot of young players make this horrible mistake of shooting 1,000 shots in the gym, but starting in the corner, going to the top, going to the elbow, going to the top, going to the other side, going to the other corner, and just shooting the same exact shot with someone giving him a perfect pass every single time. And then they get into a game, and that's not what they face. And, I watched Malachi Richardson shoot so many threes, and it was just money. Like every single shot he took. You get him
such a Malachi Richardson guy.
Yeah, you get him in a game and couldn't shoot anything at all.
It's tough.
Couldn't hit anything. And just really, really sad that you have to shoot with movement and motion. You got to run all over the place like what Buddy does. Like Buddy has shot every single shot that you can possibly shot a million times. The dude is a full-fledged, not only a gym rat, but a gym rat and a workout warrior.
Yeah.
Like he's a mixture of both and just such an incredible worker. Like Buddy is also Buddy. He's crazy and,
inopportune turnovers and
makes
smoked layups,
dingbat plays, and you're just sitting there shaking your head the whole time. But again, still one of the greatest 3-point shooters in the history of the game. He'll go down as probably a top 5 3-point shooter when it's all said and done.
It's kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Super nuts.
And he's already 47, and we have no idea how old he is. Well, we do, but
Doug Christie next to De'Aaron Fox in the backcourt. Love that backcourt, by the way.
Oh yeah,
that's a fun backcourt.
Yeah, it would be sick.
At the small forward spot, do you think shooting guard options are thin? It's Peja is the pick.
Yeah. There's one other we forgot on the list.
Oh, who's that?
Ron Artest. Who is nowhere near Peja, but he's, again, helped the team win in 2006.
Where does Ron Artest land in a list of Peja Stojakovic, Keegan Murray? And I know Keegan plays the 4 a lot, but I think he probably should be a 3. So we're just going to put him in the small forward conversation. Peja, Keegan, Rudy Gay, Harrison Barnes, Ron Artest. Are we ordering that group of 5?
It's funny because I would have thought that the small forward spot would be the biggest weakness the Kings had. If you went through all of the years, I would have thought, we'll have a tough time finding a small forward. It's Peja number 1,
but with a bullet, like by a lot.
Oh yeah, by a ton. Then it's probably Ron Artest, even though he wasn't here that long. Then I go Rudy Gay. I think Keegan still has a shot to be there, but as of right now, Harrison Barnes had some really good years here. So it's probably Harrison and then Keegan, with Keegan having the outside opportunity to surpass them all.
So you'd put Keegan 5 right now.
I mean, he averaged 12 points a game this last year.
Ooh.
I mean, you can dislike Harrison Barnes as a player, but his consistency and just like his overall play in Sacramento was really, really good.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. Keegan, I don't know that he can catch Peja. You're going to have to go some to do that. He's 25.
Yeah.
And I don't, and maybe he's on a version of the Kings that is awesome. And maybe Scott Perry hits all the right buttons this offseason, and all of a sudden they're making deep playoff runs over the next couple of years. And Keegan's just a really integral kind of two-way player for them. But that doesn't feel realistic.
No.
And I think that's the path for him, because I just don't think production-wise he's ever going to get there. He might for just raw numbers-wise because of how the sport is different.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think from a game-to-game production standpoint that Keegan's ever going to get where Peja was.
Well, I mean, First of all, Peja was a 3-time All-Star. He also finished 4th in MVP balloting during the 2003-2004 season. He averaged 24 points a game. Again, led the league. This is crazy. Here's a crazy stat for you. He led the league in 3-point makes per game at 3. He did that twice. He shot 43.3% from the for his career. He shot 40% from 3.
Golly.
One of the great shooters ever. And to be in the practice facility, I was sitting there. Me and Doug were doing a Purple Talk podcast, which was going to be which actually went out and was like they used as their King Central, right? And so me and Doug were getting set. Oh well, I was helping get set up. Doug was hanging out with Peja. Peja started shooting from the corner. Never missed. Like the dude is like
still a bucket.
Just an absolute bucket. Just one after another, wearing like chino pants and a button-up shirt. It's just what is happening?
50 years old or
wearing boat shoes. No, he's like 40, 42 maybe. He's still
this is a few years
relatively young. He's 47. He's almost 48.
Dang. There were 16 players in the league this year who made 3 or more threes per game.
Yeah.
16. Peja led the league with that number.
I think I've told you, like, when he retired, he was 3rd all time in 3-point makes, and now he's like 27th.
That's ridiculous.
Like, the way the game has changed is so bizarre.
That's so wild.
Yeah.
Anthony Simons, Peyton Pritchard, Zach LaVine, Jordan Poole, Malik Beasley, all finished with 3 or more.
You didn't even hit like a star there.
I know.
That's just like a couple of randos and like, wow, that's crazy.
Did I say Anthony Simons already?
Yeah, you did.
Norman Powell. Was it 3 exactly?
Yeah, what a list.
Insane.
What a list of
totally
players
insane.
that matched Peja when he led the league. And he led the league twice, and both times it was 3.0 exact.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just totally crazy. The way the game has changed.
What was his career high for attempts? Talking about Peja right now?
A 6.8, and that's twice. He had the 6.8 in the both years that he averaged 3 a game.
Here are some dudes who averaged more threes per game than that this year. Miles Bridges, Keontae George, Fred VanVleet, Anthony Simons,
Yeah.
Jordan Poole. That's so wild.
Yeah.
Steph Curry shot 11.2 threes a game.
Did he lead the league?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
'Cause
by
I know
almost a full 3.
Harden shot over 12 a game one season.
Goodness me.
Yeah, James
That's
Harden
so
is like, there will be a stretch of seasons where like the most prolific 3-point shooter. He averaged 13.2 one season.
Golly, and shot probably like 34%.
36.8 that year.
Wow. Okay, that's actually okay.
He led the league at 10 per
That's
game
not
at
bad.
36.7%, and then again 12.4 at 35.5. And then he tailed off big time. He hasn't shot that many threes in quite a few years.
All right, power forward is Chris Webber, and that's it.
I don't think there's another player. Yeah, I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, right?
Yeah.
So
and when he played here was one of the best players in the sport.
yeah, he was.
So
yeah. He never ever got the credit that he deserved for his greatness as a basketball player while he was with the Kings.
Yeah. I would agree with you. There's not even like there's not even a good like, hey, let's put this guy in there in the discussion.
You know, even if you go back all the way to like the 85 to we're talking about
This is the all 40-year team.
Otis Thorpe,
sure,
and Wayman Tisdale.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's probably it. Like Antoine Carr had one really good season, but
Yeah.
like that's it. Like Brian Grant like somehow sneaks in to a list of best power forwards. The Kings have not had great power forwards.
If you wanted to fudge this exercise,
Yeah.
and I still think, by the way, I don't think either of these guys goes in over Chris Webber.
Okay.
But even if you wanted to fudge this exercise and said, well, what if you put Domas at the 4 and DeMarcus Cousins at the 5, I'm still not taking either of those guys over Weber at the 4.
No, neither one.
So it doesn't even matter if you want to try and mess with the exercise.
It's crazy. This is probably the weakest position the franchise has ever had. Like even like the last 20 years, finding point guards isn't easy outside of Fox.
Mhm.
Once you get past the Bibby era, there's this gap where they really struggle to find like a top tier point guard. Which is why, again, we keep saying you got to pay for it. You got to go out there and, if you're going to get a great point guard, you need to do what you can to, throw whatever you can at it.
Weber in that 5-year stretch from 98 to 03, he finished in the top 10 in MVP voting all 5 years, maxed out at 4.
Yep.
And was all NBA in all 5 years. 1 first team, 3 second teams, and a third team.
Yeah, and the 1 year that he came in 4th in MVP balloting, he probably should have came in like 1st or 2nd.
27, 11,
Yeah,
and 4 with 1.7 blocks a night.
yeah, he was so good.
Shot 48% from the field. My goodness.
Yeah.
It's going to go some to find a power forward better than Chris Webber.
Yep.
Wouldn't surprise me if they never get there. That's not a slide on the Kings, by the way. It's just really hard to find a power forward better than Chris Webber.
Yeah, and I mean Marvin Bagley and Nemanja Bjelica and like
salute to them.
Yeah, and like you literally you're never going to compete with what Chris Webber was.
Not at all. Center, we've had the Sabonis and Cousins discussion before. I'm probably putting Sabonis there, but I wouldn't hate on anybody who wants to put Cousins there. I'm very much a coin flip.
I probably am putting Cousins there right now, but if Sabonis sticks around another 3 or 4 years, then I would put Sabonis above him.
All right.
I mean, Boogie had some incredible seasons.
You want to talk about a guy who didn't get enough credit for how good he was when he was in Sacramento?
Oh yeah.
I think that's one.
Watching him yell at the officials was one thing, but like the greatness of DeMarcus Cousins, watching him play each and every night was like one of the joys of my career. Like, he is the guy who like basically had centers going out and doing what you see Domantas Sabonis now, where Sabonis is sprinting full court, dribbling the ball. Like that was Cousins. Watching Cousins do spin moves around guards at mid-court.
Ridiculous.
Watching him contort his body as he cut through the lane, absolutely bonkers to see a guy that big. We're talking like 6'10", 6'11", 300 pounds, being able to twist and turn and cut through a defense. I really, really wish his body would have held up, because I think, again, he hasn't played in the league in a couple of years now, but he should still be playing.
The incredible thing is you talk about the dribbling and the ball handling and just all these things that a person at his size shouldn't be able to do. He then went his first 5 years, 6 years, 5 years, averaging 0.2 3-point attempts a game and shooting 15% from 3. And then over the next 5 seasons, I can't count, over the next 4 seasons. Yep. 1, 2, 3 seasons. Here we go. Basketball Reference is hard because it does the 16-17 season in full, but then also splits up the Sacramento and New Orleans. Anyways, over the next 3 seasons, he averaged 4.7 3-point attempts a game and shot 35.2%.
Yeah.
Like just overnight was like, oh yeah, and now I shoot threes.
It was George Karl. George Karl forced him to go shoot threes. And like, look, I think with Cousins, the second he walked in the door, you realize he was way better at every single thing than you thought he was. And it was because at Kentucky, John Calipari just like chained the big men to the back, to the basket. And it's why you see guys like Anthony Davis and Cat, they roll into the league and you're like, okay, I don't know what they can do outside of, post move stuff and rebound.
Right.
And they get to the league and you're like, oh my gosh, they are so much better.
Super skilled.
Yeah. I mean, he had the best recruiting classes like one year after another. Like all of the best big men went through there. And sure
Boogie
enough,
also a super underrated passer.
Oh yeah. That's what the first day of practice. They were like, "Oh my gosh, I didn't know he could pass like this. What is happening?" It's like, well,
Drafted a guy on purpose, and then it turns out he's better than he thought he was. What about six man? I had Malik Monk down here. You weren't so sure.
I think Bobby Jackson has a bigger body of work
Okay.
with the Kings.
Okay.
And he played for better teams. But I think it's a coin flip. They both have the same exact flair and dramatic ability. I think Bobby's probably a little bit better shooter.
35.6 from 3 on 2.9 attempts for his career.
Okay.
That's Bobby Jackson.
And where's Malik? Malik is probably at 34, 33.
Bobby Jackson also had that 4-year stretch from 2000 to 04.
Oh, 35%. My bad.
Where he was top 5 and 6 man of the year voting, top 4 in all 4 years, and won it in 02-03.
Yeah.
Man.
Bobby was like a victim of circumstance, but also Rick Adelman refused to put him in the starting lineup.
Right.
Like during his time in Sacramento, I don't know how many games he started, but it wasn't many.
He started 46 of his 365 games.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
Rick Adelman, the coach.
Yeah. Oh, without any question.
Yeah. All right. Just making sure.
Yeah. I mean, 8
Wasn't
straight.
sure how we felt about Ty Corbin.
Yeah.
Good
dude. Good dude,
easy,
Ty Corbin.
Easy choice to put Rick Adelman as the coach. And that's your Kings All Quarter Century team, brought to you by the Insiders. We did it. I feel good about our choice. So Fox, Christie, Peja, Weber. We can go Cousins just for longevity. Cousins at the center, and then Bobby Jackson is a 6-man.
Really sad that 4 of the 6 are all from the 2001 to 2005 Sacramento Kings.
That was in fact, you know what? We gotta go. I'll tell you what was so brutal about doing this exercise this morning. We'll get to that. That's James. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. We'll have the handoff coming up next with one of D-Lo or Casey. We're brought to you by Jiffy Lube. This is the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
What's happening? Kenny Nat. Aldrin J. I hate to tell you this, Aldrin, but in the history, the 40 plus years that the Sacramento Kings have been in Sacramento, Luke Walton has the 3rd best winning percentage, I believe. Actually, I know that to be the case. Russ Dog, I did not see your starting 5. When we're talking, I typically don't look over to the chat. Every once in a while. Yep. Isaiah Thomas was on his way to being an all-time great, and then Pete D'Alessandro happened. And a hip injury happened. Yeah, dumping Malone for sure. Once you got to the point where you dump Malone, you kind of had to go that way.
Tom Thibodeau got fired.
No, right now?
Yeah, Shams just tweeted it.
What? Oh. Wow. That's a shocker. Tom Thibodeau has been relieved of his duties. That is absolutely, yeah. This is exactly. Did you see this?
Yeah, just now. Jackie just goes, "Why would they do that?" I was like, "What?"
How much time do we have?
A minute and a half.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
We now want a new topic.
Do we know? Because I'm ready to talk more about Bobby Jackson's tenure with the Kings, to be honest. Hi, everyone.
Your mic is off.
Fired.
There it is.
S-canned. Michael Malone might be a little bit abrasive like Thibs, but at least he's a good coach. Yeah, we did the whole first hour on it. We didn't.
We talked Pac-12, WWE.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we love wrestling on this
Huge,
program.
huge wrestling guys.
Mm-hmm. Is Lazy still on line one?
Dude, if he was, it would be an hour and a half.
I was about to say, well, my bad, Lazy.
He hung up pretty
Sorry, dog.
quick. He's like, I'm
That's
not
fine.
having any of this.
No, that's fine. I understand. I need to do better. Actually, I need to hit up our engineering so they can get us screens where you type that into the thing and I can just look.
If you want me to like give you multiple reminders, I can do
No,
that.
because I'm not looking down at my phone.
Okay.
And I don't want you to be like phones in my ear because then I'm going to have to feel like, oh my God, I got to get to it.
Yeah.
I just want to be able to look because I look at my phone once and go, oh, okay. And then it just leaves my brain. Smart. Sorry, Lizzie.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Well, then, the Knicks have parted ways with head coach Mike Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau.
They have
Mike Thibodeau. I think Michael Malone
relieving
was in my brain.
Tom Thibodeau of his duties.
Oh. Just say you fired the guy.
Fired.
Somebody in the chat said, why don't we say fired anymore? I have no idea. He got fired. They canned him.
He did get fired.
Man.
I would definitely put Michael Malone on alert right here.
I kind of wonder if that is the impetus behind this. Because Tom Thibodeau has been a successful NBA coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I think if you're moving on from him, because the gripe is that, hey, you know what? He didn't make enough in series adjustments. Didn't make enough game-to-game adjustments or adjustments in-game. He just kind of throws what he knows at the wall and hope it sticks. But if you're going to move on from Tom Thibodeau, not Mike, Tom. If you're going to move on from Tom Thibodeau, you better have a really quality option in your back pocket. You better have a better coach in line ready to go. My guess is there was a conversation with Michael Malone and they said, hey, any interest in coaching this team? And he went, yeah, if there's a vacancy. Because that to me is the very clear upgrade on the market. I think Michael Malone is a better coach than Tom Thibodeau.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe the Knicks believe they have the talent on their roster. It's just not being utilized correctly, and Michael Malone has a better plan for it. That's my thing. Maybe they don't hire Michael Malone, but that's how logically I'm making this work right now.
Michael Malone's also a New York guy. Like he's a New Yorker.
Mm.
I would also I'm gonna throw a name out there that I think would be crazy because he hasn't ever coached in the NBA. But Jay Wright, could they talk Jay Wright into like putting the band back together?
Did you know Jay Wright coached at Villanova?
Yeah, I did know that Jay Wright coached at
and
Villanova.
Jalen Brunson and Mikal Bridges and somebody else who I can't remember, Josh Hart, all played at Villanova.
And Dante DiVincenzo. They even made a commercial about it.
Boy, did they.
Maybe they trade for Dante DiVincenzo back and then bring in Jay Wright and have him coach his college team.
I'm just not floored by this. I'm just not moved by Tom Thibodeau as a coach.
Tom Thibodeau is a guy who, much like Michael Malone, eventually wears thin on everybody. Yeah. This is a tough one, though. I mean, this is the guy who brought his Knicks team to third place finish.
Boy, you know what? He sure did. Yeah, I got that third place finish. So the Knicks the last 3 years, or 5 years, 41-31, 37-45, 47-35, 50-32, 51-31. And they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals this year and lost in 6 games. Damian Barling's here for the handoff, by the way. Hi, Damian.
What's up, man?
Welcome back.
Thank you, brother.
Do you want me to play the intro bit, or
No,
you
it's
just want to
fine.
dive?
We've already
in?
lost enough time. It's fine.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine. We're good.
Okay.
Tom Thibodeau, fired.
Yeah.
Excuse me, parted ways with.
Yeah.
Relieved of his duties.
Relieved of his duties, as it were.
I
not
mean,
fired.
we know who they're blaming. Like I was thinking about this earlier, like running through a show idea about teams that lose in the playoffs. It doesn't necessarily mean you have to make this big change. Like something has to change for us to go further. Like I was thinking specifically of like the Houston Rockets. The Houston Rockets, I think, have roster shortcomings, but if they can't go, and there's no reason to believe that they couldn't, but if they can't go get Kevin Durant or, maybe like, one of these names that we've linked to them or that they've linked to themselves, it's not the end of the world for them. Like growing together it's a thing. And, figuring things out, especially with so many moving pieces, like it's a thing. Houston, I do think, has like a small deficiency on the roster you'd like to fill. When New York was eliminated, I kind of just was like, okay, it's tough. You just formed a bunch of different guys from a bunch of different teams. You just kind of put it all together and say, okay, now we're going to be a well-oiled machine now. Like, and that's not really realistic. In Indiana, they've played together for the most part. The core of their group has played together now for like 2 years.
Right.
Neesmith is a nice addition. He's probably not a guy who has to really acclimate. Like he has some things to figure out in his minutes and figure out his role. And I think Rick Carlisle and that group did a fantastic job of doing it. But when the Knicks ended, I was like, maybe some tweaks here and there. You want to increase a little bit, you want the depth of the roster to be a little bit stronger to where maybe Thibs leans off having to play those starters so much. But overall, I think the New York Knicks are fine. Yeah. So clearly, the CAA hierarchy at New York didn't feel that was the case. And they've put the blame on Tom Thibodeau's shoulders, which I don't think I agree with.
I wonder if this is a little bit of trying to shift the blame off of Cat, because that, we talked about.
This isn't going to do it.
Maybe.
I mean, from a public, like a perception standpoint.
Yeah, but I mean,
this isn't going to do it. They're going to trash Cat.
Well, they already did trash Cat. Well, we talked about the Cat situation yesterday. That was like the 43rd paragraph in that piece where they
44th.
The 44th and 45th paragraph in Fred Katz and James Edward III piece for
both great writers.
Yeah, but like they buried that so deep that, this is, Cat's not picking up on the defensive schemes and there's no accountability and he's not figuring it out, and they worry whether he has the acumen and all that stuff.
Right.
Like, and that's been the headline. I'm like not surprised though about Tom Thibodeau at all. Like he wears on people, and this is again, coaches that are like this, they do wear their welcome out.
And if they do feel like there was still meat on the bone with their roster and he wasn't going to do the right things to maximize it.
And so that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem for sure. Like if you and this is what I think has been the case with, well, now maybe it's the case with New York. It's what's been the case with Phoenix, is Matt Ishbia has fooled himself into believing that roster is good enough. And so he has fired coach after coach after coach, believing that roster is good enough. Everyone in this room, and I'd go as far as to say everyone listening knows it's not.
No,
it's not now. It wasn't then. It never has been. And I don't feel that way about the Knicks roster. Clearly, is Leon Rose, that group there, they do. So I didn't feel like they had a bunch of deficiencies in their game. So
I felt like that
I guess someone has to take the blame. The biggest fault that I thought the Knicks had going against the Pacers, this would have been the case versus the Thunder, was their depth.
Yeah,
it would have been the case to get
sure.
This offseason. They have to address the depth, but that's the way you build. When you go out and go get a Cat and you go get a Mikal Bridges in one offseason and you give up all this draft capital, but you also take on so much salary, they had to cut guys just to get, to save money. And then this next offseason is when you start to grow that again. You go out and you get a handful of guys who really, really want to go try to play for a championship in New York. And you should be able to land 2 or 3 guys that have no business being on league minimum deals playing for the Knicks.
Sure. And maybe that's it. Maybe there's a higher likelihood of that with Tom Thibodeau not there.
Boy, does that just open? Just think if Michael Malone goes there and then your guy Russ goes, I'll go play with Michael Malone in New York.
Russ in New York would be incredible.
Yeah, it would be something.
That'd be
something.
great.
It'd be something.
How was your trip? You saw 19 shows.
We did a lot. We packed a lot into a short time. Very anxious to talk about it. It couldn't have been better. I think what Kendrick Lamar and SZA are doing across the country right now is the new standard for stadium shows.
Yes.
Give me two legitimate headliners
Yep.
who intertwine their sets for nearly 3 hours.
It was unbelievable.
Absolutely spectacular. I have never seen a show like that.
I don't know. I stayed spoiler free on the whole thing. I didn't want to know anything. I went in going, okay, we're going to get an hour of SZA, and then he's going to come out and they'll do Luther and 30 for 30 or whatever songs they're going to do together. And then she'll leave and he'll do his set, and then she'll come back for some kind of encore, and then we'll be done here. That they did it the way they did it, where it's Kendrick and then she comes up and they perform together, and then it's her time and then he goes. I was blown away. I had so much fun.
There's a couple of things that really stood out in this show that I think I'll probably talk a lot about with Casey here in a few minutes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on
Kendrick's lack of an ego to recognize this will probably work better if I start the show. Instead of building anticipation for me to come out, I'm going to come out first, do a couple of tracks that are going to get everybody hyped. I'm going to start with Whacked Out Murals because this is the GNX tour. And that's the other thing that stood out. He started with Whacked Out Murals, which was the first song on GNX, and he ended with Gloria. He didn't end with All the Stars.
Nope.
If you're going to end with SZA, right? He didn't end with All the Stars. He didn't even end with Luther. He ended with the last song on the album, which speaks to his unapologetic need to be true to his creative process.
Yep.
And that just echoed all throughout the show.
Yep.
Really, really incredible. Saw Hamilton in person for the first time. That was amazing.
Saw musical theater all day.
Oh, it was awesome. I mean, it was great. I thought we could have cut some of the numbers out a little bit. I was like, God, I really thought this was the end of the show, and it just kept going. It's a 3-hour show.
Yeah, what are we? Okay, now I need to. What are we cutting out of Hamilton, Damien?
Well, you know what I thought the end was? Because I thought it would have been brilliant. Is the scene after he gets shot? There's Aaron Burr.
Spoiler alert.
Burr's doing the talking for those who don't know, and like it fades right there. I was like, oh, I was about to jump up. Hey, yeah, and I realized, oh, it's not over. They do like the post-mortem scene, essentially the post-mortem scene where they're talking about, what he did for the country, and then his wife ends it, and the ending is very powerful. I just thought the ending before, I thought that was it. I was like, this is beautiful. And then it was like, oh, no, it's going, oh, there's more. All right. And then the way they ended, it's like, oh, it's perfect. Okay, that's fine. It was great. Yeah, it was so good.
You're just out on how Hamilton died. I'm out on the whole he died thing.
Saw Janet for the fourth time. Saw Michael Jackson won for the third time. It was a great weekend.
That's awesome.
Absolutely incredible.
Very
Love
cool.
that. Love that for you guys. What do you got coming up on D-Lo and KC?
Well, someone who I was hanging out with in Vegas, Trysta Krick's going to be with us at 2:00. Jason Jones will be with us. We'll talk obviously about Thibs getting fired. I got questioned. Like, I leave for one day and I come back, and I don't know if I missed a report. I don't know if James special edition of the King's Beat, all of a sudden Domas is gone, and I'm just trying to catch up.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I guess so.
We're podding.
I once got beat up for asking him to shoot more. I come back from being gone for 2 days, and you guys are trading him.
Blame Kenny.
All right.
Blame Kenny.
That's what I always do. So.
Blaming Kenny next on D-Lo and KC. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m., drink water, be nice to people. See you. Hey, Chatty House, good show, guys. Appreciate you. Joe, thank you.
Bye, everybody.
And what's up, guys? Chatty House, what's good, baby?
In my Christie era, I see you. I see you. I see everything. I'm gonna be on your ass.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, what's good, baby? Let's let them ride one more time. What's good? We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, June 3rd edition. D-Lo and KC, I'm Damian Barlin.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento. What are you doing with him?
What's up, man?
It took a little while yesterday for me to find that.
Took us a whole segment.
It did take the whole segment.
Let me ask you something.
It did take the whole segment.
Did anything go right for you yesterday?
Trying to think.
I get Friday was great for you, but did anything go right for you yesterday?
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to figure out if anything did.
Okay.
I mean, I made it. I made it to Tuesday.
Well,
So
we
I
were
guess
on the
that's
air,
right.
right? So if
We're on the air.
we're on the air,
And I'm here. Like I'm physically here. So I guess
that's a plus.
yeah.
Okay.
Outside of that, it was rocky.
Real
Okay.
quick, do you want to take another vacation this week?
Well,
Maybe on Friday, you take Friday off or something?
all right, man. Well,
Oh, okay. Because you're hoping someone, a Hall of Famer, might pop up while I'm away.
Vivek probably show up. We'll get that exclusive with Vivek.
Just take Fridays off.
Don't bother me any. I mean, hey, y'all go ahead and cook. Y'all can march Hall of Famers through Hall of Famers through this door if I get that extra day. It works for me.
Oh,
I got a lot of questions about what happened while I was gone too. I got a lot of questions.
Ask him, man. Go ahead.
No, we got time.
No.
No, we got time. I was hanging out with Trysta Krick on Sunday night in Las Vegas. She's going to be with us coming up at 2:00. Jason Jones, the final hour of the show.
Yeah, man.
I take one extra day off, and y'all try to burn the whole city down.
Well,
Not true. Not true.
It just
we've kind of been on that time.
it was a little organic. Just kind of happened.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it just kind of happened. So
Okay.
I mean, I want to know what you think, though. I want to know what you think.
Okay.
We can get there. I mean, we could talk about he's not my coach, but a team that I support, their coach gets the can.
Yeah. So that's
Just minutes ago.
That's the breaking news. Within the last 20 some odd minutes or so, Tom Thibodeau was fired as the head coach of the New York Knicks. And I was telling the insiders a minute ago, I'd been thinking this morning about like an idea that we can talk about later, but the idea about like, is change necessary? Like, do you have to make a change every offseason? I wasn't really, the New York Knicks were in my mind a little bit, but more so I was thinking about Houston because I'm reading all this stuff about Giannis, and Giannis's name is out there pretty heavy right now. Obviously there's stuff out there about Kevin Durant in Houston. That stuff is never going to go anywhere. And I was thinking specifically about Houston, and like, I think we can all agree, Houston, they need a scorer, right? They need a go-to scorer. They need an impact scorer. They need a guy that they can go to in moments where they desperately need a basket. Sometimes their offense can be to a fault, too slow. Mm-hmm. They've made their MO on the defensive end on being tough. The Ime Udoka, personality. They've done that. Mm-hmm. But I wondered, like, what would Houston look like if all of these things we speculated on didn't happen and they just played together another year? And I do think that team has a shortcoming. I asked myself the same question about the New York Knicks. If the New York Knicks don't make a change, couldn't they just wind up right back here competing for a spot in the Eastern Conference Finals, competing for a spot in the NBA Finals? And I was thinking about that this morning. And without diving into rosters and contracts and aprons, my immediate thought was, yeah, New York could probably do it with no problem. Houston will be a little bit different, but New York could do it with no problem. And, 25 minutes ago or whatever it was, we learned that Tom Thibodeau was fired. Now, we said when Mikal Bridges, we all agreed on this. When the Knicks acquired Mikal Bridges last year, it was for the purpose of dethroning the Boston Celtics. That acquisition was made after the Celtics won the title to get to that championship, and that team wasn't dismantling. That team wasn't going anywhere. You knew if you were in the East and you wanted a chance to represent your conference and win an NBA championship, you were going to have to knock off the Boston Celtics. The New York Knicks put that roster together with the intention of knocking off the Boston Celtics. Clearly, they feel the roster they put together was good enough to beat the Boston Celtics and that there was a fault in it. And the fault, as of this morning, seems to be that of Tom Thibodeau.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday, and I was of the belief that the Knicks, Thibs deserved or earned the opportunity to be the head coach on opening night for the Knicks. He got them to the conference finals, place they hadn't been in 25 years, and he was able to get that done. And he may be on the hot seat. The leash may be short going into when you start next season, but at the very least, he should be able to start the season.
So I guess in credit, this is where I'll agree but disagree a little bit. If that's how Leon wrote and that group felt, just fire him.
Well,
I feel like you're setting yourself up. You're setting yourself up for Sacramento Kings level failure if you do that. That's not good for. It's not good for Thibs. It's not good for anybody.
Yeah.
It's not good for your team if you go in there with all right, got a tight rope here.
Yeah,
I don't feel like that's good for anyone.
and that's fair. Probably the right approach to have. I also felt like, hey, I was looking at Thibs a little funny during this series specifically.
Yeah.
I'm not saying these guys were the bench mob and super great, but if it wasn't for foul trouble, he would have never played Landry Shamet or DeLon Wright. And they got in and they didn't set the world on fire, but they also did their job. They were able to give you solid minutes where the game didn't get out of hand while your stars caught their breath, got adequate rest. Thibs had no idea. He wasn't going to do that. He was just going to run these guys 39, 40 minutes and never play a Shamet or DeLon Wright. And it's like, these guys are here. They can actually help out for a quick second. And you just weren't going to play them at all. Now I'm questioning you as a coach and being able to have the pulse of your team and the players on your roster. And some people joked about it at the time, but it might have been a fact or a good point. They said Jalen Brunson getting hurt with a month to go in the season might have actually helped him. It got him the rest he was never going to get if he was there the whole time and Thibs had the ability to run him into the ground the way he does a number of different players. And I just, with him, I've never been somebody that's like, that's the worst thing in the world. I know people don't like that, but you got your best players, you play them. You know what I mean? You play them. But if you do have an adequate bench or somebody like a Shamet or a DeLon Wright that can just hold it down for 4 minutes a half, yeah, play them, man. Come on now, what are we doing? Like you don't have the foresight to say like, yeah, I can get this guy in for 4 minutes and we'll be okay. And that was a negative. That was a point against Thibs for me when they talked about should he come back, should he be the coach next year. That ever since game 3 and seeing what those guys were able to do, that was a little eye-opening for me as an observer to see like, does this guy really have a pulse on what it takes to go to another level?
Just because I've seen this name thrown around a bunch, I don't know if it's gonna happen or whatever. But is Michael Malone like a clear better coach than Thibs?
Scoop tweeted just minutes ago that Michael Malone and Lloyd Pierce are at the top of the New York Knicks list right now.
Perfect. So is Michael Malone like a clear better coach than Thibs? Or you think they're about the same? Because I think if you're the Knicks and you view Mike Malone as like an upgrade, then I don't hate this move at all.
Michael Malone has won a championship.
Uh-huh.
I mean, Tom Thibodeau, of course, was a part of the greatest championship ever won, as Jesse's very well aware of.
Never beat that starting five in a 7-game series.
That's what I've heard. Still makes it bizarre that they traded Kendrick Perkins that offseason, but whatever. I guess we have to pick what's true here. What were the two? So Thibs. Okay, we've got that. What was the other big conversation coming out of the end of that series?
Towns.
Yeah. So is it Tibbs's fault? Towns is the player that he is. It's not like Cat got rough on the defensive end in New York. Like Karl Anthony Towns played exactly as Karl Anthony Towns has played his entire career.
Mm-hmm.
Can these both be true? Can Tom Thibodeau be, this kind of falls on the shoulders of Tom Thibodeau. Well, yeah, Karl Anthony Towns also stinks on defense. Are you trying to address, my guess is Karl Anthony Towns isn't going anywhere. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like if you're, to go back to the Michael Malone question, if you're Tom Thibodeau, you're working with what you have. Mm-hmm. I feel like a lot of coaching is being able to relate to players. Maybe Michael Malone is better at that than Tom Thibodeau is. Maybe Michael Malone is better at understanding different types of offenses from the opponent than Tom Thibodeau is, which, I mean, Thibs is a defensive coach, so I don't even know if, that's accurate. Mm-hmm. But maybe he's better at understanding roster personnel. I'm not really sure. But Michael Malone seems to be, at least early reports, high on their list.
I think they're about even. I think they're about the same. We talked about this. Was it in the middle of the Boston series when I talked about I had my ear to the street and they were already talking Mike Malone might be next.
Yeah.
And then I was probably late to the discussion on that one. So they probably been talking about this since Malone's firing at least. Thibs, that's a guy that was it last year? Was it last year when it was like we might be days away from his firing in the middle of the season? And then they start cooking.
Tom Thibodeau?
Yeah. So it feels like it's always been on the verge.
I mean, Michael Malone had those moments too, though.
He did. Budenholzer had it in Milwaukee and all this. So, I to answer Jesse's question, I think they're about the same. And sometimes when you move on from a coach, it's also about a different voice in there. Maybe some guys that tapped out on Thibs, and that's just the nature of the beast. He does. I mean, this goes back to something we said before, or I can bring it up when we come back to it because it's maybe a little longer discussion.
We'll talk more about Tom Thibodeau is out in New York. We'll talk about why Kenny decided to burn the show down while I was in Las Vegas.
Not true.
And the standard for tours has been set, by the way. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, in my Christie era, do you think the Knicks will be better or worse after the firing of Thibs? We keeping track. We keeping stats of your ass. Since you want to be part of the show and you want to keep track, we keeping track of everything you said. So let's keep track of this. That's how we gonna do it. Do you think the Knicks will be better or worse with Thibs gone? Patrick, don't worry about it. I want to know what he's got to say. so we can keep track of it. I'm gonna keep track of everything you got to say. First of all, get a goddamn dictionary, learn how to spell. Second of all, note it. Mhm. Oh, wait. What? What? Zabo? Whoa, what? Oh no, you're right. In my Christie era, you said something earlier. I read that wrong. When you said question, I thought you didn't learn it. You didn't say it right, but you're right. You're right. You spelled question right. My fault. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. I don't know. No, Scooter, I was talking about something else that he did get right too. Based on hair, Knicks will be better. That's a shot at Thibs, man. Don't. It's unnecessary.
It's fair though.
Yeah.
Boy, this one lit Allegiant Stadium on fire. Nah, literally. That beat hits, and you would have thought Kane was coming out, like fire shooting up out of the stage. Oh my God, man, that GNX tour was the one.
It looks fantastic.
That was the one. Fantastic. This is the gold standard for how stadium shows should be done. Give me two headliners who intertwined for nearly 3 hours the way that those two did. It was phenomenal.
It looked, I mean, between the Oracle Park one and the Vegas show, the clips I seen, it looked fantastic.
Vegas was sold out. I knew Vegas was going to be a unique crowd because, like, I knew, like, I had gotten, like I told you, my algorithm, I'm a Kendrick fan, is flooded with clips of the concert. So I'm seeing Atlanta go crazy for, like, Family Ties, right? I'm saying, which they did in Vegas too. That was one of the biggest songs. That's one of the songs that got the biggest pop. But I wasn't sure how, like, Vegas was going to look for this show. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Sold out. I'll say it every time I go there. That stadium is flawless. Absolutely beautiful. Shout out, saw Marshawn Lynch.
Hey, Beast Mode.
Flavor Flav. And, like, all of the Raiders. Go. Okay.
Max Crosby was there? I know he was there.
Not sure I saw him.
Oh. Well, I'm seriously. I thought
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. He might have been. He might have been. They was
I
all.
Just thought about. Yeah, I thought he'd be there though.
They was all in the Win Club though. It was a very unique crowd. The Damn Tour in 2016 was the first hip hop show I went to where I was like, okay, the game is different. Like, hip hop is different, and I don't mean this like, there were a lot of white kids there in the Damn Tour in Sacramento 9 years ago. The people who were in Vegas, they're just 9 years older. It was just the same. It was the same type of crowd. But it was fire. The two things that stood out to me the most were Kendrick is unapologetic to his creative process. The show starts. So for those who don't know, or maybe you're not tapped into things like this, Kendrick Lamar and SZA are two arena headliners. I think Kendrick could do a stadium, but doing a stadium with SZA is easy work, and they have done it across the country. But Kendrick is the one. Like, Kendrick announced this tour. He is essentially the one who made this the Kendrick Lamar and SZA tour. It's the Grand National Tour. It's GNX. It's his album. For him to be the first one to come out, I think speaks to his lack of ego in all of this. He comes out first, and he starts with Whacked Out Murals, which is the first song on GNX. And then he hits some of the heavy hitters like Squabble Up. He actually ends with the first part of TV Off. So TV Off comes on, everybody goes crazy. He does half of it, right to the breakdown that leads to the first Mustard Yell.
Yeah.
He stops there, and then 30 for 30 hits, and SZA comes up, and SZA starts they do that song together, and then Kendrick disappears, and SZA goes for a little bit. So there's a couple of moments where videos handle the transitions. So there was no like Kendrick and SZA transition between the next sets. A video starts. It's one of Kendrick's deposition videos, and then he goes into Euphoria, and then he starts reeling off like smash after smash after smash.
Yeah.
But the fact that he was the first one out at like 8:30, I thought, man, spoke to one, his lack of ego, but two, his creative process, because Whacked Out Mural starts the show and Gloria ends it. Gloria is the last song on the GNX album. Obviously, it makes the most sense to end with SZA. They didn't end with Luther. Luther and Gloria were the encore records. So after he did Not Like Us, he disappears, the car comes back up, and they do those two records. All of the stars went crazy. He could have ended with that.
That was one of the greats.
But he ended with the last song on his album, which people probably don't know the way that they know Luther or TV Off, or certainly Not Like Us. And I thought that just spoke to him being unapologetic to his process, that he felt it needed to start and end the same exact way his album did. Phenomenal show.
He should have ended with all the stars. I
It would have
understand
been
what you're
incredible.
saying.
No, it would have been
But
incredible.
Those two together.
The truth is he probably should have ended with Luther. They went crazy.
Probably.
They went crazy for Luther. All of the stars makes more sense.
Yeah, All the
because
Stars
it's upbeat.
is an ending. To me, it's a
absolutely.
goodbye track. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong.
Yeah, nah,
you can't go wrong with any one of those three. Like whether it's trusting the process of the album, Luther because it's such a smash, or All the Stars because it's you can't go wrong.
Yeah, no,
there's no wrong answer in my opinion.
It was an incredible performance. Kendrick is really incredible in person. Like, he doesn't rap with his vocals underneath him. He'll have accentuating vocals, but not his underneath him. And there's a lot of, like, if you saw the Super Bowl performance, there's a lot of that in it. A lot of the choreography is similar to what you saw like on Peekaboo and some of the tracks from that show. Same with not 30 for 30. All of the Stars and Luther. Just really, really great stuff.
Yeah, he the visuals that I saw from Oracle Park and the people listening to the show surrounding the stadium, that was pretty dope. Like, they were on
that was crazy.
The walk in between the stadium and McCovey Cove. They were on the other side of McCovey Cove, sitting there just listening. That was fire, man. And then I saw clips from Vegas where it was just movie status, man.
Yeah, Doja Cat showed up.
Doja.
Yeah, Doja showed up. I didn't recognize her at first.
Yeah.
Like, she comes up through the stage and the crowd's going nuts. And then the song starts. And Katie and I looked at each other like, is that Doja Cat? And they went into Kiss Me More, which was just like, it was such an unexpected surprise. It tore the day went nuts when Doja came up through the stage.
Man.
And at the age of 59, Janet Jackson is still one of the greatest performers I've ever seen.
Man. Come on.
Did not lip sync one track, did not mail it in like some people we've seen recently in Sacramento. Like, she went a solid 2 hours, maybe a bit under 2 hours, no breaks, couple of costume changes, managed to get all of the hits in there. Like, Janet was phenomenal. Still phenomenal.
I bet she was even better in that setting that you saw, because she was great at the Golden One Center, but that was a tour. Like maybe there's some fatigue during the tour, but when you got, more intimate setting and you got time to in between performances, what I mean, like days in between performances to rev back up, I bet she was special, because she was sensational at the Golden One Center. I remember watching, I was like, it took her maybe 20 minutes to get warmed up, but when she started going, I was like, oh yeah, this is one of the greats. This is one of the great between dancing and singing. So I can imagine the way you saw. Where'd you see her at again?
It's called Resorts World.
Okay.
It's a new, I guess it's a Hilton casino, but it's a new spot out there. Really nice venue. Beautiful, actually. And it's funny, like Katie asked me she was like, what if she does what Mary did? I was like, you won't do that in Vegas. You're not going to burn a bridge in Las Vegas. So that Friday show was originally her second to last, because she was going to do Saturday night, and then that was it. So she did Saturday night, and like 2 days before we left, they announced another run like in September. So Vegas, you can't burn because they'll keep asking you back. And that was another sold out show. Like, they was there to see her. Yeah. Asia was there.
Shout out Asia. I saw this. I saw the Aces were at home. I wondered if you thought about going to go see, because Friday was. I know you were busy, but it was Kelsey Plum came back. It was that game, Sparks Aces. I was like, oh, it probably don't match up with his schedule, but I wonder if he looked into going to.
Now I don't know if Asia was at the show or if she was just like wandering around, because that's where she was like towards the back. And I'm not sure if she walked in super late, because I think she was there because
what was that? That was Friday, right?
Yeah, Friday, because there was videos of her there on Saturday, because she had like a red outfit on in the video. I was like, well, that's not what she had on last night. I wonder if they just pulled up. Then I started like looking around, like, who else is here? Like, oh, let's get out of here. But yeah, Janet at 59 is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
One of the GOATs, man. One of the GOATs.
Yeah, man. So while I was away, having a blast, saw Hamilton live for the first time. What an incredible show that is. Spent some time with Trysta Krick on Sunday night. Excited to talk about that. I see a tweet that I get tagged in that says Kenny had an epiphany.
Well.
And then I get these alerts whenever something on YouTube gets published. It says it's time for the Sacramento Kings to trade Domantas Sabonis. Okay. All right. So I see another alert this morning as I'm getting ready to come in from the insiders that says trading Domantas Sabonis signals a full rebuild or something like that. Then I started thinking, what did I miss? I clearly missed something while I was away. Yeah. Did Shams tweet something? Chris Haynes briefs, something? Yeah. No, just Kenny.
My thoughts.
Now, let me remind everyone. Kenny wasn't here. I once asked Domantas Sabonis to shoot the ball 2 more times per game. Not only did I get cussed out for that by virtually the entire chatty house, this dude came back the next day. And when he says, hey, what went on yesterday? I said, well, I got roughed up a little bit for asking Domas to shoot 2 more times. This guy piles on.
Wait a minute, that's a little aggressive.
Hey, don't do that.
Piles
hey,
on
get
is a
the
little
tape.
Aggressive.
Don't do that.
I don't know if I piled on. I said, well, hold on.
You saw me getting jumped, realized the numbers were not in our favor, and started throwing punches.
That is true. You did go down that way.
Pile on is a little aggressive.
I leave one day and come back, and this dude's big epiphany is that the guy he jumped me for saying he should shoot 2 more times a game should be traded.
Now, context matters, and I wish you'd tell the whole story.
Kind of the same thing.
I just had to find a way.
I got you.
I could say, well, context matters. I had to get the line.
It was a glorious 4 days without impressions. It was amazing.
Welcome back. So a little context to my thoughts on Domas needing to be moved. I explained it yesterday, but I'll explain it to you as well.
Engagement farmer, is that what they called me when we broke the deer box story?
Kenny's preaching to the choir over here.
What happened was I was driving back from Tracy on Saturday night. Shout out to my nephew Kevin, graduating. We were driving back from Tracy. Just finished watching the Pacers and the Knicks. I was like, man, all right. They're good. Pacers, they turned that around real quick. They did a great job. Knicks, they did it. And how could the Kings get there? And I was just trying to figure out what was going on and how to do it. And then, like I said, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, wait a minute, who's the Kings' best player? And I said, I probably would say it's Domantas Sabonis. It's like, well, that's not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
That is not going to work. If he's your best player, it's just not going to work. Now, that doesn't mean he can't be on your team. And you'd be like, he can help a good team. I believe that. And I believe everything about him that we've been saying for 2-3 years. I think he's one of the best centers in the league, one of the best players in the league, for sure. I don't think he's bad by any means. But if he's your best player, you're in a bad way as an organization. So it's like, how are you going to get somebody in here that's better? Like Jesse had been talking about. There's really no path to that without moving on from Levine or Domas. And here's the other thing that we talked about, I think on Friday, that I mentioned yesterday. I think Domas is a lot closer to being untradeable than people realize and than people think. I think he's closer to Zach LaVine than people want to believe. At 43, 46, and 49 left on like what he brings to the table. But people were telling me I was wrong. I think I don't want to say stuck with him, but I think you're stuck with him. But people told me I was wrong. There is a market for Domas. So all I said was, if there is
by people, you mean
James, Chatty House, Jesse.
Okay.
If there is a market for Domas, Scott Perry needs to be on the phone with all of those teams right now. Right now. Talk to them, see what they got. I want a point guard back in return. I floated a LaMelo Ball deal, which you probably got to get another team involved, because I don't know what Charlotte would want to do with Domantas Sabonis. There's risk involved as well. You know, LaMelo's got red flags, but I'd take a chance. I'd take a chance on LaMelo Ball. But more importantly, I need that point guard that I believe is a top 15 or better point guard in this league. And that's how I would do it. But I'm
is
ready
the
to
idea
move on.
your center in this situation is Jonas Valanciunas?
I mean, it can be. I don't necessarily.
I mean, he's a start. We've said this ad nauseum. He's a starting caliber center in the league. He started virtually his entire career.
He is, but I don't want him to be the starting center.
Okay.
I would go get I said it last night.
Get Mark Williams in the trade.
No, I did. Well, got on that trade machine and it worked.
Oh, great.
It works.
Oh, I guess if the trade machine.
Well, it works.
We knew you'd hate it. We knew you'd hate it.
So you guys, is this what you guys do? Like when I leave, you just go, what does D'Lo hate? Let's do that.
No.
Let's do that while he's not here, because
We
think this
don't
is
say
fun.
that.
Yeah.
It just happens.
Okay, great.
Literally, yeah. Like I was apologizing to you on Friday for Dusty Baker coming in. I looked at the guy. I was like, this isn't even on purpose.
But my thought was I wouldn't want Valanciunas to be the starter. I would, because there were times, while he played well in moments last year when Domas was out, there were also other times when he kind of got played off the floor. I don't think he's a starting caliber center for a good team at this point in his career. So I would get somebody, like I said, I think this guy, I'm just throwing out a name, but it'd probably be somebody a little lesser than this, like an Andre Drummond type guy. Like way cheaper than Andre Drummond, but serviceable, protect the rim, rebound, like almost I guess Mitchell Robinson type guy. Someone like that. That's what I would be looking for. That would be inexpensive to start and just kind of fill that role at center. But I want a point guard. Preferably a young point guard.
We're out on picks and role players. I guess more so like 2 first-round picks.
Not for Domas.
On rebuild.
Not for Domas.
No, and that's the other thing. People looked at that as like trading Domas is the start of a rebuild. I don't like so 2 things can't be true. I said this with James yesterday. You can't think Domas has all this value. And James was talking about this is a guy that you build around. You can't think that that's who he is, and then at the same time think that you're not going to get one of those guys back in return. Does that make sense? Like if he's what you say is, I don't think he is.
But how often does stuff like that happen? Like you have Julius and Cat, right?
Mhm.
Like that there aren't a lot of trades that are
Domas
like
and
that.
Halliburton. You should be able to get.
That's not what it was, though.
But
like we're rewriting history a little bit.
But
like Ty was the young guy.
He was an all right, and the contracts don't work with that. But he was an all rookie select. You think you can get an all rookie guy for Domas? I say no.
Yeah, you did.
Well, no. I mean today.
Oh.
This year's all rookie team.
Why not? He's just as good as he was a few years ago. No,
I don't.
I had a couple of all NBA teams actually.
I'll put it to you like this: all those teams that have the all rookie, I wouldn't trade Domas for him, for one of those guys.
But we know Domas. Like we know Domas as a top 2 player out here. Like doesn't work. We know it looks awful in the playoffs and all that. But like Domas elsewhere as the 3rd guy, I think works. Like Domas isn't he's not Zach LaVine. Like Zach LaVine, you have to touch a 1st-round pick or take something on, or someone's owner's got to love him to get him. But like
that was a shot
with Domas. Yeah, it was with Domas. Like there's ability. Like there's something there for the rest of the league. I feel
the Spurs, who he would do really well on. The Spurs trading Stephon Castle for Domantas Sabonis?
No.
The Spurs, no, you're not making that move for the Spurs, but like, yeah, the Spurs, no, because you can go with Giannis if you want.
Memphis trading Jalen Wells for Sabonis?
I don't.
They might, but
yeah,
I don't
like,
know
I
what
don't know.
Memphis. I don't know what Memphis would be doing.
Would they trade Zach Edey for Sabonis?
Yeah, I think so.
You have the money, like if you think, yeah,
I don't think so. Like that's the problem. I'm trading 40.
Well, no, I hear
like,
you.
No, in a vacuum, as Kyle likes to say, which is great. Yes, Sabonis is a way better player. He's a hell of a ball player. I'm not giving him 43, 46, and 49, and I still got to pay Jaren Jackson. I still got to pay John Morant.
Well, you've been saying for weeks they can't pay Jaren Jackson.
Oh, by the way, we talked to Anthony Sane on Friday. Let's just forget the John thing. John's not going nowhere. Okay. We talked to the streets of Memphis. John not going.
I think I saw something.
I
think I saw a short get published that said John Morant's not being traded to Sacramento or something like that.
No.
And knowing who you were talking to that day, I was like, yeah, I don't know this, but I've been following Anthony long enough to kind of figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
If he says no, it's like it's maybe if Chris Haynes says something about Dame Lillard, it's like 10 out of 10. Chris is not going to be wrong.
Right.
If Anthony's saying something about Ja, it's probably 9.2 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be wrong.
No. Anthony got to tap in with us too, man. And big wrestling fan too. We talk wrestling for a minute.
Okay.
So yeah, we're gonna tap in with him, man. Just on hoop stuff in general.
Okay. I'm with that.
Risha say the Hawks gonna give that up in a trade for Sabonis.
Yeah, I think that they would, but I don't know why. I don't know what direction the Hawks are going. I don't know what they're. I'm trying. Like, who's acquiring Domas right now? Like, is it someone who is 5, 6, 7, 8, and we have a great roster that'll complement Domantas Sabonis, or Domantas Sabonis will complement our roster? Mm-hmm. Is it and I think that's where maybe like the Warriors fit in. There's like conversations about that.
Trista's going to be on later. We can ask her, but does Portland work in this scenario?
So there's another one. Portland, like, is there a team in the 10, 11, 12 or lower range that feels like they're, maybe a good size piece in Domas, and then, a couple smaller role pieces around him that feel like they can go from 10, 11, 12, 13
Mhm.
to 6, 7, 8.
So that's actually a good one too. And Trysta will answer the question. You think Portland would trade Shaden Sharp for Domantas Sabonis?
Well, no, but like
That's what we're talking about though. When I said Halliburton and like these guys, like I think Portland would give us Jeremy Grant and Anthony Simons. But if that's what you're getting in return, then you're not one of these. Back to the Kings side, he's not one of these guys you build around.
But what the Kings are looking for too, like I'll say it to him blue in the face, I guess, like you trade Domas to start your rebuild. Like this whole and if you're trying to win now, honestly, you probably don't even trade Domas. Like if the whole goal is like, yeah, we still want to win, we want to build up, like you probably don't even trade Domas at that point.
Let's come to a consensus really quick then. What is a rebuild? What's that
now
mean?
You're adding picks. I'd say the deal that's been stuck on my mind, being kidding, you talked about 2 weeks or whatever, is like the Nick Claxton and insert Nets role player for 2 first-round picks for Domas.
But it
doesn't
also
have to be the Nets, but something like that.
So Domas is gone, but also in this situation of a rebuild, DeMar is gone, right? Okay, because I mean it's almost a foregone conclusion. DeMar is not here.
Yeah.
And is Keegan?
You could keep Keegan around. He's young enough to where like he's something you can like add and keep around, build around.
And I assume Zach is.
Yeah.
So we're going to bury our first-year head coach Doug Christie in this scenario.
To me, Doug is here. Like I'm not like Doug should be here like minimum 3 years. Like no matter what, him and Scott work through whatever it is. Like Doug should not be here with an ultimatum already in year 1. For me, at least.
So this goes back to the conundrum that I have or that I present to you, to these people. Number one, I'm not trading Domas to blow it up. I'm trading him.
I hear you.
To get a player that can help you right now. But
I don't know that LaMelo is it though.
That's fair. That's fair. Like
maybe he is, but I'm struggling with LaMelo on this team without Domas.
Right. We talked about Trae Young. Like there could be variances to who that person is. I'm willing to take a chance on LaMelo, but I understand all the red flags.
Yeah.
But we're getting back to I don't think he's as tradable as people think he is.
No, I hear you. Like, yeah, we've talked. I hear you.
I just don't think he is.
I think he is if you're trading him for the right things. Like you're not like I don't think you're trading him for LaMelo. I think it's a bad deal on the Kings' part.
You even think somebody giving you 3 first-round picks for Domantas?
I said 2.
Not
I
3.
said 2.
I think they'll do 2.
2?
Yeah, I said 2. I think you can get 2 out of Domas.
You think
for Domas?
And only a certain amount of people can get these players, but they'd rather give you 2 for Domas instead of 2 for Cat if he was available. Like the market is going to be where those other people
might have just changed. We'll come back. Hold on. We'll come back. Can't leave for one day. Man.
You know this, but you choose to still. You know how it's going to go.
I do. It's like being upset at a 4-year-old for drawing on something over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, you had me, Kenny, the crayons. Wall's going to be drawn on.
That's it. At some point, it's my fault. And I get that. I understand. It's D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320.
Hey, hit the mics for me real quick. I meant to tell you. That was crazy.
Oh, fuck him and them. Kicking down those as you like that. He rapped Future's verse.
Oh,
The start of it, yeah. Yeah. Then it did the complex edit where it goes to the rap, but
okay.
there's no we're coming back. No, I'll just say it here. So there's no need to do like when you were sleeping, like when I was away. This is all old news.
While you were sleeping,
no one cares.
It fits.
But there's one thing that I've been dying to say about the final NBA on TNT broadcast.
Oh yeah, what do you thought?
Yeah,
I think I was the bad guy yesterday.
Yeah, no, let's go on.
No, it's
We're
a very
here.
simplistic thought.
We're
Like
here.
I'm genuine. Like, what were you two? Because it's a very simple observation.
Yeah,
like
say your
Kentucky
thought.
NBA.
Yeah.
Shaq screwed it up.
Oh,
Sit your
yeah.
big ass down and shut the hell up. Ernie gave this, heartfelt. Hey, before we leave, guys, shut up. Shut the F up. Let the man do his job. He's looking into the camera. It's the moment everybody wanted, but your big ass had to have the last word. Shut up.
He did mess that up.
God damn.
I thought about that in
the
real
whole
time.
clip. Ruined the whole moment. Oh, everybody drop the mic. No, Ernie did, dummy. You were so hell-bent on getting your stuff off, you wouldn't shut up. Literally ruined the moment. God
No,
damn,
I
man.
thought about that when it happened too. I was like, oh,
I was
what are you
so
doing?
agitated when I
What
saw
are you
that. I was like, are
doing?
you serious?
I saw that too.
Hey,
before
we leave. Oh, everybody drop the mic. All right, man. That's something you talk about before the show. Say it in the production meeting, man.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right.
Dummy.
We were talking yesterday about how much you hate that show.
I don't hate that show.
I enjoy it.
I don't hate that show at all. It's a great show.
Uh-huh.
My only argument is the idea of it. I thought the response to it ending was too much.
Mm.
It's a great show.
Mm.
It's ingrained in the culture of NBA basketball.
Mm.
I'm thrilled it's continuing. I would have been perfectly okay had it ended. I think the thing I don't know. There's always going to be elements to the show I don't like.
Yeah.
But the show's fantastic. And I'm happy as long as it's, and by all accounts it is, as long as it's in its current form, great. I just wasn't sad that it was ending. It was like Arco blowing up all over again.
Well, this is something that I did think about just over the weekend and thinking about, like, because we had mentioned this before, how people were like, so sad that it's ending. And I know you had talked about it can go if it wants to.
Mm-hmm.
It is the greatest sports show of all time. It's the best.
Sure.
And
I put PTI up there, but sure.
PTI's up there. This is the best. And maybe it's recency bias because I went through the thread of the great moments and it doesn't stop. The clips, the comedies, like it's the best. And I understand people being sentimental and reflective over the best show ever leaving, potentially. Like I get it. It may be it may even be time for it to go. That's a separate conversation. But seeing the best of anything go, yeah, you get reflective and be like, I'm gonna miss it and all this other stuff. That's the best show of all time. There hasn't been. PTI might be the only one that can lay claim to even being close. And ironically, they're the one that like always comes in second with the Emmys, with the two inside the NBA. But that's the best show of all time. I don't think it's close.
Shaq would learn how to speak up in production meetings. Let's ask him when he comes visit Sac State. Have you ever been to a production meeting before?
At the DJ Diesel show.
Diesel. Let's get Leezy in here. 916-909-1320.
Leezy pulled up on a Monday.
Oh, Monday, Leezy.
Yeah, Monday,
right.
Leezy pulled up on us. That was crazy.
What's up, Leezy?
Hey, what's up, D-Lo? Case, what's popping, guys? Hey, Casey, ain't it crazy? We were just talking about Thibs yesterday, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. But hey, anyways, D-Lo, I definitely agree with you, man. Shaq kind of ruined that moment. For me, Shaq kind of ruins the show a lot. He doesn't really have much to it. But anyways, that's not why I called. I just wanted to call in and give you guys some quick scenarios. I'm definitely not trying to be Javier right now. But I wanted to ask you guys, what do you think would be the best route if the Kings went young and tried to trade for a guy like Jeremiah Fears, a win-now player like LaMelo, or just get a veteran and kind of just wait for the right moment and get a guy like Westbrook? What do you think would be the best move for the Kings, basically?
I mean,
Westbrook's not the move for them. Like that move can be made like by itself.
Yeah.
Like Westbrook is, I don't think Westbrook is commanding a big market or a massive salary next year. Like that's a move that you can make like on its own.
I mean,
I don't know. Like I'm
the best move would be somebody like Jeremiah Fears, because that means you somehow traded for a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
So I would take him, but that also means you'd be throwing this rookie into this weird situation of trying to win. / rebuild, all this other stuff, and that could be problematic. Maybe the best move is somebody like LaMelo or Trae Young. I take that back. Maybe that's the best move, all things considered.
Let's get E-Biz here real quick.
Damn,
E-Biz gave us a record-breaking 10 seconds. Like man, like I got you. Dude. I told him to call back at 12:45 because I feel like I know what he wants to talk about. I was supposed to link with E-Biz, and
I was about to say, did you see him?
We didn't. We tried, but getting to Allegiant is a monster. Like Vegas is already difficult, but when you stay like on the other side of the strip, getting there can be difficult. So me and E-Biz, we're like, yo, I'm familiar. There's an Uber drop-off area. There's a rideshare drop-off area. Let's meet up there, around, 50, 55, whatever. So he's texting me like, man, I think my Uber driver doesn't speak very good English. I think they're lost. Like, and I'm texting him. I was like, yeah, traffic is crazy. Like, just like hit me up when you get there. Like, we're just battling through it. Like, we're on our way. While all this is happening, this might have been one of the funniest moments of the weekend. I cannot express how much fun I have with Katie. Katie is like an improv comedian. So we're sitting here, and I see this guy. We are stuck in traffic at Allegiant Stadium, or on our way to Allegiant Stadium. But you can see it, like it's in front of you. Vegas is an optical illusion. It looks close.
Allegiant's hella far.
It is not close
from where being on the strip.
Right. But we're on this straightaway. Like the stadium's there. Like but remember, stadium.
Yeah.
So I see this family. I'll label them. I'm not sure, but this is what it looked like. A guy, the wife, and the kid, maybe 12, 13.
Okay.
The guy is clearly furious that they are stuck in traffic. And he starts like walking, and he has a walk like he is pissed. Poor kid is like in the middle, and mom, she's in the back. She's got her Mamba football jersey on, her 24, and she's just walking along. So for the next 5 minutes, we created a scenario as to what was happening with this family, about how the guy wanted to leave early because he really wanted to see Mustard, but the wife wasn't ready on time, and the kid is just caught in the middle. And the longer they walked, the further apart they got. This guy was walking, and we're still in the car.
Yeah.
Because there was a moment where it was like, should we walk? I'm like, nah, let's just see through this. The stadium wasn't even close. The stadium was so far. I cannot imagine how long this family was walking. So we finally get there, and it's probably less than 10 minutes after we started seeing them. It's just 10 minutes feels different when you see your destination in front of you. And all I could think about was, when did that family get here? And how much trouble is that guy in with his wife for making his wife walk that? And mind you, it's 104 outside.
Ooh.
Like, it is legit heat outside. And he's got that walk like he's mad. I got news.
Crosses 2 sticks.
There's no way my man got there in time to see Mustard.
Crosses 2 sticks. The show started at what time?
Mustard went on at 7.
Okay.
So he
probably the move.
He went on a little after 7.
My thought would be the move would probably have been to go, if it starts at 7, plan on getting to, I would say, the MGM or New York at about 4 or 5. Go eat, have a drink if you're without the kids or whatever, do whatever. And then, because I haven't been there specifically, so I don't know if logistically this works out, but then that's when you do the walkway over to there.
So that works. In hindsight, what we should have done, me, Katie, and Trysta ate at the Mandalay Bay on Sunday because we went to Michael Jackson, which is at the Mandalay Bay that night. In hindsight, we probably should have eaten there Saturday, and we could have walked across. We ate somewhere. I don't remember what the hotel was. We ate somewhere closer to the Bellagio.
Okay.
So it's
wherever it was,
which
it was
is like
rich.
right in the middle.
It was rare. No, don't try to skate the allegations. Don't try. We saw the Instagram stories. It was one of the richest weekends I've seen in a long time. Don't even try to say anything crazy, bro. For real.
You're using the wrong word. It was one of the brokest weekends of all time because
it was rich.
I don't have no money left. We ate so good, and there was a moment like after that because we had our Saturday food, man. We had brunch at the Bellagio, which was just phenomenal. It was at Lago, like right there. The water show didn't start that early, so you could catch like one water show per hour. But that food we ate, like 10 out of 10 every place we ate. It was phenomenal. The place the three of us ate on Sunday, strip steak at Mandalay Bay, was just perfect. And you could save so much money if you didn't drink. Like every single drink is $20 to $30. If you just eliminated that, you're saving $100-something. And then we
but why would you go to Vegas and not drink?
Oh yeah.
If you drink alcohol.
We had a great weekend, man. Yeah. It is I cannot, like, I have so much fun with Katie. She is just she's the dopest person. And her and Trysta being together.
You and me both.
I drink. Okay.
You and me both.
Well, read it so the people on the radio.
I didn't even put it up there to read it, but we can read it on the radio. Will, Dodgers fan. That's problematic.
Will. No,
but
fine.
He says, I dream of having a Vegas trip like D-Lo had. Don't we all?
It was an amazing trip.
Don't we all? Very rich.
It was an amazing trip. Amazing trip.
Look like I had a great time.
I don't know that I'll ever have another one like that again. No. That was a little. That was a lot. That was a lot.
Lot in terms of the things that you had to do.
Yeah, the third day got really like intense. So the Sunday, because we were flying back Sunday, she found out Hamilton was there, and that's her thing. Like her Kendrick to me is Hamilton to her. So she was like, "Can we go see this?" Like she didn't have to work this morning. She doesn't work this week. So I was like, "Yeah, check with KC and Complex, and I think we'll be fine."
Yeah.
And so we wound up doing that, and then the Michael Jackson thing later that night. Again, Hamilton was 3 hours, so 2 to 5, we're at the play. Yeah. We get back to the room. Trysta's finishing up the podcast, and then she hits us. She came over to the Venetian, stayed there that night, and hit us like, "Okay, I'm here. You guys ready to go to dinner?" So we met up with her. So it was just kind of like boom, boom, boom. Then we go eat. Then we go to Michael Jackson. Everybody had a blast at that. Then we get back to the hotel. She grabs the puppy, and then we go, sit at one of the, lounges and hang out and talk till, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
So 1 or 2 o'clock on Sunday. How late were you out on Saturday and Friday. Let's do the whole weekend. How late were you out? Was you outside? Were you in these streets?
Yeah,
afterwards.
Every I think the earliest we went to bed was 2. I think the latest we were pushing 3 on Saturday night, the night of Kendrick, for good reasons and bad. Getting out of that stadium was a bitch. So you talk about the Mandalay Bay, the walkover. You can't plan for the leave unless you're leaving before it's over. Your boy was not leaving this show before it was over.
Right.
So we got to Mandalay Bay. Taxis was crazy. Rideshare was crazy. We're like, it's cool. Let's go eat. There's an 80s cover band. Let's go listen to them, or not eat, but we'll have some drinks and chill. We did that for like an hour and a half. Pulled up the app. Uber said, yeah, ride should be with you in 7 minutes. Cancel.
Oh.
Next one. Ride will be with you in 8 minutes. 5 minutes later. Cancels. This happened 3 times.
Oh, man.
Finally, we got one. So now 20 minutes have passed. We finally get one. And he's there long enough to where it's like, okay, he hasn't canceled. But he's not getting any closer. Mandalay Bay had one of those things where it's like, this is how you get in, because they know what time it is after a show.
Yeah.
You have to go in this way and you have to exit this way. Katie finally called him and said, please don't cancel. We've had like 4 drivers cancel. He was like, no, it's okay. I know what's going on. I've dealt with this before. Like, it's fine. It took 45 minutes for him to travel like half a mile to get to us because of the amount of cars that were coming in. It was so hot, bro. It was so hot. And you're in this parking garage. Oh, it's awful. Finally, he gets there. We get in, we get back, and then, whatever. But yeah, it was a long night.
Sound like for sure. A hell of a trip, man.
It was.
Hell of a trip.
Only bad thing is I didn't get to connect with E-Biz out there. E-Biz, what's happening, baby?
What's cracking, man? I'll tell you about those Lyft drives, man. I ended up, after the show, I chilled there for like 20 minutes, and I ended up walking like a mile just because I was like, it was too busy, But
yeah, that wasn't even the ride share at the stadium. The ride share at the stadium. If you've never seen 20,000 people waiting for an Uber, I was actually wondering, like, what does their parking lot look like? Like, what does the parking lot for a concert at Allegiant Stadium look like? Is it empty? Like empty-ish?
Yeah.
Because there's no way there were less than 10,000 people walking, and there's no way there were less than several thousand people waiting for a ride share.
Right.
How many cars were even there?
No, it was crazy, man. Like it was crazy, man. I really wish I could have seen you guys, man, because I know how happy you are about your girl, and I was like, man, I get to finally meet her and all that, but it'll be a next time. But
for sure,
yeah, bro, that Kendrick concert, man. I've been to so many concerts. I've been so blessed to go to so many concerts. I'm so happy I went to that one. Just like I told you guys, I flew out there by myself to go see it. Yeah. It was well worth it. It was like, Kenny, I wish you could experience it. And anybody, like that was my 4th time seeing him. He can control a crowd. Like, it was so crazy. One of my favorite parts, bro, is when he did Mad City, but he did it to Sweet Love, Anita Baker. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, E-Biz, you want to hear something? That was my least favorite part of the show.
I heard he did. I think it was that song. Maybe I heard it was another, but I don't want the mashup.
Yeah, so that's what it was. But the problem for that record for me is that song. Every time I hear it's crazy energy.
Yeah,
he took all the energy out of it.
Yeah,
and slowed it down to the Anita Baker joint. And it was like,
yeah.
I thought when he hit the second that it was gonna hit. And it was going to be regular,
right?
And it wasn't.
Right.
And that's my next to Euphoria. That's like it's Euphoria, Good Kid, and probably Love. I wanted that moment, and it didn't happen.
Yeah. And it's
appreciate you, E-Biz, man. Good stuff,
E-Biz,
bro. I'm sorry we didn't connect.
And Kendrick, he can do whatever he wants. I'm gonna enjoy whatever it is he's doing. But when I heard that, I was like, oh no, not on Mad City. Like,
yeah, I didn't want it. When you look at some of Kendrick's like biggest concert moments, a lot of them are tied to that song because that's a song that gets you a reaction.
That's on fire.
Like Euphoria got that reaction, which I was really surprised by.
Mm.
I was really surprised Euphoria got the reaction it did. Like that did. Like that went crazy. And what really might have been the highlight, we ran into Susie at the Mandalay Bay. Of course, she runs over, and it's like this is why you travel with people more famous than you, because it's either Kenny or it's Katie. She runs over and she goes, Katie. She's so happy to see Katie. She's like, oh, I watch you too. Where's Kenny?
Stop it. Stop it. That Susie, shout out to you. We know that didn't happen. Stop it.
Susie and the husband, they were out there at Mandalay Bay. She was sweating. She was hot too. She was like, oh, this was so much fun. When we flew back on Monday, there were people all over that plane with GNX t-shirts on, including the people right next to us.
It's time to fly if you can make it happen on Monday.
Yeah. If you can make it happen, that's the way to go. That's the way to go.
I'll never forget when I was out there for All-Star Weekend on
the Vegas All-Star Weekend.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh man.
I made it back.
Barely. Thank God.
Barely. That was everything that they've said about that weekend. No, it was accurate. I saw a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
But the airport was very funny because when you're coming in, you saw a bunch of people leaving. A bunch of people leaving. Like, we're out of here this weekend.
Oh.
We're out of here this weekend. We're not sticking around for this. And when you leave,
voice tells the story. I got it. Yep.
And when you leave on Monday, they're all coming back.
Yeah. Boy, it's so great to be back in my city. Yeah, man.
It was clear as day. It was super noticeable.
That's funny. Clear as day, no pun intended. I got the okay. We had time. I think it was on Saturday. We had brunch. We went to the garden at the Bellagio, which is crazy. I've never done that before. We actually walked around a lot more hotels than I ever have before. We went over to Caesars for a little bit because she wanted to go to, I guess one of the Real Housewives has a lounge or something there.
Okay.
And then we did brunch at the Bellagio and we saw the garden. But when we got back, we had time before dinner and Kendrick and all of that. She said, hey, let's go see what the pool looks like. Clearly not being a regular listener of this show. I said, I didn't bring a swimsuit. She goes, oh, we'll find one at the gift store or something. Well, let's just go see what it looks like. So we go down there. Obviously, it's packed.
Yeah.
There's no cabanas. There's no even chairs. There's nothing. And in my head, I'm thanking God. She goes, oh, okay. I don't think we're going to be able to do this. And I said, just for future reference, I want you to look at this. And it was all of the people in the pool. This is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. And there is absolutely no chance I'm standing in that. So we go to leave. And the pool never got brought up again.
Now, like she mentioned, though, or you mentioned, you don't have to go into the pool. Get a cabana, champagne and campaign. People watch. That seems like one of the ultimate people watching experiences.
It was so packed down there. It was so crowded. I was so thankful.
Elijah, you should have called Elijah.
Well, he texted me. I had his number. Like, hey, Elijah, give me a cabana at the Venetian. Like, I didn't know what to say. I didn't even want it. I was like,
he's like that.
If I'm going to call in a favor, it's going to be for something I really want.
I think his place is Mandalay Bay.
I also had this slight fear of getting exhausted in the heat. And then, dinner and Kendrick coming around. And I'm like, I'm dead.
Yeah.
The napping in Vegas was elite, though, because we had like a little bit of time and just like doze off for an hour and be great. You want to hear the funniest part that I haven't told you yet? Yesterday,
okay,
we get home. Everything's fine. We get home at like 11:30, 45, like in the house. Start unpacking, and man, I don't feel well. like I sat on the edge of the like tub. I was like, man, I feel weird. Oh, like it's cool. So it's like I'll be fine. Start putting stuff away. Katie like lays down and takes a nap. I go downstairs. I'm like, man, I feel really weird. That was 12:30. By 5, I was running 103-degree fever.
Whoa.
This was yesterday.
Ooh.
Katie comes up at 6 o'clock.
What?
Yeah, she's taking my temperature again. She was like, okay, look, if I do this again and it gets to 104, I'm taking you to the emergency room. And I'm like, why do you do this to me? I have traveled with you 2 times. And both times I've come back throwing up.
The last one almost killed you.
The last one, bruh, this one was close.
Oh,
this one was really close. The difference between that one and this one was this one hit so early in the day. I wasn't going to text you guys until I knew. I kept thinking whatever's happening, it's going to pass tomorrow. I'm not sick. Something else is happening. And I think I first like really started waking up at 6. It was like, I'm okay. I think I'm fine. I'm just really fatigued because I couldn't eat anything for an entire day and was just chugging bottles of Gatorade. And by like 7, I'm like, okay, I'm fine. I could do this.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
How do you get over a fever that fast?
I don't know. I don't know why that woman tries to kill me every time we go.
She low-key might be poisoning you like on the plane ride home every time. Like, oh, you want a little drink again?
She might be. She might be. I don't know, man. That was crazy. Yesterday was wild. All I kept thinking, not all I kept thinking, but I know what I uttered to her at some point last night where I was barely conscious was, well, thank God it happened today and not yesterday. I'd have been furious if it happened yesterday.
Well, I'm glad to see you made it out.
Oh, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. That's why I'm sitting here drinking. I don't even know what's in this. It's like, I don't even know what's in it, but they say it's good for you, so I'm drinking it. We'll come back. I want to get back to the Kings point guard thing that Casey has been pushing. The local media narrative about trading Domantas Sabonis.
It's always just hating this media now.
Plus Trysta Krick at the top of the 2 o'clock hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That's funny.
Yeah, yesterday was rough. I was like, there's no way I'm calling these guys and telling them for the second fucking time I'm sick. There ain't no way.
We've been ready, you know what I'm saying? We would have been ready. We would have been
but again,
we would have talked about trading Malik Monk today, but
if that had hit at 9 instead of 12, that text probably would have come. But it didn't.
Shout out Lil Wayne, because this is a real tour, a real show.
Yeah.
This is real, not, oh, guess what? I'm gonna be in Stockton on the you ain't never shown. This is real, and this is gonna be fire. This is going to be fire. And I had to do a double take. This was crazy to see. 2 days in the Sacramento area. He's in Mountain View, and he's at the Golden One Center. 2 days in the Sacramento area? That's crazy.
Oh, Cole. Yeah, Cole. We got one, got to be careful, but 2, I got something written. I don't know. It might be today, it might be tomorrow. I'm not sure which one it'll be, but I think you'll like it. I think you'll be very happy with it.
Well, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. We talked about it a little bit yesterday. I just said I understand those people who aren't enthused by this finals. I'm not one of them because I can get past the issues that some people may have, and I look at the basketball, and it's all good.
All right. I hate that we do this, but this is what we're gonna do. I'm going to pick apart everything you said while I was gone.
As you should. That's how these welcome home shows should go. Tell me, where have you been?
And I got some thoughts on this too, Securing.
Well, if this is the Sabonis for Towns, now you're still with us, pal. Once you're here for life.
For life.
Aldrin J, absolutely, she did.
For the life of me,
she did a couple.
I can't finish that WrestleMania 9 doc.
Yeah, it took me like 4 sittings too, and I still haven't seen the very end of it.
I turned it off after the first few minutes.
It's not bad. It has moments like when they start talking about the crew and everything. I kind of zoned out on that, but it's fun. It's a fine doc. I just keep falling asleep. I'm watching it at the wrong times. Is what's happening.
Them firing R-Truth or letting them go, which is kind of
that's really that's trash.
It's time for us to part ways. I think
That was
kind of just signaled it. You know,
I don't think I have ever seen wrestling fans so upset.
Everyone
about
everyone that works there was too.
Pissed off.
Yeah, that was awful. That was We're talking about how R-Truth getting fired was one of the worst reactions I've ever seen from wrestlers and wrestling fans before.
That was just stupid.
So was the idea just give him the moment with Cena and then
I'm assuming just one last run before he's done.
The crazy thing was they did that and he didn't even know. I don't think, because didn't he say he was kind of surprised by it or?
I didn't see that. I don't remember that.
All I saw was the tweet that he put out.
Yeah.
Wow, man,
that was whack.
I get saving money and making money and all that stuff, but
you don't need to save money.
Well, that's
You're
what
fine.
they get behind or whatever. But it's also like
Man's
guys
been
like
there.
R-Truth around.
Did you see they put out a meme like he started there in '99? It's K Quick with Road Dogg. He looks exactly the same.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not aged.
26 years later.
Yeah.
I dare anyone to put a collage together the way that they did of R-Truth of someone like Randy Orton or Triple H or Cope.
Hey, show some respect, please.
Put a collage together of the ups and downs and sometimes drastic changes of those guys. Do it with Hunter and see what it looks like. And then go look at R-Truth and recognize that 26 years ago, that man is in the exact same physical condition.
Yep.
And I'm not talking about his facial features. I'm not talking about black don't crack. I'm talking about look at the way this man has taken care of himself for the last 26 years to be readily available for your company. And for him to get dismissed like that was just crazy.
Jesse mentioned it, but it is like, it's not just R-Truth. It's, to me, it's a sign that this regime is different than the wrestling that, or the sports entertainment or whatever you want to call it, that we grew to love. Like this, I'm starting to feel like these guys have no idea what they're doing. And I don't know if Trips is still in charge or if it's more of a TKO, but like, does he have a boss in TKO?
He does.
He answers to that are like, no, we're not doing this. Even if you think this is
might be Dwayne
good wrestling thing. Yeah, I don't think Dwayne knows what he's doing.
You think it's just something that doesn't work for us? Like it's just not for us anymore? Because like they make money, they sell out now. Like
maybe
it's all
maybe, but it all seems kind of stupid. Like all of it, that at least the top stuff. I don't pay attention to the mid card stuff that may be like great storytelling, all this other. The top stuff don't make no sense. Like it makes none of it. And then like you're richer than anybody that you can imagine. Like why are you getting rid of R-Truth? For what? And if you were aware of
like his impact on the locker room, and
people really like it behind the scenes in the crowd, like it's a signal to me that you're not even aware, that you're not aware.
Yeah, they're struggling.
And because they're making money, they don't care to be aware because it's like it don't matter. We making money regardless.
Warren says, and I wouldn't know because I haven't watched. Warren said the crowd was chanting, "We want truth" throughout Raw last night. I just like the wrestling fan base is like so passionate, and that the most passionate group is the ones like they're the ones who are going to stay buying tickets regardless of how bad the product is. They're the ones who are going to stay paying the $20 for Netflix, all of those different things. And the fact they didn't recognize this reaction was not only possible, but likely is it kind of shows maybe you're not exactly in tune with what you're doing here. And I remember, I think Hunter and Rock both said kind of the same thing, during the heel turn and the road to WrestleMania, and that, oh, we're going to take you guys on a ride and just let the story play out. And I think everyone's really going to enjoy this. Find me someone who's enjoyed any of this, and you've just shown me the first person who has. This has all been awful ever since the Cena heel, ever since The Rock came out of the Elimination Chamber and said, "I want your soul." This whole thing has been rocky. No pun intended. This whole thing has been a mess.
It's been like you just laid it out perfectly. Like they're not aware, and that's why I'm gonna show respect to Trips based on what he's done up until now and in the past and all this other stuff. That it's got to be, no pun intended, a higher power that kind of takes away the control. Or, like I said, I don't really watch like that. So maybe the mid card storytelling is perfect. But the big wigs, that's when they start saying, no, this is the influence we want to have. If Rock's going to be there, if Cody, Cena, all you can handle the little, Gables and the KOs. You can handle.
Jesse not pleased with that.
You can handle the little Gables and KOs, but when it comes to the big time dogs, you're gonna have to answer to us. And that's kind of what it feels like. I don't know. And the us may be Dwayne, which is crazy.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's tough, man. Just kind of out on the product. I keep hoping they'll lure me back in somehow, but letting go of probably the funniest guy you've had on your television for the last 10 years is pretty tough. I've always kind of hated this, but it's kind of become like a bit on this show. My thing has always been like, no one cares what I think about something that happened 5 days ago. Like, the world went on, you did the show, people did the show. And I feel like the whole, with the exception of, talking about my trip to Vegas, the first 90 minutes has just been me just coming at you for stuff you said while I was gone.
Well, real quick, first of all, I think some people do care. Second of all, it's July 3rd or June 3rd. So
we still got 2 days before the final start.
Carry on. Do you want to break down the Friday show today and the Monday show tomorrow? Do you want to do that? We've got time.
Honestly, I don't know what you did Friday other than Dusty Baker walked in 2 minutes into the show. You could have burned the studio down and I wouldn't have noticed, but I was a little bit more in tune with you yesterday. And obviously yesterday was yesterday. It's more like in my brain and I didn't have a whole, weekend to forget what you were talking about. But I actually don't know what day it was, but I know you had a conversation about ratings and like, I think you just, now this isn't really becoming, I'm not really bringing this up because of what you said yesterday. It's actually something you just said during the commercial break. And we were, like talking to some messages here in the chatty house, which if you haven't, go to youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. You understand why there might be some people who aren't enthused by this NBA Finals. And I guess it's because there's no Lakers, there's no Steph, there's no LeBron, there's no New York, there's no massive market, there's no, Victor Wembanyama, there's no massive draw for this. OKC is very young. I think the second youngest team to ever make it to the NBA Finals. I was stunned to learn that Bill Walton's team was the youngest. Bill Walton looked 40 in those pictures.
Him and Sparky Anderson at 30.
Oh, God. And I maybe, SGA is kind of an understated superstar, and I think there's a lot to be discussed with him. The Pacers are an up and coming team that are now here at the finals. Tyrese, I guess depending on your definition, not yet a superstar, on the verge of being one, whatever. 2 smaller markets, all of these different things. And I feel like this conversation is timed perfectly because we just had this conversation about wrestling. And wrestling has always been, when the last time I was really out on professional wrestling was like 93, 94. It's kind of Hogan had just kind of faded away. The steroid trial was happening. He was on his way to WCW. Duke the Dumpster Droese it was like the Bret Hart versus Jerry Lawler was main eventing shows, and it was like, what is this? Like, who are the stars? Like, it's Bret versus Bam Bam. It's Bret versus Razor Ramon. There's no secondary star to Bret. After Hogan, after Savage, after Macho Man, there was no next guy. They tried to make Bret the next guy. And no matter how great Bret was, Vince didn't see it. And you can look at his title runs as proof. He did not see Bret as the guy. He saw Shawn as the guy. He saw Yokozuna as the guy. He saw Diesel as the guy. He did not see Bret as the guy. He just kept going back to Bret. 96 rolls around. The NWO happens. 97 comes along, and Stone Cold Steve Austin emerges. Now they're starting to make superstars. Austin, Rock, Hunter Hearst Helmsley starts to turn into Triple H. You start to get, you got Mankind there and his different characters. You're starting to get different levels of stars depending on what you like. And they all kind of grew into that position as they got put into those big events and the fans bought them. This NBA Finals is perfect for what the NBA needs. Why everyone is so invested in ratings right now is beyond me. Maybe it's just the storyline. Like you said, it's June 3rd. We're 2 days away from the finals. Everybody's trying to kill time till we get to games. Maybe that's why ratings are such a big discussion. Maybe it's because Bristol, Connecticut leans heavily on what New York, markets do and have. And it's just something that you have to lean on as a way to either prop up or disparage a particular product. I think I just read NBA playoff rankings are the highest they've been in years. And so, but everybody seems to be particularly concerned about this small market NBA finals. But you have guys in this that could emerge as major, major stars. SGA and Tyrese Halliburton. And for them to be on this stage is huge for the NBA. If you have a game 1, like you had with Indiana in New York, and it goes either way. You had a thrilling game. Like I told you, watching that game with Katie, it lured her in. Katie will ask, is there a game tonight? Is a game? She never asked me before that. Is there a game tonight? Are my Pacers playing? Yes, sirs. Like, dude, she knows that's annoying, so that's why she keeps doing it. But that game, those moments at the end lured her in. Imagine you get a game 1 like that. What do you think that does?
That's going to help.
Yeah.
That's going to help. I mentioned that yesterday. I said, right now, there are people who aren't as interested in the NBA finals. But if you get a situation where you got a game 1, like you just talked about, or Neesmith and SGA start talking crazy and, and all that, as the series goes along, there becomes a story to it. There becomes a level of interest to it based on the things that are happening. So that could happen. Going into it, I get it. Here's a couple of things that I mentioned. And I don't know how to fix this. I don't know what makes it the way it is, but I recognize that it's the way it is. Aldrin talked about the Stanley Cup. And Jesse, to his credit, was like, I don't care who it is. I'm just not interested. But it's Florida and Edmonton.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, man, the Stanley Cup is going to be so good. And I was like, it might be pretty good. But no, like I don't really care about the Florida Panthers. I think they're the defending champions. But it's the Florida Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
If it was Edmonton versus the Toronto Maple Leafs,
mm-hmm.
I got to see what they're talking about.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's a brand awareness to them. And one other thing, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
We do this in the NFL. Now, the NFL is a ratings monster anyway, or
Mm-hmm.
whatever. But there is a difference between Eagles, Cowboys with the NFC West on the line, or excuse me, the NFC East on the line. Like they met on the last day of the season with the NFC East title on the line. That's different for even passive NFL. Like we're more than passive NFL watchers, but like we don't have anything invested. That's different than Titans Jags with the AFC South on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Both good football.
Mm-hmm.
Both is top flight football. But Titans Jags don't hit the same. It just doesn't. And I don't know when it ever will for us.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe maybe Travis Hunter. I saw a crazy interception from him today. Maybe he's the type of guy that like, oh, I'm tapping into the Jags.
Yeah.
I got to see Travis Hunter. But the brands themselves, they don't hit the same.
So it speaks to like, who is the audience then? Like, what are you hoping to get out of the NBA Finals? Like, we talk about this. We talk about this privately. I don't have any problem saying it on the air. When we break a story that De'Aaron Fox wants out of Sacramento, or that the Kings are entertaining trades for De'Aaron Fox, we all know this show, the insiders, that day we need to be perfect. We need to be the best we've ever been, because we know there's going to be a group of people who normally don't come to us.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to come to us that day, and we need to give them a reason to come back. Isn't that what we're asking out of the NBA Finals? Because the difference between the NBA Finals and NBA on TNT or NBA basketball aren't basketball fans, because basketball fans are watching, aren't they?
Yep.
It's casuals.
Mm-hmm.
It's casual sports fans. It's people who might just tune in because they know it's the championship. And I think that doesn't work the way it does with the Super Bowl, because the Super Bowl is a one-off.
Mm-hmm.
The winner will be crowned that day. The Super Bowl champion, the best team in the NFL will be crowned that day. No matter what happens on Thursday, the winner, we're not going to know who the champion is. And so, except D'Lo and KC, because we'll be on with Matt George and Kevin John on ABC.
That's right.
Immediately following the game.
Yeah.
But we're trying to lure that casual viewer in. How many of those casual viewers come back in October? History shows you, number-wise, again, you could do anything you want to with numbers. Not a lot of them. That is the very end. They're not thinking, oh, I can't wait to see Tyrese Halliburton again next October. You have to be on an entirely different level to pull that off. Steph, LeBron. And I'm not even talking about this generation. Now we're talking Michael, Magic. This, like, the number of names is so, like, that probably doesn't include the likes of Allen Iverson. That probably doesn't include the likes of, different great players that we've seen throughout the years, different players who maybe basketball fans really love, that like Allen Iverson is so beloved in the culture, right? But for the casual fan, it doesn't mean anything. This is the moment right here for superstars to emerge. Ideally, would you want like a LeBron on the other side or a Steph on the other side? And really, it's probably only one of those two guys, because when you start working in markets, all right, you got so the whole thing is to get the New York market or the LA market or the Boston market. All right, so you're just pulling in casuals from those particular markets, because the people who are fans of the Knicks that live in California, your friends, you and your friends, the people that are fans of the Celtics in California, Jesse and his family, they're watching the NBA Finals. So this idea that, oh, we're not going to be able to get the casual fan, it's not that big of a deal because you might get them, but it's not going to carry over till October. You have to have a sustained level of success to make Tyrese that superstar, to make Wemby that superstar, to make SGA that superstar. It's more than just an NBA Finals appearance, but an NBA Finals appearance is a great start.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you land one of those games, that's especially the first one, if you land one of those game ones that's tight in the last couple of minutes, and what do we see? Every single game, ratings climb, ratings climb, ratings climb, ratings climb as the game it gets further along and stays close.
Mm-hmm.
And you see, oh, it peaked at 8:05. Yeah, it's because it was 101 to 101 with 2 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
And that's more than star power. The NBA needs compelling basketball.
Yeah, for sure.
If they get that Minnesota series,
well, that was tough.
That's tough.
But and I agree. My whole thing is my understanding of, like, I get, and I don't know why people either don't understand it or get upset when people point it out. Like, I get OKC versus Indiana isn't on paper is not that interesting. I love basketball. You love basketball. A lot of people listening right now love basketball. So we understand the intricacies of who SGA is, this OKC team, Indiana, what they've been able to do, and how it really is a pretty exciting series. But on paper, like, no, it's not interesting. Like, I was never looking at the Titans, even when they had Derrick Henry, as I gotta watch the Titans. Yeah. Like, no, it's the Tennessee Titans. And once again, I don't know it when we make jokes about the AFC South all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know when that's going to change or how that changes. Like I said, maybe it is a player. Travis Hunter is, I'll probably watch more Jags than I have in the last 3 years because I want to see what Travis Hunter look like. I want to see what he does out there. And maybe that's what will get those type of teams out of that type of category where they're not excited to the casual or just the I don't even want to say like I feel like my mom's a casual. Like, I wouldn't even say that. I'm a sports fan, but all right, man, like Tampa Bay versus the Tampa Bay Rays versus the Miami Marlins. All right, like, I'm gonna watch, but it's not Yankees versus Giants. It's not. Sure. It's just not. And when you talk about the casuals, yes, in those markets you're getting them, but there's a notoriety factor with somebody in Nebraska. I don't really watch basketball, but I know who the Celtics are. But okay. I know that name means something.
But don't you have to
let me tap in?
But don't you have to? It goes back to the wrestling analogy of making new stars.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Stone Cold was made by Bret Hart, right? Whether it's it's the run up to that Survivor Series in '96 into that iconic match at WrestleMania 13. Like, Austin was great, no doubt, but Bret made him.
Mm-hmm.
He added a level of like, I don't know what the word I'm looking for, but it verified him by he elevated Austin by working with him. At some point, don't you have to have these guys, the SGAs and the Tyreses, in this position to get elevated?
Yes.
Like in this scenario, there's no Bret on the other end, there's no Shawn Michaels on the other end, but the NBA Finals is on the other end. The name, the NBA Finals, the chance to be the champion. That's the elevating factor.
It is, or it should be, but what would it look like if no disrespect to my man, but if Steve Austin took on Farouk?
Yeah, wow, you hate black wrestlers too?
Not
huh?
Nation of
Vince
Domination,
McMahon.
But Farouk with the Meteor Man or whatever.
Oh man, Farouk Assad.
Farouk Assad.
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
And that's what I think we're looking at, right? Farouk was dope. Farouk was a pro. He was good. He was really good. Austin obviously was too, but that wasn't gonna work.
So in this scenario, who's Farouk?
I would say the Thunder are as good as they are at basketball.
They don't have
nobody
the charisma.
really cares about the Oklahoma City Thunder, the franchise, the brand.
But how do we? Okay, so
the Pacers at least have history to
because they're
upon.
a small market that can't be changed.
It's not even the small market because
So why can't it be changed?
Because they hadn't been around yet. They hadn't been around long enough. Indianapolis is a small market, but at least you can go back to Reggie Miller and be like, I remember when I saw the Pacers play the Knicks. I remember that was 25, 30 years ago. And we're not even talking about their ABAs. They have history to draw upon. Oklahoma City, what, Kevin Durant?
No, don't do that. Oklahoma City has 3. They've drafted, or they have 4 MVPs, but they have 3 that wore Oklahoma City uniforms in the last 15 years.
It's not about how good they are. That's all I'm saying. It's not about Farouk won a championship in whatever, right? He was a champion.
Vader, yeah.
He was a champion. It's not about
All-American,
how good he is.
blue chipper.
We didn't know nothing about Farouk.
And so
And we can learn about
that is the biggest problem with the Thunder. We don't know anything about them.
Mm-hmm.
They feel dull. They feel like they might wind up being the Bret Hart in this scenario, where I always felt like Bret lacked charisma. He didn't, but he was really good. Bret was really, really good. The Pacers are like Shawn Michaels. Maybe they're not quite as good yet. I think Shawn eventually surpassed Bret, but that's just an opinion. But they have charisma. They have a little bit more excitement. They have more to them. SGA hits that same shot in the Garden with his toe back half an inch and the game ends.
Mm-hmm.
He just quietly walks off the floor. Or they celebrate and he just walks off the floor. No chance he does the choking sign. Obviously, there's Indiana ties to that. No chance he celebrates past all right, guys, we did it. We won game 1. There's an element of showbiz that you want to have to this, and I think the Pacers have that.
Well, I agree with you, and I'll take it a step further. Indiana got Reggie Miller in the 90s. Reggie Miller talking to Spike, pushing off on Jordan. What does the Thunder have? They have virtually nothing.
They have that finals appearance and nothing else.
So even and that was more, and that would probably work a little better because it was LeBron. But even if we're talking, man, the Pacers ain't been here since. Oh, I remember when Reggie was doing all that, and the Thunder hadn't been here since. Wait, who are the Thunder? Not personally, just historically. They're the new kids on the block. Now that'll change over time because they'll have the KD Russ team. They'll have this team, and 15, 20 years from now. I remember when I first watched the Thunder, and it'll change a little bit, but they don't have that right now.
And that's where I don't want them to tie in the Supersonics history.
Hell no.
Don't do that.
Hell no.
Don't do that. We'll come back. Trysta Krick joins us at the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Brian, I don't even know what the hell this means. I don't even know what the point you're trying to talk about, because a lot of the 25-year-olds are the ones that they not tripping. That's my point. They're not even tripping off the Pacers like that. They're not tripping off the Pacers. But at least I can draw back and be like, I remember the history of this franchise. So yeah, I understand it means something different to the people of Indianapolis to get back to this stage.
Kings fan since 1985. Payne Watson is a really good shot blocker. His nickname should be Swatson. Go ahead and take a lap from me, pal. Fencing back. Join us when you're back.
And you guys, and this is what I think a lot of people do. You guys are confusing the two arguments. It's not about how good the Thunder are one of the greatest teams this league has seen in the last 3 decades. It's not Indiana Pacers, I think, have a real shot to compete with. Okay, I think they're that good. It's not about how good these players are or how good the teams are. I'm talking about how to draw these people in. I use the Stanley Cup comparison. Jesse, am I right or wrong? The Panthers are the reigning champions, right?
I think that's right. This might be a Stanley Cup rematch, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I don't think Edmonton been there in a while.
No, I think they were there last year, I
They
think.
were there last
Pretty
year?
sure this is a rematch, I think.
Okay. Yeah, like the Florida Panthers are great. But nobody's tripping off the Florida Panthers. Casual sports fans. There is a difference between the Florida Panthers and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Unless you guys are telling me there isn't a difference, then if that's the case, you guys got it. But to act like there's not a difference is, I disagree.
Chris, I haven't been ignoring. You can't just jump in with Angels versus Red Sox takes. Like, yeah, you guys beat us. I'm just like, what do you want from me? Like, Casey's talking. Oh, but you guys jumped up at 6-0. I'll ruin the damn game for me.
I saw
I jumped in the car, turned on the game. It's already 6-0. I'll just put it on TV when I get home, man.
I saw a highlight from that boy Mike Trout.
Yeah,
Mike Trout hit a home run.
Yeah, the guy you were disrespecting last week. Yes, you were. Yes, you were.
About?
Nah, you were trying to compare
him.
You were trying to compare him to Westbrook.
I think it's pretty good. Pretty good comparison. This we talk about wrestling.
Oh, I kept waiting.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. Oh man. Well, let me get, because this is actually good wrestling stuff, and maybe this is like mid card stuff that I was talking about. But they had I don't know if you saw this, but R-Truth tweets out that they had released them or whatever. And did you see Trinity and Jade?
Mm-mm.
So Trinity responds to R-Truth saying, "I hate this so much," and then Jade responds to Trinity saying, "I hate this more than I hate you." And then Trinity says, "I hate we lost him and still have you." But that's some good stuff, like outside of wrestling. But maybe they let the mid-card people do the wrestling stuff and do all that other stuff. But the top guys, they're just unaware.
I don't think Jade's worked out, man.
This thing with Trinity's been okay.
Turns out she might not be able to wrestle, dude.
Yeah,
No,
I don't think
I
don't think she was ready. I don't think she was ready to head on over. I think we got TC.
Yes.
Is that right? TC 916-909-1320. TC, what's up, baby?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers? Before we get started, D-Lo, you had a good time in on your trip, man. That was much needed.
Yes, sir. It was great, man. Thank you.
Thank you for sure. Look, we're gonna keep it simple. Hey, D-Lo, I know they filling you in. We already talked about Domas, and we did that yesterday, Kenny. So I got another one. So what about Zach to Portland? What about Zach to Portland for Scoot and Jeremy? And I might even throw in a future to make it that much more juicier. Maybe an unprotected or a protected, but at this point we get our point guard at 21.
TC,
and we get that
hold on, TC. Don't let him go. I'll just stop you now. TC, no. I mean, no. I see you working. Let's go back to the drawing board with this one. The Portland Trail Blazers in no world are trading Scoot Henderson for Zach LaVine. In no world.
Okay.
Are
That's why.
Are we sure they're not a little out on Scoot?
No, they're actually in. Scoot actually started hooping in the second half of this season. The Scoot's their point guard. Scoot he did some good stuff.
You can be out on.
I'm not talking about me.
Yeah. No,
I'm asking about Portland.
No, Trysta will tell you.
Okay.
Scoot, they saw what they've been needing to see from Scoot, and probably starting around the second half of the season.
Trysta Krick in the chat. We are not doing that. All caps. We are not doing that.
And DC,
you didn't even have to wait till 2:00 to get your answer.
I love my boy TC. That's my dog. He be thinking.
He working.
But let's just stop you right there. Yeah, no.
Jay says they're out on Grant. I think they were out on Grant the second they signed him. But that's probably a different animal right there.
I love TC.
He's been coming in hot with these trades.
I love TC.
You got to hey, TC just trying to make Sacramento
He's just trying,
better.
man. He's just trying. That's why I let him cook and do his thing. And he'll text me, he'll call. And I love the trade proposals, but that one I ain't even gonna let my man TC go on with that one, man. I can't.
He's cooking. We're just waiting to eat.
What are the chances Portland jumps Sacramento next year?
pretty high.
50-50, maybe 60-40, they jump them. It could absolutely happen.
Yeah,
Portland
feels like they got
finished the
something.
season the way Houston did the year before, where it's like, oh, I see some things going on.
Sure.
So I could see them making a Houston.
Well, Houston
jump.
had an obnoxious run at the end of the season prior, didn't they? To get to
No, that was last season. That was last season, and that's kind of what Portland did too. Remember when Portland had won like 10 of 11 this year? So last year, Houston won like 8 in a row, or like 13 or 14.
Yeah.
And remember they got like within a game of the Warriors for the second play-in.
They didn't they do the same thing the year before to get to like the 41-41 or something like that?
No, I think they were just bad. I think they were
really.
I think they were just bad again.
Okay.
Last year was the year where they like, oh, look at Portland.
No, for sure. Look, yeah, for sure.
I could be wrong, but I thought
look.
last year was the year they did that.
Honestly, right now, I'll take Portland over the Kings right now.
For sure. You got Scoot, you got Shaden, you got Klingon, you got
so Houston.
Denny.
Houston did get to 41-41 the year prior.
Okay.
But that was the 11th seed. So
Gotcha.
that's probably why you were.
So yeah, Portland, they got Denny, they got Scoot, they got Shaden Sharp, they've got trade assets. You know, they could turn that into something. They're cooking.
Scott Perry's obviously got work to do and all that, but like I'm not even sure he's got a playing team right now with the Kings. Like it's pretty. I think it's pretty bad right now.
I disagree. I mean, I disagree. This team.
Do you expect Dallas to be the 39-43 last year? Do you expect them to be better or worse?
We're going better than what they were. Just better than the Kings.
Better than 39-43.
I'll go better. Yeah, than Cooper Flag.
Phoenix?
Nah, hell, wait a minute. Oh, we ain't letting that go. Hell no. That team was awful to end the season.
We kept writing them off last year. Like the Kings were just as bad.
That team, but
now you're adding Cooper Flag.
But I'm talking about without Luka.
Yeah, they stuck around and they were 39 wins. Like
they stuck around because the Kings and Phoenix sucked.
They still won 39. They still got 39 wins. Like,
look at the end of their season. They went on like a 4 of 11 stretch.
Yeah, now you're adding Cooper Flag.
All right, so you'll maybe be 500 in that stretch. Maybe.
Well, that's better than 39. Like, yeah, I think it's gonna be 41-41 or whatever.
That was Dallas
we wrote
better
Dallas
than what they were last year.
They could be a little bit better. It was more than 39. I'm not saying they're gonna win 50.
I think they're around 39 or so. Wemby just played for the Spurs and they were awful his rookie year. Cooper's not turning that team around.
He doesn't have to. You just need to win more than 39. They just got 39 with what they were.
Wemby couldn't win. And half of that time they had Kyrie Irving too. They're not gonna have him next year. So and who knows what goes on with Anthony Davis. That team ain't winning 39. That team is not a playing team next year. They're not. And that has nothing to do with their future. Future's bright with Cooper. But next year, that's not a playing team.
I don't think they'll be much worse. Like, yeah, I'll still stick with it. I'll take them over Sacramento right now.
I'm just looking at the standings, and this reminds me of some news that I think came out yesterday. Did anyone in preparation for today's show or just scrolling, did anybody read any nepotism articles today?
I saw some things about Austin Ainge.
Did it lead First Take?
No.
Or Sports Center? Or Colin Cowherd? No one? None of those shows, huh?
I didn't see nothing.
Okay.
I didn't see nothing.
I see. Because Austin Ainge he has been an assistant coach at Southern Utah, where Daddy's friend Roger was the coach. He's also was the head coach of the Celtics G League affiliate, where Daddy was the general manager. He also worked for the Celtics front office, where Daddy was the general manager. And now he's the president of basketball operations, where Daddy is the CEO. We don't. I just want to be sure, as a show, we don't want to lead with this. We don't want to cover this for the next 2 weeks, right? I just want to be sure when we do and when we don't talk about nepotism. Okay.
We
Just
know,
wanna make-
we know when we do and when we don't.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page that the sports media universe decided to spend weeks upon weeks talking about the 57th pick in the draft versus a guy who is now has the highest ranking basketball position for the Utah Jazz. A guy who has 3 jobs associated with the NBA that are all directly linked to daddy. But okay, I got it. I'll stand down.
Oh, brother.
I'll stand down. Can't wait to hear what. I guess old Stephen A is not going to be talking about this today. He's probably busy trashing Tom Thibodeau or whatever. I guess Danny Ainge and the nepotism that he exudes in the league doesn't quite draw numbers like talking about Bronny James does for these same entities.
And what was the role that Lil Ainge is going to have?
He's the president of basketball
I just want
operations.
to make sure we got that clear.
He is the president of basketball operations.
I don't know anything about the guy, so I don't know if he's qualified for it or has
How
a good
could you?
basketball
He's
mind.
never been hired by anyone who's not his father.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
But hey, salute. I guess maybe it's okay in coaching circles because it happens all of the time in coaching, particularly in the NFL. Maybe I guess it's okay in front office circles. It's just not okay if you're the greatest player of all time and your son plays basketball. Not okay.
And to be perfectly honest, like I don't have a problem with it. I didn't have a problem when Bron did it. I don't have a problem with this. If I ran an NBA team and Reese said he wanted to, he's okay. I might put you in the film room first or something like that. I don't know, but you're gonna have an opportunity to get this job, like or to be part of this. You're gonna learn here, just like if I played in the NBA and I could put Reese on a team on my right. Yes, but I'm gonna do everything I can to get that done. Absolutely. So life is about who you know.
Well, I know who we know. Bam! That's who we know right there.
Yeah.
Trysta Krick, TK, what's up, baby?
Oh, just coming off of Cam and Mace this morning, doing the thing.
I gotta say, I didn't know that was popping off. I saw a clip, so I was like, okay, I need to.
I didn't know it was popping off either.
These kids give me like the least amount of preparation time you could ask. It was like, oh, well, yeah, I can go on in 20 minutes. Sure. Sure.
That's amazing. Is that really how long it was?
Yeah. They texted me at 9:10 and we recorded at 9:30.
Hey, Tris, you think we're doing a show in 20 minutes? You think you can hop on real quick? Stat baby, she's not here real quick, but like, can you hop on real quick, Tris?
It was like Mace is not here. What are you still in Vegas? And it was like, no, I'm not.
I was gonna say, did they even know that you were like down the street yesterday and could have done it?
It was so funny. I was like, they were like, oh, what's good, Trist? How's it going? I was like, oh yeah, I was just in Vegas for the UFC event. And Cam was like, why you didn't call me? And I said, well, it was the weekend. I figure you were in Miami or in LA or parlaying. He's like, I don't be traveling like that anymore. They don't have any nonstop flights to Miami on JetBlue with the lay down. So next time, call me. I'm like, okay, fine, sure.
That's tremendous. Speaking of nonstop flight, I didn't even tell you this part of the story. We were flying home yesterday. It shocked the hell out of me. We're sitting at the gate, and how you just kind of like look around, and sometimes you like accidentally make eye contact with somebody. I did that. I'm like looking around, and I make eye contact, and I swear to you, this all happens in like maybe it happens in 5 seconds, 8 seconds, but to me, it happens in a split second. I lock eyes with this person and I'm like assessing what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's Dr. J.
What?
Dr. J's walking through the, first of all,
oh snap.
It's the first time I've ever seen Dr. J not in a suit. He has a sweatsuit on, and that's one of the things I'm evaluating. I'm like, that's a team issued sweatsuit.
Yeah.
Okay, he's got a ring on, he's got the hat, but that's Dr. J. Like I'm like,
crazy.
of course, I'm like nudging Katie. I was like, yo, I think that was Dr. J. Who? I was like, well, he's one of the greatest basketball players ever. Oh, does he have a really big ring? Because whoever that guy was had a really big ring on his finger. It's like, yeah, I think that was Dr. J. I think we were next to a flight that was going to New York, so that might have been where he was going.
Okay.
But it was one of those things where he, it's Dr. J, so he just walks past you and he's walking right on the plane. It's not like he got in line. So he's walking right on the plane. But yeah, it was Dr. J at the Vegas airport yesterday.
Wow.
That's crazy. I wonder what he was doing in Vegas.
I figured he was probably out there with you. He was out there with all the stars. Hey, so TK was working for Meta at the UFC event. You want to fill everybody in on how the UFC event went on?
Yeah. So I talked about this on It Is What It Is too. So definitely watch that because Cam was like, excuse me, what? Can you share more? So the Apex is like a 300 person octagons like arena. The octagon's smaller. Like I think it's like, I don't know, like 5 feet smaller on every side. So it's supposed to encourage more knockouts and more drama. VIPs and family members pretty much exclusively. I know nothing really about the UFC. Angel McCautry was with me, a WNBA player. She's there. Her PR person's there, and the folks from Meta take us. And so we're sitting sort of like, I think like maybe the third or fourth row. And I'm supposed to be capturing content because Meta's got a partnership with the UFC, right? Gotcha. And they want the Apex to kind of be like, they're going to build it out. They're going to try to make it like unrivaled. So they're going to completely change it. And they wanted my feedback and like, what did you think? And like, we got the family and friends, like VIP section food, but it was like worse than the like ringside food. And this is supposed to be better. And I was like, I don't think like Greek, like pieces of like pita and hummus. Like that doesn't feel elevated to me. Like we need to. So anyway, we're sitting there and I'm capturing content. And this guy that I had bet on, he's putting this guy into like a chokehold. And this woman behind me is like, and I'm like, yo, what? So I take my selfie cam out and I start to film her going crazy. Come to find out, she's this guy Gamrot's wife. And I'm filming her because I'm going to put together the compilation of like how it went. And I think this is like tremendous footage. And then she sees, you can see in the video, she sees that I'm capturing her and she just mushes my head. Boom. Oh. And just pushes my head like, stop filming me. And she starts saying it in Polish. I'm like, I don't know what you're saying. She's like, I did not consent to you filming me. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm just, whatever. So she does whatever she's doing. He wins the fight. She walks over there. Angel's like, what just happened? And I was like, she just mushed my head. And she goes, what do you mean? She touched you? And I go, yeah. And she goes, oh, I'm going to beat that ass. I'm going to beat that ass. And I go, no, you're not. Like Gamrot is like 275 pounds. I don't know what he is. He's huge. His dad is huge. She's probably affiliated with them in a way where like if we scrap, probably other UFC people are getting involved. My face is going to be caved in before you know it. No, we're not doing that. Angel's like, I'm going to say something. I'm like, do not say anything, Angel. We're good. We're good. So I tell this to them, Cameron and Treasure last night. And I'm like, yeah, I got hands put on me at the UFC event. And Cam gets like super sober. And he goes, why? Tell me why. And I was like, well, I tell him the story. And he's like, did you push her back? And I go, no, I'm not going to do that. And he goes, yeah, you should probably not listen to me at all. Like I've got terrible advice. Like the advice works for me, but it probably is not going to work for you.
The video's crazy. And it's not an aggressive, like it's enough to where like, yo, don't do that. No, but the video of her going crazy the video's insane.
Yeah,
she really is yelling and she's doing it very aggressively in another language. You have no clue what she's saying, but it's wild. It looks like what was the villain in Rocky IV?
Oh yeah,
Drago.
Yeah, Drago. Yeah.
So hold on. So she hit your hand?
No.
No,
Or
she
your head?
pushed my head.
She pushed the back of her head.
Yeah, no, that's yeah, no, we
Now
I'm
hear,
not even a fighter like that.
I
But
hear you.
if you don't want to be filmed, that's one thing. You can
but
tell me that.
I got you.
Keep your hands to yourself.
I'm going to commend Trysta for assessing the situation as quickly as she did. One, she was at work. Two, we don't know what those people behind her are affiliated with. And her recognizing all of this as quickly as she did, while not acknowledging to Angel McCautry, one of the craziest WNBA players in recent memory, what had just happened, that was all split split second thinking. And
Is number one, stay safe. Number two, secure the bag, right?
Yeah,
This is Meta's pilot program. We were guests of the UFC. They were not the headliner, but the male headline fight. And she was the wife of the winner of the little Apex male headliner fight. That could be PR disaster. Meta spokesperson gets into scuffle with headliner's wife. We don't want that. We want to go to Abu Dhabi where the next one's going to be. We want to be able to parlay this into multiple. I was showing Angel how to use threads. I'm showing her how to use the Meta glasses. I'm trying to secure a little position within Meta as a creator that's the liaison for the athletes that just want to go to these cool things, and Meta wants them to create. And it's I can help create for these athletes. It's no problem.
Shout out to TK who FaceTimed me while we were at the Kendrick show so I could see Angel. Angel was one of my favorite players. And
she loves you too, D'Lo. She was like, oh, the radio host. Yes, he's awesome. Yes, I love him.
That's love.
That's not real, but that's so sweet.
I swear, I put that on my mom's life. I could call her right now.
That's so dope. I haven't seen her in so many years, but we always got along really well. And I'm I saw my phone and I'm like, Trysta knows where I'm at. So she's FaceTiming for a reason. Maybe she wanted to see Kendrick. So I picked up the phone and obviously I can't hear her, but Trysta kind of does this and turns the phone, and there are her and Angel, wrapping up this UFC event. So
Good stuff.
Dope. Yeah, it was super fun. I have to tell you, I don't switch hotels very often. I never do it. It's like a pain in the ass. You have to check out early, and then you check out early and you check in late. So you're homeless for 5 hours when you change hotels. And I just wanted to be in the vibe of Damien and his girl in this little event. And I bought tickets to the Michael Jackson one to be nearby them. I bought it in the same row just in case someone wanted to be nice and let me sit next to them, which they did. And you know what? I've been playing Michael Jackson ever since. And it was if you want to make a change. And I was just listening. I'm standing at the man in the mirror. He's the best, guys. He's the greatest.
And that song's tough because that's when the hologram comes out.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a moment when the hologram comes out, and I knew it was coming, and I started squeezing Katie's hand because that moment's always a little he just appears, and it's oh, that's crazy.
And then he goes to dust, and then he pops up again, and then they turn to dust, and it's it's dope.
I'd love to see that. Yeah,
It's
I'd love
fire.
to see that. I gotta check that one out.
So at some point we'll let Casey talk, but it's fine.
No, I'm chilling. I'm enjoying the story.
Devin asking the important questions. Does Trysta love Katie from the wake up call? So we find, by the way, Trysta 10 out of 10 on she had snakeskin pants on or something.
She had that stuff on.
Accessories like you wouldn't believe, just fire upon fire. We finally meet.
Damien didn't say a thing though. He didn't say a thing. He's a man. He's a man who's I just want to probably keep the peace. But it was like that. The outfit was so mid. It was just such a mid outfit. Didn't say a word about it.
No, that was such a lie.
You said something?
No, I might not have.
Okay.
But the idea of the outfit being mid is crazy.
But not saying it. I was trying. I was this is what I'm going to wear. It's going to be casual enough. I literally planned out, okay, how do I wear something that's still Vegas? Because Katie was yo, I'm a leggings and t-shirt girl. And I was okay, so I got to kind of make sure that this is assimilating. So I was okay, we'll do the a green leather, boot cut with some like silver Adidas and then like a white and green tee with the silver chain, like the bling out. And D'Lo sees it and says nothing. Nothing.
So let's also be fair. I think I said 3 things the whole night.
Oh, he was stressed on the way to the restaurant, and I got there to the rendezvous point like 10, 15 minutes before he said was the drop zone date, you know, like, because we had to get dinner res, and then the show was at 9. So I wasn't really comprehending how stressed his levels were going up. And Katie knew, because she's like, yeah, we had this issue before, and he's worried about the Uber, and he's worried about the res, and he thinks maybe we're gonna. And then I found out that the restaurant was at the place I did the Tom Brady event, and I was like, oh, I know where this is. We're Gucci. This is like right around the corner from where we pull up.
Yeah, so we got to the Mandalay Bay, like we were already late, and it was one of those restaurants that takes your credit card before you get there. They don't charge you for everything. They charge you basically. They put a hold on your card where if you don't show up, you're charged like $50, or if you're past 15 minutes later, whatever, they charge you $50. And it was like and this is where I realized I was in the car with 2 people who know me better than anyone, because Trysta starts asking Katie questions, and again I hug Trysta, and then Trysta and Katie hug, and then I'm not sure I spoke again for like 45 minutes. And I realized in the car where Trysta's asking Katie questions about dealing with me. And then that was kind of the moment where I realized Trysta's one of my best friends. Like, she knows me as well as anyone does.
Yeah.
And she was like, so what do you do when D'Lo gets really quiet, or I don't know, anxious about something? Like, how do you handle that? And it was in that moment that I realized, yeah, Trysta knows exactly what I'm feeling right now. That's funny.
He's just furiously typing and just on his phone, saying nothing.
Oh, we ate good that night though. Your little Tom Brady spot.
Man, the chocolate souffle was insane.
Strip steak.
Okay. Strip steak.
Yeah.
And they knew. I was like, oh, I did an event here with Tom Brady. And they're like, yeah, the back room for that. I was like, yeah, that's right. That was me.
Yeah, we had a good time.
Yeah, it was fun. Katie, so to answer the I forget who it was that said that in the chatty house, but to answer, we're fast friends. She's texting me, we're texting back and forth out of the group chat. We're already making plans. They better get a room ready for me and little Morgan. We're gonna big kick it with Ollie. I told my mom the story that Katie said, like, oh, you don't have to dream about a kid like me. I already exist. My mom was like, oh, that's how you were when you were 4. She's like,
Katie was like, yeah, our 4-year-old is gonna she's gonna love you.
Yeah.
Now I can see it. I can absolutely see it. All right, shifting from our fantastic weekend in Vegas, there was some major basketball news this morning. Your surprise level, if one at all, on Tom Thibodeau being fired.
I mean, I think, can you simultaneously be not surprised and on 10 surprised? Because that's like, if this was just purely a random owner, random GM and Thibs, like a Chicago Bulls situation, Minnesota Timberwolves situation, like, yeah, Thibs has a way of getting to his ceiling. The tropes about him not really managing his rotations, having a small rotation in general, the ceiling of what he can do in the playoffs, using guys and playing them 40-something minutes. All those things have been there, and he's been let go because of them. That's a trend. But I just didn't think the guy who knew that about Thibs, because he represented him as his agent at CAA, Leon Rose, would hire his guy and then fire him for the exact same reason. That part to me is a little stunning. It's like you kind of know what you're getting into. It's like if you married your best friend, and then you got divorced. It's like, yeah, I mean, maybe you thought you could change him. Maybe you thought that was the perfect stepping stone coach. But man, back-to-back 50-win seasons. You get to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in 25 years. If you don't have that Tyrese Halliburton shot that hits the back of the rim, bounces as high as I've ever seen, and splashes into the net, they probably are in the finals right now. And to me, that's a little, because also, who are you going to hire? Michael Malone is exactly the same as Tom Thibodeau. And I was just talking to people the other day that said, all the Nuggets were tuning him out. He had outworn his welcome. And he's like the same guy. He's what is he? He's Queens bred, like hard-nosed, not taking any stuff. That's not the one. Plus, he's owed $24 million. It's not going to be Mark Jackson. Mark Jackson will never coach again. We don't need to debate that. It's been done and tired. But there is nobody off the top of our heads that's going to come in and make this team a true contender past an Eastern Conference Finals contender. Because they could have quite easily been, and they beat the Celtics. They could have been in the finals.
Yeah, I thought he would at least get an opportunity to start the season. I felt like it was always a little on edge. Because there's somebody who was rooting for the Knicks to win and everything. I just watched the way he would coach, and I'd scratch my head sometimes and be like, why is he doing this? Or like even in Game 6, I was once again obviously wanting them to win, and the season's on the line. And after just saying for the better part of a month in the playoffs, our bench stinks. And then you stumble across Shamet and DeLon Wright, and they give you good minutes. And now with your season on the line and you're down 11, you want to start the first 4 minutes of the fourth quarter without Brunson? That's a 12-minute quarter. That's Brunson. You're playing. You're going the rest of the way. And now, no. He needs his rest. Rest for what? The game's on the line. Season's on the line.
Well, and hadn't they cut it to 6 or 7 at that point? They had cut the lead down. And then he made a rotation change. I think you have to go hot hand when your team's making a run.
Wow. He left some to be desired, but I thought he would at least get the opportunity going into next season.
But truthfully, Kenny, who is taking this team and getting them to a better place? Now you have a whole new system. Players have to gel with that new coach. Is that somebody that's already in the building right now? Are we going to get Rick Brunson, head coach of the New York Knicks?
That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
Man. I don't know who that is. Obviously, Michael Malone is the name that comes up, but
you don't know. They know though, right?
Who knows?
Like the Knicks, Leon Rose, he doesn't make this move without knowing exactly who his next head coach is, does he?
To me, you can't, right? Yeah. You can't have.
Not when you're this close.
No, not when you're right there. You probably had already had some sort of negotiations with somebody or some conversation with somebody. I just, for the life of me, don't know who that would be. I guess you could look through Leon Rose's past clients, CIA affiliated guys, and see who that might be, but some other people were saying maybe Sam Cassell. I don't see that happening. I just don't see an assistant coming in and taking this team to the next level, truthfully.
There's a tweet out that the names and the odds are so crazy. I don't even want to say it. I don't want to get chatty house. I think it's real. I think it's 100% real. But the names are so crazy. I'm like, this can't be real. They got the odds on the next coach. You want me to just read it anyway?
Yeah, I'm just reading it.
Johnny Bryant is leading at a plus 240. Wow. Kenny Atkinson at plus 400. James Borrego at plus 950. Coach Bud at 950. Patrick Ewing, Sam Cassell, Frank Vogel, Jay Wright.
These are just not real names. These are just not real. These not real options. If any of these guys are the new head coach of the Knicks, I will feel worse about the Knicks than I did yesterday.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. I think I already do feel worse.
It's real,
about
by the way. Those are the real odds and the real names. That's crazy.
I think I already do feel worse because of something you just said. You've got this new system coming in. You will with the coach, and not all coaches, as many flaws as Steve Kerr might have, not all coaches are willing to walk in and go, yeah, I don't need to change that much. This team was really good. Mm-hmm. I just need to change a couple of things. We're not doing a massive overhaul here. Whoever takes this New York Knicks job has to walk in with the same mentality. we're not doing a massive overhaul here. We just need to change a couple of things, be better in a couple of different spots. And I mean, we'll be right back where we were competing for our spot.
It's literally like, just be better in game. Everything else is great. Just better decisions with when you use your challenges. Just better decisions about when you use your timeouts. Just better rotations. Figuring out a way to protect Karl-Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson from the sieves that they are on defense. Do you stagger them? Are your rotations bigger? Are you adding to depth through Leon Rose and Worldwide West and the decisions that they make? And how is that going to affect just in terms of like how you manage the roster?
Is that a shortcoming for them? Do you think they lack? Do you think they lack depth in general, or did they just lack depth to compete with Indiana?
I think they lack depth in general. I think they lack. I mean, when we are shocked that DeLon Wright is in, I mean, eventually we got used to it. But Landry Shamet and DeLon Wright are not the same as Ben Mathurin and Obi Toppin and Ben Shepherd and Andrew Nemhard and like they're on the level, and maybe this is wrong, but they're on the level to me mentally, in my mind, of like Thomas Bryant. Like, oh wow, we're getting Thomas Bryant minutes. Okay, like, oh, we're getting Landry Shamet minutes. Deuce McBride is the only guy I really trust, and then I guess you could say whoever is this backup center for the moment, whether that's Josh Hart who's not starting, or it's Mitchell Robinson who's not starting, or it's Karl-Anthony Towns that's not starting, whoever that is. So it's really like a 7-man trustworthy lineup. And Mitch can play 12 minutes a game, pretty much. His conditioning is just not there. And the longer that he plays, the worse he looks. He's good in spurts. So yeah, I think they have a massive depth issue.
So the one thing that I'll say, and this is what we were going to talk about earlier, we were able to come back around. And this is just me being super critical of coaches, like I have been in the past. But if I'm Leon Rose and all these other guys, wouldn't I say that's what I pay you top dollar for? If you got Shamet or DeLon Wright, and that's what you have to work with, you get paid a premium, because I believe you can take those guys and make them serviceable. I'm not saying turn water into wine, but what he ended up doing a little bit was getting Shamet or DeLon Wright out there, and they can play 4 minutes a half. You find a way, you create a scheme, you create a situation or a rotation where those guys can play 4 minutes a half and keep you from having to, like, it shouldn't be, oh, I don't have nobody, so I'm just going to play these guys 42 minutes. No, I pay you to find these guys on the bench and fit them into the rotation so they can do that. And if you can't do that, what am I paying you $10 million for? If it's just about going to get Benedict Mathurin and them, I'll save money, and anybody can do that. If that's the case, if it's just talent, like, no, I think you're one of the top coaches. I pay you to figure this thing out. And
well, you look at though, that's not just roster, it's also like who you instill belief in too, right? And so if you have that same roster that Indiana has, and you have a different coach on that team, they don't succeed nearly the same way. I mean, Rick Carlisle is like, doesn't want to play fast, doesn't want to play chaotic. That's not his style normally, but he's adapted his style of coaching based on the roster and the personnel that he has. And then on top of that, I don't know if you guys just saw, Miles Turner did a big piece in the Players Tribune right after they clinched the finals berth, where it was like 10,000 words. And he said, Rick Carlisle is the first person ever in my life to believe in me. And I came down to Dallas as soon as he got the job. I flew down there, and he said, don't worry, you are a staple in what we're doing in every way. You're crucial to the direction of this franchise, and you're going to have a much bigger role, and we need you. And now Miles Turner is, he was in trade rumors for forever, and felt like that confidence was given to him by Rick, and he was used in a way that was much better with Tyrese, and sort of everything changed. But I don't think it's just about like, anybody can get Benedict Mathurin, but like, can you control Benedict Mathurin? Because not everybody can do that either.
But TK, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's a coach. That's somebody you give $10, $15 million to somebody that, and I'm not saying you just coach anybody all the time. Like, sure, there's players that you want to get for the roster, but I hate that we had to deal with that here. Like, oh, well, they didn't let me go get the guys that I needed, so I couldn't be good. No, I pay you $12 million to take the guys that we have and figure out how to make them successful. In Rick Carlisle's case, even if it's not how I typically want to play basketball, the reason why I get paid top dollar is because I can take these guys, figure out what they're great at, and I can put it all together. That's what Rick Carlisle did. And I bet Thibs was sitting there saying, like, I can't play this bench because these aren't the type of guys I want to play. No, figure it out. You can't play these guys 42 minutes a night. Figure this bench out so we can be successful. And I think those are the type of what Rick Carlisle did. That's what I'm looking for in a coach that I'm paying top dollar to.
They were in the Final Four. I mean, they were the Final Four teams, Eastern Conference Finals, and you beat the defending champs pretty handily coming back from down 20. I mean, I don't know if that's probably not coaching in terms of them coming back down 20, and nor is it coaching that they lost up 20. But you slayed the dragon. It just doesn't feel like time to fire someone unless you truly believe this guy's maxed out. He's maxed out.
Are you excited for the finals?
Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah. I love somebody getting you said you are too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love somebody getting their first title. I like that. I like knowing that that's going to happen. I think the basketball is going to be electric. I don't care about market size. I'm not a part of the machine. I don't care that if it's Boston and LA. I don't care that it's New York and Miami or Miami or whatever the teams are that people want to see. I want to see the best possible matchup and the most fun basketball that I can see and the most competitive finals that I can see. And I think that this is going to give us that.
I think it's going to be a really good finals. I think the Pacers got a shot. I'll be perfectly clear. I'm picking the OKC to win the series, like officially, but I think the Pacers got a shot. I think they can play with OKC.
Well, I said this. Go ahead, Damien.
No, I just think people are too dismissive of the Pacers. That's all.
Definitely. If you look at what OKC's one playoff flaw is, they're not a great road team. They probably should have lost every road game to Denver if it wasn't for Lou Dort going nuclear. They were down almost 50 to Memphis and somehow came back. They almost lost game 4 to Memphis. And they could have easily lost both games to Minnesota if it wasn't for them going on a heater at the end of that game. So and the Pacers are a great road team. If the Pacers mess around and do what they did against Cleveland, against New York, against Milwaukee, they've done it every time. They've won 2 straight road games against all 3 teams. If they were to go up 2-0 on OKC, I just don't know how mentally you come back from that. Especially when you're not a good road team.
I don't even know if it's mentally. I don't know how you if Indiana has to get one of the first 2.
Has to.
Just the idea of the Thunder losing 4 of the rest of the games, that it's just not.
That's what I thought about that Minnesota series.
The way that they've played.
They're not losing 4 or 5 of them.
They're not. Yeah, they're not. So
they should go back to 2-3-2.
I don't know about that.
Go back 2-3-2.
I like 2-3 or 2-2-1-1-1.
I like it for
so do I.
I like it for the playoffs, not for the finals.
Okay. All right. Well,
elaborate.
We are.
Elaborate.
Kenny, while you and I were watching Michael Jackson and breaking bread in Vegas, Kenny decided to trade Domantas Sabonis while we were gone.
Oh, where is he going?
Well, why don't you tell her?
Well, I don't know yet. We're trying to figure that out.
I'm genuinely curious
where I want him to go.
Well, the proposal you gave me earlier, my first thought was, as soon as you said it, it was like, okay, 1, make a note, send that proposal to Trysta, see how she reacts. 2, I'll respond. But yeah, your trade proposal for your first trade proposal. You have many. Of course, he does this while I'm away, and he just lights the whole market on fire.
I'll send the table for when you came back.
Well, no, I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did. Thank you.
I was a leadoff hitter here. Let's set the table.
So,
I am willing to take a chance on one LaMelo Ball. I'm willing to give up Domas and as many as 3 first-round picks. Well, picks and pick swaps and all that stuff for LaMelo Ball. Want to do it?
3 picks?
I think that's what it's going to take to get in the conversation. Like, if I can give less, sure, but I think they're not. From everything I hear, it starts with 3.
Are we serious? I'm stunned at this. Okay, first and foremost, LaMelo and Zach LaVine on the same team. I don't even know what to say about that. That's just ridiculous. Number 2, the amount of picks that you think LaMelo Ball should command. And I know that people are down on Domas, but okay, so what you're trying to say, I guess,
I'm being fair to it. Like, I would want to give up 1 or 2. Like, that's not what I want to do, but I'm being fair to the situation. If I was in Charlotte's situation, I probably 2 would be the minimum. I'm probably asking for 3.
You traded Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield for Domas, and you're okay, and so you're ready to flip Domas and 3 firsts for a guy that's significantly worse than the guy you shipped away to begin with? You can't do that.
No, well, look, it's a tough argument to have right now today. I don't know if LaMelo Ball is significantly worse than Tyrese Halliburton. If you think Tyrese is better, that's cool. If you think he's better, that's cool. Significantly worse is like, I think that's egregious.
I think
that's egregious.
We need to be very real about the difference between basketball skills and decision-making point guard skills. Because yes, can LaMelo Ball dribble? Can LaMelo Ball get space? Can he pass? Can he do all the things theoretically that Tyrese Halliburton can do? Yeah. Does LaMelo Ball have any of the things going on upstairs in terms of like how much pace, like from possession to possession? Like, we need to push it here. We need to slow it down here. I need to get this person involved. This is a moment for me to like calm us all down. Just like pure basketball IQ? No. LaMelo Ball has a very low basketball IQ, in my opinion. He's a losing player.
I mean, that's fine. Like, I don't. If you have that opinion of LaMelo, that's cool. And like that, what Tyrese has, that's a strength. Just like LaMelo's a better scorer than Tyrese. Tyrese's basketball IQ is better than LaMelo. That's fine. Like, there are things that one does better than the other. That doesn't mean like.
So to me, I don't think you can have a point guard without that. If you have a point guard without that, you're effed. You are absolutely screwed. Like, pretty much. You need it. And I think you kind of need it from all your guards, which is why I'm so low on Zach LaVine. And you can't have a full backcourt that's low IQ, low basketball IQ, just cotton candy buckets, no presence of mind, no awareness of the moment, just out there playing and one.
So what we're saying is you believe Tyrese Halliburton would change any team circumstances, regardless of talent or organization. Because you think that Tyrese would take the Hornets as is, organizational wise and roster, to the moon.
I didn't say that. What I said is you.
I assume. I'm asking you.
I don't think that you can put a franchise changing player onto any franchise and they take them to the moon. I think in order for you to change a culture, though, that's like priority 1. And if you already have a history of nonsense and losing culture, you can't bring in a guy with low IQ like LaMelo and think that they're going to change it around. You could bring a guy like Tyrese Halliburton and it still not work, but you cannot ever bring a guy like LaMelo in and it work.
What's LaMelo's strong suit as a basketball player? Like, what's his best?
Heat check.
His scoring and passing. He's a phenomenal passer. Like,
he has some insane passes.
He is a phenomenal passer.
Okay.
I mean, he can deliver the ball. Like, he's good at doing the delivering of the ball. Where, when, to who, and like in what moments. Those are the things that are like things get murky. But in terms of like his actual skill to deliver the ball, it's very good.
So I'm going to ask kind of a lazy question based on that response. It's lazy, and I admit it. But doesn't Lonzo fit better than LaMelo would here?
Sure. Lonzo, yeah. Lonzo's a more pure point guard. Lonzo's closer to Tyrese Halliburton. As far
I'd
as
rather have Lonzo than LaMelo.
Yeah, well, just all the stuff that passing, but all the stuff that Trysta talked about.
Orchestrating. What was the word? Organizer. Kind of setting the table. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I mean, LaMelo's do 40.7, 43.5, 46.3. I think we talked about this in the past. If you're moving on from, like, if the Knicks the Hornets are exploring this, like, hey, we're helping you out too. If this is even a realistic thought, it's a 1-for-1. At worst, a player and a pick. Once you start getting above that, that's not realistic.
So, if LaMelo was on the market, do you think that's what it would go for?
If the Hornets, if I'm Scott Perry and the Hornets called me today, I have no clue who their general manager is anymore. But if the Hornets called and said, "Hey, I know you've eyeballed LaMelo for Domas and 3 picks. We could do it right now today." I'd say no.
Definitely not.
3 picks is insane.
2 picks.
3 picks for almost any guard is insane.
You're gonna have to give me Mark Williams back too.
Might do that.
Then I might do it.
Yeah.
Then I might do it.
When I talk about Charlotte's perspective, number one, I mean, there are red flags with LaMelo, just personality-wise, maturity-wise, and injury-wise, for sure. But this is a rookie of the year. This is an all-star. Like, he's an all-star caliber player. What was he, 24-11 last year, I think? At the age, he's 22, 23, something like
LaMelo?
that. Yeah.
He's 24.
24 years old. I mean, it's that ain't no scrub. That ain't no scrub. That's not somebody that you give away if they're on the trademark. Like, I got to get something back too. You know what I mean?
Well, if you're Charlotte,
he's
though,
about to turn 24. I'm sorry, he's about to turn 24. Go ahead.
If you're Charlotte, though, the CBA is making these teams have different and difficult decisions, and the amount of money that you might have to pay someone that's not going to contribute meaningfully to your ability to contend for a title or building a team that will eventually contend, then you're kind of the one under the 8 ball now, because you don't want to lose LaMelo for nothing, and you don't want to pay him the $43 million. I would say it's probably a wash. I think it's like salary trade, especially if you're going to get guys with depth and ones that fit into your system a little bit better. So if you were to trade Domas and whatever that player might be that matches the salary with LaMelo, are they close in salary? I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah. They're very close.
Yeah. Okay. So
like, you could do 1-for-1. Like if push came to shove, you trade machine wise, you could do it.
Yeah. At a certain point, I think it's just 1-for-1, just because you're never going to have to pay Domas $40 million, $43 million. Not anytime soon, at least. I don't think that's going to happen. And I honestly think you would, if I was going to give picks away, I would want Brandon Miller, and I would want to pair LaMelo with Domas and see how that goes.
I'm so glad you said that. That's what I was going to ask both of you is who's the ideal person or persons to pair with LaMelo?
I think Domas and LaMelo would be really fun.
That was my first thought, is the two would be great together. Can we trade someone else?
Yeah.
Well, obviously we try to trade Zach LaVine, but I don't think you could trade Zach LaVine.
Well, and that's where I think the Zach LaVine, like you've said this before, the Zach LaVine contract comes into play. You feel however you want to it. If you're the Hornets, you're going nowhere. You've got LaMelo for what, 4 more years. You've got Zach LaVine for 2. And he becomes much more valuable to an apron team next year who just desperately wants to get under the cap because someone got hurt and their team is going nowhere and they just want to be able to shed salary.
That's when you trade the picks. Zach LaVine and 2 firsts or 3 firsts for LaMelo. Because I think LaMelo and Sabonis could be really good together. I think LaMelo with no one is a Charlotte. Like literally, you've got the Chicago Hornets. That's the Sacramento Kings will be the Chicago Hornets. You got DeMar, you got Levine, you got LaMelo. I mean, it's nonsense. But I think
so. The other premise, and I guess we didn't tell the whole story. DeMar's gone.
Everyone operates in Sacramento as if DeMar DeRozan has in fact already been traded.
He's gone already. So he's
no one talks about this team next year as if
nobody
DeMar
here
DeRozan,
does.
No
like when
one.
people look at the roster, they're like, I don't know what you're gonna do with DeMar DeRozan. Like he's not gonna be here. Like I'm trading him. I'm moving him in a separate deal and getting Jaime Hawkins or something. I'm just throwing out a name or something like that. But there's going to be a hole in that starting lineup, whether it's power forward, starting for small forward, or shooting guard. Well, not shooting guard, but point guard or something like that. There's going to be a hole in that lineup. So I think this is where with the trade machine, number one, money wise, it don't work. Number two, why would Charlotte trade Brandon Miller?
Because what I'm saying is you would just trade Zach LaVine for LaMelo, and then you would have LaMelo and Sabonis together in Sacramento.
Brandon Miller.
Well, she said, that was an earlier.
Yeah. But if I was going to trade and say, okay, this is what I want to do, that's what I would want is Brandon Miller would be number one. And the reason that I guess you would do it if you're Charlotte is you're going to draft Ace Bailey.
Well, what I would do if I was Charlotte is I would move LaMelo, restart that salary clock, go get Jeremiah Fears or Con Knipple or whoever you want, and you restart your salary clock. And you got Brandon Miller, whoever you draft, you get picks back when you trade LaMelo and maybe a player, and you do it that way. That would be, if I was trying to convince Charlotte to move on from LaMelo, that's what I would say.
I just don't know how many of those picks LaMelo can get. Unless you really are shedding, and I think if Zach LaVine was in his final year, I think that would make much more sense. You don't reset anything if you trade Domas to Charlotte.
Yeah,
you're
in the identical position.
Well, and that's the other thing. I didn't mention this too, but realistically, probably a 3-team deal. Like why would Charlotte want Sabonis? So you move Sabonis to one of these teams that.
What's the best fit for Sabonis?
Okay, Indiana. Play with Tyrese and Miles Turner.
Outside of that, is there a place? I don't even know what that would be.
People have said, I don't feel like LA works. Maybe it does. Maybe Golden State works. I don't know.
It's almost like there's no great spot.
Small if you're. You don't have a rim protector. You don't have the defender. You don't
a little better. You got a lot better rebounding.
What about Memphis? Let go of Jaren and play with Edie and Sabonis.
If you can get Domas essentially at like a 4 where he played, that works. Maybe that works best for him.
He's not a center, guys. He's never gonna be a center on a contending.
What does that mean? Oh, we gotta go. Wait, right? Oh yeah, we have to go. My bad. Thanks.
Sorry, guys.
It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. I was like, oh, we can't push this break. Like crap. My bad. Sorry about that.
Sorry, guys.
No, that was my fault. That was my fault. Anyways, good stuff, homie.
Thanks. Good seeing you. Tell Katie, send her my love.
She literally just texted me. Tell her how much fun I had with her before she gets off. Instant chemistry.
Yeah, it was. It really was.
She's the biggest star she's ever met. Like she loves you to death.
Does she really? She said at the cocktail bar, it was stunning. She goes, I think you're one of the most marketable people I've ever met. And I go, well, then can you tell somebody?
She said that like from jump, like because she'll watch the show, she'll have us on, but she actually like watches you. And she said that from jump. She was like, Trista's like a legitimate, she just texted, Trista's like a legitimate superstar.
I agree.
Like she has every characteristic of a superstar.
Man, that makes me, that's really the key to my heart. Really flattery.
Yeah.
So,
no.
Anyway, y'all, I love you.
Right.
We'll talk soon.
All right. Love you too.
Bye-bye.
Man, we was cooking too. Uh-oh. I knew something was wrong.
What'd you say?
Okay. I think I'm gonna be out for a second. So do you see that? Do you have three blocks up, or is it just one? Or two, I mean. Are there
on the main screen?
Yeah, what's this main
Just
screen?
menu.
Okay. Hang on, let me do something. I think this is going to be terribly distracting. Oh no!
What's going on?
Oh no!
Oh wait, now what happened?
There
to
we
me?
go. Okay, I got you. So I refreshed the screen, and it a notice came up that said we're having layout issues where the screen freezes. So I refreshed everything, and so yeah, like as I kept trying to move Trysta to the middle, and it wouldn't work.
The F guy 916. All right, brother. Okay. If you don't like him, that's cool. Leezy, I appreciate you. I mean, it's all good. Everybody can think what they think. You guys want to know? Oh, I'll tell you a secret later.
You know what mashup from the GNX tour was fire? It was BMF and Rich Baby Daddy. When those clips started circulating on social media, I was like, how did she work this song in? It was a DJ Complex mix with BMF and Rich Baby Daddy, and it was flawless.
Shout out Sissy,
they basically turned the Rich Baby Daddy hook into the BMF chorus.
Okay.
And it went it went crazy.
I don't think I've seen that.
It went pretty crazy.
I don't think I've seen that. I'm gonna have to go look for
and they do the whole shake that ass with Drake. Shake that. Yeah, they do the whole thing right there. But it's hot.
I'm about to check that out.
Kenny's a big boxing fan, and he's been in a defensive stance most of this conversation.
I have
with LaMelo. I feel like there are a lot of people who disagree, and I'm not. I think so if your frustration with LaMelo is his games played, or you're concerned about acquiring LaMelo, 4 or 5 years into his career is his games played. I perfectly understand that. Go ahead, Jesse.
Well, finish your point, and we'll talk about LaMelo after.
Well, from a basketball perspective, what is your frustration with LaMelo? Like because people seem to just, again, I talk about the defensive stance, adamantly disagree with the idea of acquiring LaMelo Ball. And this is a 3, 4, 5 point per game scorer. This is a guy who's he's a great passer. He really does have great court vision, but he's been on a losing basketball team. And I don't like when you like some people say, well, he's putting up numbers on a losing basketball team. Okay. So are you telling me that LaMelo's not talented enough to put up good numbers on a good basketball team? Like, I'm not really sure of what the argument of, well, LaMelo's been in Charlotte. Yeah, he's been in Charlotte. The idea is to get him somewhere where he can play around better talent than Charlotte has ever been able to acquire for him. Or is the argument you're looking at Charlotte and you're going, well, they're bad because LaMelo Ball? which that I don't understand either.
Right.
So I'm not sure. I'm not sure I have a strong stance on this idea. My gut is that I don't like the idea of LaMelo Ball here, at least not for Domantas Sabonis, because I can't look past the amount of games that he's played.
Yeah, you can't do LaMelo for Domas and 4 first-round picks. That's bad business for the Kings. Like, I don't think like LaMelo on the Kings is a bad idea, but you do that a different way.
For me, LaMelo,
other than Domas, you don't trade Domas.
That's
for
it.
him.
To me, LaMelo with Domas makes a lot more sense for the success of this basketball team. Now, Charlotte's trying to build theirs, but Trysta might be onto something with, or actually, I'm sorry, you are onto something with reset your salary cap. Reset where that is and kind of build your team around all of these young guys that you have.
And Domas with LaMelo, that'd be dope too. I just don't.
The crux of all of this is you're out on Domantas Sabonis,
and I don't. It's so out on Domantas Sabonis is. I should tell the whole story. Like I said yesterday, the player and what he brings to the table, I have no problem with. I think he's still a top flight player. I'd love to have him on the team, but I don't know how you get better with him making the most money. Like I don't know where you get that player that is equal or better than him while he's making the most money. Him and Zach LaVine, I should say, because I don't know if both of them can be moved. One or both of them can be moved. So my thought process is you're going to have to make some decisions that maybe aren't popular, maybe, isn't exactly what you want to do. Like, I don't think you want to move on from Domantas Sabonis, but to become a better team, to get higher end talent in here, he may be your best asset. And that's where I come from with it. And with LaMelo, like, the people in the chat and that disagree, like, I'm sure I'll tell you right now, I will bow down to you guys. I will tell you right now, if OKC offered SGA for Sabonis, a more proven guy that's on a winning team, you're right. I'd take him in a heartbeat. I'd make that deal in a heartbeat. Yes. If OKC offered SGA, let's do it. I live in the real world, though. If you're going to make a trade,
well, some would say that Domas 3 picks trade isn't the real world.
Well,
Kenny's an aggressive general manager.
To be honest, so to be honest with you, unlike not you or others, but do the homework. Once again, I go to the streets. I go to the streets of Charlotte. The streets of Charlotte are telling me, and Matt George on Locked On, to start a conversation. We're talking 3 first rounders, whether it's a combination of swaps or first round picks.
It's not a serious
conversation. Now to that point, hold on now. To that point, he also said there's going to have to be a meet in the middle.
He being Matt or he being the Charlotte guy?
I forgot the guy's
The
name.
Charlotte
I'm
guy.
sorry.
Okay, I got you.
He said, even with that, there's going to have to be a meet in the middle to get the deal done. Charlotte may be saying, hey, we're going 3 first round picks. But whoever's trying to trade for him has been like, look, I know what you think of LaMelo and you think he's a cornerstone and all this other stuff. And you may be right. But number one, he hasn't won. Number two, he has been injury prone his whole career. So 3 first round picks is a little much. You're gonna have to meet me somewhere talking about the other team to Charlotte. So that's where negotiations come into play and all this other stuff. But for argument's sake, I was just going off what he said. 3 first round picks. That's how we're going to start talking. And that's what it is. Now, you're not Sabonis, Darius Garland. Like, yeah, he's a pick, but people say he don't play defense. Trae Young, who I like. Yeah, I like it. He's a small guard who doesn't play defense. Drew Holiday, you guys want defense and all this other stuff. Y'all said he was too old. So you guys have to, we're trying to figure this whole thing out. Be real with yourself. Shout out TC. And find a realistic. I'm of the belief you're going to have to take a chance with somebody that you get, whether that's LaMelo, Trae, get Ja, because he's not going to be available. But even if he was, there's a gamble there. He's another guy that's been injury prone. You're going to have to take a gamble. I don't see a path where you're getting this sure thing, this SGA, this Tyrese Halliburton, Jalen Brunson for Sabonis or anybody. You're going to have to take a chance on a guy that, number one, you think is good enough to trade. And when I trade Domantas Sabonis, I'm looking for a guy that is going to be the best player on my team potentially. That's what I'm looking for when I get Sabonis, because I'm not trying to.
So in your argument, Domas isn't going to get you that, but the picks are.
Yes.
Or the meaning
Domas by himself doesn't get you
isn't.
that.
Yeah.
Yes. But if you want a guy that's on that level potentially, you're going to have to sweeten the deal.
I'd do it for Trey I would take Trey and Garland over LaMelo. Look, LaMelo's not someone you build your franchise around right now at this point. Like, you don't give him the keys at all. He's only played more than 51 games once in his career. Like, you can't hand him the keys. That's like at all. Like, that just doesn't work. If you want to bring LaMelo in, it's like, all right, cool. You're here with DeMar and Domas or Zach and Domas or whoever. Like, I think that makes it a little bit better. Like, I can buy into that, but I don't think you give up Domas for LaMelo and then like you're only getting 50 or so games unless you get another outlier year for him. Like, he's tall and all that, but I'd rather take Trey and Garland at this point.
So how different are Trey and LaMelo at the point guard position? Trey averages more assists. Is he a better passer?
I think Trey's a better player, yeah.
He's a better player overall than LaMelo.
Trey, people talk about LaMelo being stuck on the Hornets and needs to be freed and like so he can win. Like, I think that's what Trae Young is actually on the Hawks.
Trey, I would say Trey is. I mean, he's played more. He's had more moments, so I would say he's a better player. But when I bring up Luka's defense, the first thing that people point to is Trae Young's defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's that bad of a defender.
Yeah.
He's a small guy, so now you've got to make up for that with the roster that you put around him and the defenders that you put around him. I think that's a problem. That's a concern for me. I think he's just as talented as a player as LaMelo or any other point guard in this league. Like, I think that highly of Trae Young, but he brings his red flags as well.
I'll take that over whatever, like 50 or less games from LaMelo though. Like you're the Sacramento Kings. You got to get this one right, and to put it all on a guy who barely plays, like LaMelo Ball at this point, like he's all potential. He's all like if he figures it out, he's all ifs at this point. Trey, at least we've seen something. Garland too. Like, LaMelo's a great basketball player, but it's all just potential.
So let me ask you this.
I don't think the Kings can take that risk.
Let me ask you a question. You want all these picks back. Ain't you doing that the same thing with the NBA draft? It's all potential, right?
Yeah, but I know LaMelo's probably not going to play many games. Like, I already know that. I already know that about LaMelo.
Price tag's different too.
That's true.
Hey, when a player doesn't play over his career, like when a player doesn't play however many games, like that's Joel Embiid is never going to be healthy. He never was healthy. That's who they are.
I think that's unfair to put LaMelo in the Joel Embiid category.
Give me 2 more seasons and he's there.
Okay, but we're talking about today. Like,
I don't know that.
Yeah, it's not.
Probably
He's already
not that unfair.
He's not. He can't even play 65 games. He
LaMelo
barely played over 70 once.
LaMelo just doesn't have the total missed seasons that Joe had. I'll pull up Joe's games played. But LaMelo's is pretty jar. I mean, it's 51, and that
he'd only be eligible for All NBA awards once in his career.
The 51 was in a 72, because that's the 2021 season. That was a 72 game season, if I remember correctly. God, it's just going to be murder on the history books. Like, people are going to have to look back at that and not have any clue that 72 games were played that year. He played 75 the following year.
Yeah, it's the outlier year.
36.
Well, wait, we've got 2 games now, or 2 years.
Well, yes. 36, 22, and 47. That's tough. The difference with him and Joe, I mean, obviously, Joel's played longer, but he has like DNP seasons.
Poor guy.
I mean, he didn't play the first 2 years of his career. Then he played 31, 63, 64, 51, 51, 68, 66, 39, 19. Make the argument Joel played more.
They played
Now,
72.
what those numbers look like moving forward, that's anybody's guess.
And the reason why I say it's unfair is Joel Embiid is 30. Is he 30 years old?
Yeah.
30 years old. Like he's not getting healthier.
How is LaMelo going to? How does anyone ever get healthier? Like when you've been
Like, so-
permanently injured.
Can you name LaMelo's injuries off the top of your head?
He broke his ankle.
That's the one I remember.
Yeah, he broke his ankle, and I think
Came back the same season, I
He's
think.
had
didn't he?
surgeries
no,
on
he
his.
was out for the whole season when it happened, and then I don't think there was a knee.
It's the only one I remember.
I think it's the ankle. The ankle's the issue, and I think he's getting surgery or some type of procedure this offseason on it.
Yeah, he's had surgery on his ankle and his wrist.
Now the
before.
draft picks just went down to 0. I'm taking a player who just got surgery. 0 draft picks.
That first two, like LaMelo missed 21 games because they played 72 or whatever, right? Or however many.
His first season, yes.
Yeah, so they played 72. Like if it's an 82 game season, he misses 21. That's only 61. Like that's still not good enough. Like he's not on the court.
Okay, we'll see. I mean, I can't defend. Like I can't say no, you're wrong. He's not healthy. I'm just telling. We'll see. We'll see what happens with LaMelo. We'll see what happens. If you don't want to take a risk on him because he hasn't been healthy, it's completely understandable.
I just don't think too like the Kings can't take that risk. I don't think another team can maybe whatever, but you're the Kings. Like you have one shot if you're still trying to win. Like going for LaMelo is all the risk in the world. I feel.
Let's approach this from a different standpoint. I'm gonna sit over here like a therapist. Why did you land at this conclusion yesterday?
About Domas or LaMelo?
I was
Because they're
asking
kinda
about.
separate.
I was asking about Domas. Let's table LaMelo for a second.
Okay.
How did you land on this conclusion about trading Domantas Sabonis? About it being time for the Sacramento Kings to entertain trades for Domantas Sabonis?
Because I feel if he is your best player, you have no shot at really like going to a top level.
And a top level is what? Conference finals?
Definitely conference finals. I don't even know if he's your best player, you can win a round in the playoffs.
Okay.
People tried to argue.
I mean, they
whether or
almost. Well, I guess De'Aaron was here, and he was the team's best player.
That's what I thought. But people tried to argue that Domas was the best player, and even in that situation, you were first round and you were 40. You didn't win 50 games.
Well, I think De'Aaron was,
I
but
think
it was probably really.
But remember,
close.
we'd have those
Yeah.
discussions, and people were like,
Yeah,
"I think
and
Domas is
but I
the-"
also think it was a fair discussion.
Domas does everything great, but the most important thing in the league to do. Like he's elite at everything but scoring, and like that's where you can rebound and all that. But if you take away like what Jokic
No.
does scoring, like you're gonna take him down a few
I
tiers.
don't agree with that. I do think okay. Just remember, this is about jumping Kenny and not me.
I'm with Kenny. I've been saying trade Domas for months.
But I still, that's fine. I still think Domas can be an elite scorer. He just chooses not to be.
So he won't be though.
Yeah, he won't.
He won't ever be. He won't. We've been talking about for years.
we've
He's
seen
not.
enough.
He's not that guy.
Like that's not what. And
What's
and,
an elite
and-
number, by the way?
and
Is it
I don't know if
25
he could
plus?
I don't know if he could be an elite.
Is
scorer.
25 plus elite? Is that the number for elite, or is it
we'll put
27?
We'll put it there. We'll put it-
25?
Well, elite 27, yeah, but 25.
25, you're one of
he
the
can't
better
get
ones
to
in the league. Yeah.
25. He doesn't shoot the ball well enough, and he doesn't.
He does shoot the ball well enough. He doesn't shoot it enough.
Yeah, and I
This
think
is my original
but I
argument.
think-
He does not
but I
shoot the
think
ball
it
enough.
will go down. And when I mean shoot, I mean literally shoot, not
Okay.
around the bat. Like he doesn't shoot the 3-ball well enough. He doesn't shoot the jump shot well enough. He doesn't have any real go-to move. I would be
So
surprised
that's
if he
an
could get to
interesting
25, 27 points a night.
That's an interesting thing. He doesn't have a go-to move. I wholeheartedly agree with that. But he averages 19 points per game on 13 shots.
Mm.
His career average is 16 on 11. But as a King, 19 points on essentially 12 shots, 19.4 points on 13 shots, 19.1 points on essentially 13 shots.
And
13 shots. That's, to me, that's the bigger issue, is the 13. You go back to that Dallas game, though, and this is the part that because I'm looking at Domas as a player.
Mm.
This is the part that I know can't be fixed. This is the part that I don't think can be fixed. I get very frustrated with Domas's huffing and puffing about what everybody else is doing. You and I stood next to each other at the Golden One Center and watched that game against the Dallas Mavericks die. 4 straight possessions to Domantas Sabonis. 2 of them ended in turnovers. One of them, actually 3 of them ended. The other one was like a shot clock violation. The fourth one, I don't even remember what. I think he just took like a bad shot, and the Mavericks scored on all 4 of those possessions. Domas's hands were in the air. He was mad at someone. Someone wasn't doing what they're supposed to be doing, and I just kept looking at it like this game the whole game just died. And the Kings never looked. They went from the rookie pumping up the crowd to Domas throwing the game away to the Golden One Center being dead for the next hour and a half.
And
that's the part that I don't know can be fixed. He has no killer instinct.
Well, he doesn't have the offense.
I don't even know if he has an attack instinct.
He doesn't have the offensive capability to lead a team. And Sacktown Tony in the chat, who is very upset with the thought of LaMelo Ball and all this other stuff, that he's not listening to what people are saying. He's saying they're asking if you can win with Domas and talking about scoring. We literally have one of the best offenses of all time with Domas as a key cog. Nobody's saying, can you win with Domas? Because you can. I believe that. The question and the topic at hand is, if he's your best player, if he's your go-to player, your go-to option offensively, can you win at a high level? Not just win 48 games, but everybody always talking about playoffs aren't enough and being able to win and all this other stuff. Well, let's talk about it. Can we win 55 games with Domantas Sabonis as your best player? I don't believe you can. I don't know if there's anybody that believes that you can if he's your best player. If you have 1 or maybe even 2 players that are better than him on the roster, you can the sky's the limit, I think, with a guy like Domantas Sabonis. He's not by any means a bad player or anything, once again, anything less than what we've said he's been for the last 2 or 3 years. But now his role will change, where he's not the complimentary or a second or third guy. He's the guy. And if that's the case, you're in a bad way.
We saw it yesterday, I think. He needs to be Kevin Love with Kyrie and LeBron. He doesn't need to be a top 2 guy.
I think, and I agree with Jesse on that too. You can convince me in certain situations, if he's your second best player, that you might be able to win. You can convince me of that. I also realize that might be pushing it. I think the best case for him is if he's like your third best player, or that second player is like we're like, I don't know who the second best player is. Like, if he's there, that's pushing it. Like, ideally, he'd be your third best player. And then, so now we're getting into the conversation where you asked where to come to this conclusion. Like, wow, $49 million for your third best player. Now we're, no disrespect, I think he's a better player than this guy, but now we're in Rudy Gobert territory. Like, I'm paying you how much to be
Rudy Gobert makes less.
Cap's going up.
I was like, Rudy Gobert.
Cap's going up though.
Rudy Gobert actually makes a lot less. I think it was $35 million a year, if I remember correctly.
And that's where I came to this. Like, I'm paying you how much? This is where it became the business of basketball, as James Ham would say. It's not about the player. It's about how I'm allocating these funds for the salary cap and what your contract hampers me from being able to do to improve this roster.
If the deal is that bad, let's say his trade value is that tough or whatever, and Zach LaVine is stuck here the next 2 years, like we say, and you're going to trade DeMar, how are you supposed to build whatever a winner looks like here?
Yeah, I don't know.
And that's
like,
if that's the plan,
you have to. Yeah, I mean, I think and so that I'm glad you phrased it that way, because it goes back to the Charlotte thing. It goes back to LaMelo a little bit, is the different positions the two teams are in. you mentioned Charlotte, like use this opportunity because of your draft placement. Kings have never, Kings don't have that, right? They certainly don't have it this year, or maybe we'd be having a different conversation. But they have the ability, it's a big if they draft right, to look, you're not going anywhere and you're getting there very quickly. Reset things a little bit. Sacramento is not in the position of resetting anything. They're because of the Zach LaVine contract situation, and perhaps maybe this is the true point of your conversation we haven't spent enough on. Maybe because of the Domantas Sabonis contract situation, you're going to have to figure out a way to build something here with pillar pieces of what you have. Those pillars can't be knocked down right now. Those things are sturdy. They're not going anywhere. Zach LaVine is one of those. I have a good feeling Domantas Sabonis is one of those. And not maybe necessarily by choice, but out of circumstance. You have to figure out a way to put whatever it is that Domas needs around him. You're going to have to leverage DeMar DeRozan for everything that you have. And if you're making a true splash in the trade market, and I don't know that this is even real anymore, to be perfectly honest with you, it's probably moving Keegan Murray. And I don't have a clue what that looks like, by the way. And I'm not proposing a Keegan Murray trade. The point in that statement was I don't think it's trading Domantas Sabonis because I don't think you can. There's one scenario that could work potentially for everybody involved, depending on how you feel about it. But I don't think it'll work for this fan base, and I can't imagine Sacramento actually doing it unless Vivek wanted to help his buddy out, and that's Domas to Golden State. And that probably involves Jonathan Kuminga. You make the money match, and that's the ultimate get out of jail free card that the Golden State Warriors have, is a sign and trade with Jonathan Kuminga. You can literally make anything work, or just about anything work, by signing and trading, by agreeing to a sign and trade with Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
Now, again, I don't think the Kings fan base would be thrilled with that. I think he fits the way Golden State plays, he being Domantas Sabonis. But I can't imagine, no matter how good of friends they are, Vivek putting Joe Lacob in a position to put for the Kings owner to put the Warriors in a position to go win a title.
Right. Unless you think you're selling them a lemon.
Which I don't think he does.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I don't think he does. Yeah. Pod's got to come back too. Still need a point guard.
Oh man.
I tell you what, this pass regime really messed things up these last 5 years, huh?
No, they did.
Well,
damn it, this is disgusting.
It's all good, man. Jason Jones will fix everything. He joins us next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, Monty McNair, you'll pay for your crimes.
Let's see. EC Tucker. Rudy been in the conference finals? Yes, he has. I can't dispute that. He's been on winning teams, so salute to him. KC really only thinks from a championship caliber team we have to climb our way to that category. That's actually the exact opposite. Like that's actually what you said is like 100% wrong. Like almost to a T, like just wrong. Like I'm actually the one person that's like, no, you have to take your steps. It's okay to get to the first round of the playoffs and lose if you're building something. So KC Tucker thinking that he knows what he's talking about is actually 100% wrong. Offensive player, Domas will be best player, not offensive player.
I think the best course of action is literally, I know it's not popular, but you might need a bit of a gap year, build up your assets, and then start to rebuild next year.
Yeah, I mean that might happen too. You move on from DeRozan, get what you can out of that, get a nice little ball player out of that, and see what you do.
Because Monty West and you can throw in Vivek, whoever make decisions these last 5 years, just really put this team in a bad spot.
put it in an awful spot.
Where it's almost impossible for Scott and them to, I guess, build off of it if they do want to try to be a winner. Like I'll keep saying that if you bring in someone better than Domas and Levine, then I could see the vision, but it's gonna be tough.
And I'll say this also, Casey Tucker. He said, you already blew the Fox trade. You can't take pennies on the dollar for Sabonis. I'm gonna tell you guys something real quick. And I used to hate when people do this, and I don't have all the answers, but I got some of the answers. Monty and those guys put you in a bad situation. These players didn't help. These players did not help their situation. I don't want to say you're in a possible situation, but damn, it put you in a badass situation, a badass way. They did not help. And that's players that are gone, like De'Aaron Fox, is players that are still around that put you in a badass situation. So having the right people in this organization is really important, and it's really something that Scott Perry and these guys got to figure out. They got to figure out, and they got to damn near clean house and cleanse this organization of some of the stuff that's going on right now.
They feel how we talk about the Raiders, to be honest.
Yeah, and you've got to.
We're just kind of like, you need a full reset. I know it's a bad word, but like you just need to figure out whatever that stink is in that organization is.
I don't think a full reset is as easy as people think it is. Because like part of that is Domas, like is a team giving up multiple draft picks for Domantas Sabonis? Or
I think you could find that.
All right.
Well, that's what I said. That I don't think you can.
But that's you're going the rebuild route that way though, because you're not getting like top players. You're going for the picks at that point. So
if you can, you get on the phone with these people. You get on the phone and get a deal done as soon as possible. Scout Recycler, taking Levine in the Fox trade screwed things up. I would also say Fox letting it be known he's only going to San Antonio did just as much to screw things up.
we're coming back, so it's a tough time. But was it just Levine, or could they have taken younger players? We're back.
Jason Jones going to join us in just a second. Ask that question again.
So we were talking about the Fox trade at the break and all that, and I asked, was it just Levine on the table, or could they have taken a deal where you've gotten some younger players?
I am wholeheartedly of the belief they only wanted Zach Levine.
They only wanted that, but like, could you have come away? Like, because it's less about, like, if you take, I don't know if Stephon Castle, he can be in or out or whatever, but if you take a deal for younger players, I feel like it's a lot easier to build off of that going forward rather than now we keep talking about how they're stuck with Zach Levine for 2 seasons at least.
My belief is no. Once again,
I think
I
think there's a difference between wanting Zach and also not having the younger players deal on the table.
I don't
like if that was an option, then you take that rather than I just want Levine.
I don't have any knowledge of this specifically, like what was on the table. But once they let the NBA know we're going to San Antonio, no matter what, why would anybody give you, the Sacramento Kings, anything worth anything to them?
So I think I can answer that because I know the Chatty House has been on this kick lately. Maybe a lot of people listening have been on this kick lately. That's perfectly fine. It's just an honest assessment. We collectively overvalue De'Aaron Fox. That's why.
That's a whole nother situation.
But like, think about this. When Paul George wanted to go to Los Angeles, Oklahoma City said, that's fine. We think this could work for you. We think this could work. We're going to do it anyways.
Mm-hmm.
They did it.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone talks about what geniuses OKC is. They did. People forget how they got Paul George, which landed them SGA. They literally looked the entire league in the face. They looked whoever Paul George's agent in the face and said, we don't care. We're going to make this trade. Let's do it. And they did it. Paul George is the reason Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is on the Oklahoma City Thunder. In all of this discussions, people love to leave that part out. Toronto, Kawhi Leonard wants to go back to Los Angeles. Kawhi Leonard wants out of San Antonio. Kawhi Leonard, there wasn't a lot of like talk about who he'd sign an extension with during that San Antonio thing that ultimately landed him in Toronto. But Toronto didn't care. They did it. Mm-hmm. If De'Aaron was that dude, and again, you can feel however you want to about this. Mm-hmm. If De'Aaron was that dude, Houston would have said, we don't care. If De'Aaron was that dude, the Knicks would have said, we don't care. Or whoever, like whatever team wanted De'Aaron Fox, whatever team called to inquire about, they all would have said, I don't care. It's not just the rest of this season. It's all of next season. Oh, yeah, we got this. Yeah, we're going to do this. And we'll figure out a way because we can win with him. No one did.
They spoke.
And even if they did, and this is what I was saying, this is what I was going to say to Jesse, even if they did, I don't think it would matter. I don't think the San Antonio thing had as much effect on the De'Aaron Fox trade as you do. I think maybe both sides were done with each other. They wanted Zach LaVine. And if they could get him to San Antonio in the process, they wind up looking like good guys. San Antonio was happy, whatever. They wind up getting a player that they wanted. They wanted Zach LaVine.
To me, that's a massive L, then.
Well,
I don't
that's
disagree.
tunnel vision. And like I said, you
disagree.
handcuff this team as far as trying to build whatever. Because like we say it every other week, you're stuck with Zach LaVine for 2 seasons, blah, 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 or whatever. Like, yeah.
I just don't think Zach LaVine sucks.
So
he doesn't, but that wasn't the get for De'Aaron Fox.
So, but so definitely not challenging what you know and what you've heard. I know better, but how do I put this?
You heard it too.
Yeah, but I think that also comes from we don't have many options. Maybe. We don't have many options.
Maybe.
Like Dr. David talks about, I can't find it, but he says in the chatty house, he was like, they would do it because they're getting the best player. There's no way, in my opinion, there's no way Houston, and I'll just name a player, I'm not saying this was officially there, Houston is going to trade the Kings Jabari Smith, knowing one of the worst kept secrets at this point was De'Aaron was going to San Antonio. Mm-hmm. He's said there was no list. I want to go to San Antonio. That's because that's where he was going, come hell or high water, whether you trade him, whether you trade for him and he becomes a free agent.
That's
going to San Antonio. So who in the right mind is giving you anything with their future for De'Aaron Fox?
Do you think Zach LaVine was the only option then?
It wasn't an option. It was what they wanted.
Well, that's what I mean. Like,
but but what he's saying,
did they look elsewhere?
It's an option because it was what you wanted because that's what you had.
We got to bring Jason Jones in. Say that last part again.
Did they look elsewhere?
No, I don't think they did.
And that's a problem. If you didn't look elsewhere, like Zach LaVine can be what they wanted, but if you didn't look elsewhere and if you had options, Zach LaVine probably would have been last on there.
But not for them. Let's bring Jason Jones in because he's probably amused by this whole conversation. You bring it up. He's got this little smirk on his face. Jason looking good, by the way, boy. That is a fresh cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks a lot better than normal.
You gotta.
Why would you wear that hat after the weekend they had?
Yeah, they had. I'm not a Yankees fan. I'm a Yankees supporter, and it was tough. That Saturday game was crazy.
I mean, you just love to try to hide. You overcompensate your Dodger love. You try to hide it by overcompensating and going with a team that just got outscored by like 40 runs over the weekend.
It's just a hat that went with the outfit. What are we talking about?
I mean, for anyone else, it's just a hat that goes with the outfit. For you, it's a lifestyle.
You know what's hilarious? I'm about to check something out here because this is pretty funny. This is good stuff. Hold on. Yeah, no, this is great. So on my computer screen, Jason is still in the waiting room.
Great.
And I'm over on the opposite side and you're here.
Okay, terrific. So you're experiencing the issues we had earlier. What you need to do is hit the little refresh thing, and I think you'll fall out of the screen for a minute, and we'll bring you back.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the refresh.
There you go. So we're gonna.
This feels rather intentional.
Yeah, well, it might be. Yeah,
It's really
it might be.
intentional. I'm trying to figure out where this weird glare on my screen.
He gets in his feelings a little bit when you join us. But again, you look good. You don't have the Dodger stuff on today. You got. I bet you got a. You got an event tonight with the bros. So you got to.
No, I was that was a couple of just nothing going on tonight. Tonight is me working on a couple of stories and watching NXT. Real boring, low.
Man, you're still really locked in, huh?
Still tapped in.
I'm still. I mean, even if it's on as background, it's going to be on. I just don't have anything going on tonight. I just have a real boring Tuesday planned for myself.
I'm boycotting because they fired R-Truth.
Mm.
I think I've been boycotting for like 6 or 7 months, but still.
I should boycott till they stop this Grande Americano farce thing. I'm like, you put a white
kind of running the course a little bit. It seems.
I'm gonna put a piece of metal in my mat. I'm like, who's writing that? I'm just like, why? It's like Chad Gable had a hell of a run a year ago where you could have really built him up. Instead, you're like, no, let's wait. Let's put a luchador mask on him and call him Grande Americano. Like, okay, I guess.
That's rough.
That's okay. My new I'll just hang out and troll my New York buddies with my love for Tyrese Halliburton. My friends in New York hate him.
Oh, so man. What do you think about how do your friends in New York feel about the Tom Thibodeau firing?
It's weird. Some of them were so angry at him about a week ago, but now they think this firing is like the worst thing ever.
Really?
Yeah, they're just like, we can't believe they fired him. This is the best we've had it since Pat Riley, which is true. But I mean, it's never good when a front office puts together a team that doesn't fit your philosophy. And I don't know why, you think about it, Thibodeau and Cat didn't exactly set the world on fire in Minnesota, so you reunite them. I mean, it's, I try to like think about the whole big picture of it. You could probably say, just based on philosophical differences and the way you've constructed the roster, you might want to go a different direction. I get it. But I mean, it's kind of weird to see people who were so angry that he didn't play Cat. Was it game 2? He didn't play Cat a good chunk of the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're mad at the guy who they were so angry with a week ago was gone.
Yeah.
It's like, this guy got to be coaching for his job if he won't play Cat. They lose the series. Why did you fire him? I'm like, I thought you didn't like the guy. But I mean, hey, isn't that what they do back east? They, just switch.
I think that's just the way fans are, period.
Yeah. Some of us are consistent, but others aren't.
Well,
I was surprised that they fired him. I thought he would. I keep saying that. I thought he would be able to start the season at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
But he did have some head scratching decisions in these postseason. Like
yeah,
I was
like,
okay.
Yeah, I wasn't completely shocked. I mean, as much chatter as you heard about it, even during the postseason, the way people, it was like it wasn't the most shocking. I mean, it's still kind of surprising, given these are the Knicks. They haven't, won anything in our lifetimes, and they really haven't gotten this. They haven't gotten this far in the postseason. In 25 years?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I mean, but maybe it's kind of that whole like the Malone thing. It's like, well, I really want to get rid of this guy anyway, and the worst thing we can do is like bring him back, and they start the season like 15-3 or something crazy. So it's almost like I think we really got to start holding these front offices way more accountable. I think it's easy to blame the coach, or even blame, somebody's putting these teams together. Somebody is paying OG Anunoby $200 million. And, someone gave up a bunch of picks for Mikal Bridges.
Mm-hmm.
But
this is a team that got to the Eastern Conference Finals, though. It's not like they were bad.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think it's just weird because it's like they're not bad, but most of the year they couldn't beat the good teams.
Mm-hmm.
They were that
Right.
team that they had that stretch where they couldn't beat anyone who had a better record than them, but they beat everyone else.
Yeah.
Even still, they got to the conference finals. You know, it's
They
just
beat Boston. Like they were constructed to beat the Boston Celtics, and they did it. Even prior to the Tatum injury,
they beat Boston.
They had them.
And if you have issues with, well, he didn't play a lot of guys on the bench, maybe give him a couple other. I think if you would have given him like really quality depth, and you're just saying, okay, you didn't play these guys who were legit like rotation players. I mean, if this comes down to you didn't play Cameron Payne or you didn't play DeLon Wright, it's like, okay, really, this is what we're doing? They didn't have Mitchell Robinson most of the year. So if you look at their starting five plus for that last series plus Josh Hart, I mean, when you get past the sixth player, is there really a guy that you're saying, oh my God, that guy had to play a whole lot more? So, I mean, but you also know when you hire him, he's going to play his top guys heavy minutes. It's not a shock. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Jay, one of the things that I said in this situation, and once again, I'm not necessarily saying he should have been fired or nothing like that, but you get paid a lot of money to figure it out. And what we give you as a roster is what we give you as a roster.
Mm-hmm.
Figure it out. This is why you're not getting a $1 million a year deal. Like, you're getting paid handsomely. Figure that out. And some would say he did figure it out. He got him to the conference finals. But,
yeah, I think that's what makes it so crazy. It's like, well, figure it out. Okay, we got to the conference finals. But it's like, but you blew a 20-point lead in game one.
So Trysta brought that up earlier. How much impact do you think that one shot, that one game had on the New York Knicks in that series and thus the start of their offseason?
I think Tyrese Halliburton ended their season with that shot.
Man.
I
KC
mean,
brought that up the day after. I was like, I can't do that. Like, you can't lose the series in game one. Like, you gotta find a way to regroup and focus no matter how difficult it might be.
And I think they did. Okay. But that shot put them too far behind the 8 ball. Like, that changed the whole series. Like, I don't think they were defeated after that emotionally and everything. They bounced back and
lost
tried everything they could. But that game changed everything. It changed.
You can't lose the first 2 games at home. You can't lose the first 2, especially the way they lost game 1. And I mean, I think in this series, they had at least 2 or 3 of those games with, like, just puzzling, just like, what are you guys doing situations. Like, the game was like, before Cat realized I can kind of attack the basket, like, why are you just out, and then, if you talk the offense, it's hard to win when your 2 best players are kind of ball stoppers. Like, Jalen Brunson has to have, they didn't have another guy you could give the ball to. And I think that's one thing you're seeing through the playoffs too. You got to have multiple guys who can handle the ball, and you got to be able to take your primary scorer off the ball to create stuff. And really, their offense was, okay, Jalen, go save us, or Cat, go save us. And that's not going to, and is that coaching? Yeah. Is that roster too? Yeah. Because I don't know where I thought he tried to make adjustments. He started playing DeLon Wright. He sat campaign. He changed the starting lineup, brought Josh Hart off the bench. But then Josh Hart didn't play nearly as well after that. So, I mean, it was just, I guess, good day to fire him, fire him before the finals,
Man, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to tell Jay, they fired Thibs and okay, what's next? Who are you going to bring in? The list of the odds was so baffling. I didn't know if I was being chatty house. Like, it was Johnny Bryant as the leading odds.
Yeah, they wrote about him over at The Athletic. So that actually ties into what I was going to say. I'm glad you brought that up, because there's an article over on the New York Times, aka The Athletic.
Yeah.
There's New York Knicks head coaching candidates who should replace Tom Thibodeau, and it's credited to the Athletic staff. I'm of the belief that Jason Jones wrote this particular column?
No, wasn't me. Wasn't me.
Well, one of the names is Darvin Ham. Darvin Ham is in Milwaukee as a top assistant after leaving the Bucks for the Lakers, where he coached Los Angeles for 2 seasons. His Lakers team finished in the middle of the pack on both offense and defense during his first 2 seasons, but he's on the list. And because it's the Athletic staff, I believe Jason Jones wrote that particular paragraph.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me. I'm Eddie Murphy on that one. Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
It's a pretty long list, though, to be fair. I think they just named every coach ever.
They probably, I haven't even read that. You know, I mean, who else is all on there?
I mean, Dave Bliss, he's the lead assistant for Oklahoma City. James Borrego is on this one too. Johnny Bryant.
How was Dave Bliss still coaching?
How about this one? Mike Brown, who the Sacramento Kings fired shortly into the past season, has won wherever he's gone. A former Greg Popovich.
Imagine complaining about the offense, and then you hire Mike Brown. Those people are going to lose their hands. They'd be like, "What are you doing?" I mean, I'm still amazed every time I hear that Dave Bliss has a job in basketball.
Man,
Taylor Jenkins is on the list too. I actually forgot about. I completely forgot about Taylor Jenkins.
Is Jay Wright on the list?
Jay Wright's on the Knicks. Yeah, on the Bovado list he is, but on that list is he on there?
Sean Sweeney, Jeff Van Gundy, Jay Wright.
He's got to be ultimate half the team.
The ultimate wild card candidate.
He's coached half the team. He won a championship with those guys. They got.
I'm absolutely of the belief whoever their next head coach is, they know. Yeah, I don't think they entered this process blindly.
Yeah.
But that's no. They said they don't know.
Okay.
I mean, you don't.
Well, if that's the truth, that's a bigger problem.
I mean, you think a sports team would lie and say that they're going to have a transparent hiring process, and they didn't make any decisions before this? Oh, of course not. I believe what Leon Rose and Dolan have to. I believe them.
Those stand-up guys.
Yeah. My buddies from the Athletic that cover the Knicks, they think Leon Rose hasn't spoken to MSG media. I've forgotten how long. Like he won't talk to anyone.
It was so amazing. Like every time I'm in Vegas, I always stay in the same spot with a room that has a view of the Sphere. And the first thing I think every time I see that is, I can't believe James Dolan created that.
He did?
Yeah.
He created it.
Well, I don't know if he created it. He built it. That's his creation.
Now,
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Now, as cool as it is, I don't think it's bringing in nearly the money they thought it would bring in.
Bruh. So this was hilarious. We were walking around that Friday, killing time, and I'm sorry. We saw some of the clientele stood out. I'll just say that. And I was like, they're not here for Kendrick. I don't know who they're here for. We're walking around and there was this big empty room and it was called like Kenny Chesney guitars and tikis and something. And I'm like, oh, this is a unique addition to the Venetian.
That doesn't sound safe.
So as we walk around, we're like, yo, this country client, is Kenny Chesney like here in the Venetian? No, he was at the Sphere, which is connected. And I thought, oh, I bet that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's got a residency. Yeah, I shook my head like the radio audience knew that. The answer is no, it didn't. He has a residency at the Venetian. So I was like, at the Sphere. So I looked it up, and day of, you could get a ticket on the floor or whatever it is at the Sphere for like less than $100.
Wow.
I was like, oh, they did not anticipate that.
So
certainly a better option than Beyonce.
So James, maybe he doesn't. Maybe not everything's working.
But the winking emoji on the outside is still very cool.
Everything about the outside is very well. The inside's cool too.
I just can't. The inside.
I still haven't been inside the Sphere yet. Maybe I'll do it in July when I go out there before Summer League.
Oh, the Summer League buses are out too. 2K Summer League, July 10th.
We have a work meeting out there. I'm getting in Vegas. I'm getting out before Summer League. I don't need to watch any of that. I have no desire to see Summer League. If I never watch another Summer League game in person, I'd be fine.
Summer League is just about that first night primetime game and then all of the meetings of everybody, and then you leave.
Friday.
Yeah.
It's a weekend event at this point.
Yeah, I don't even need to be there for that part. I'm getting out before that even. Yeah.
Did you guys see the odds? The odds are out on where will Tom Thibodeau be coaching game 1 next season? You guys got an idea who might be leading the odds?
Where will who has an opening? What?
Phoenix Suns have an opening.
Phoenix Suns are number 1 at plus 600.
I would say the Suns and the Pelicans. No, the Pelicans have a coach. Never mind.
Oh yeah, that'll be great. That's a great idea. Put Tom Thibodeau on the Phoenix Suns. This is brilliant. You talk about untradeable contracts.
Oh man.
You literally have a contract you cannot trade in Bradley Beal on that team.
They're the leaders in the clubhouse. Suns at plus 600.
Well, I guess
talk about this a random weird. That would be the weirdest evolution of coaches. You'd be like, okay, Monty, Vogel, Budenholzer,
and now
it would just be it'd be like, what do we? Yeah, that would. That would. If they did that, we'd have to get cameras 24/7 access. We'd have to. We'd have to see like him yelling at Bradley Beal about his defense.
Oh man!
And Bradley saying,
and Brad just looking at him like,
"You yelled at me. Guess what? I don't want to get traded there either."
Be like, look, Tom, Tommy. I've got like 4 coaches in all my years here. Like, get out of my face.
Yeah, you're just the next
history says you're not gonna last, pal.
He's like, you keep on talking to me. I refuse to get traded to any state that has an A in it. You say something random. Because was it last season?
The tone around here.
Yeah, was it last season? I don't want to go anywhere where it's cold.
No, go ahead. Put me on the bench. It worked well for the last guy.
Change your tone around here, Tom.
Yeah, you talking to. The
Bulls are
will be the last one left.
The Bulls are plus 1,200. Getting rid of they'd be getting. Did they already?
Yeah, they did. I don't think they got rid of.
Yeah, I'm like they're just putting in places.
So yeah, it would be like, and that's what I thought, because the Pelicans didn't fire Willie Green.
No, and they're plus 2,000.
Oh,
you know who else is plus 2,000? This is actually ridiculous. I don't know why we're on here, the Bucks, at plus 2,000. I have no idea. I mean, I'm still employed. I'm working on getting Giannis back here. Like, why are we even on this list?
Well,
I don't understand why we're on this list.
If they make him an advisor to Doc, you know what's going to happen.
Oh man, that would just be like the sweetest like karma moment ever.
We're going to have your old assistant come back and help you with your defense.
That's a good point. Now
later, he's coaching.
It's all in the fine print, right? It just says, where will Tom Thibodeau be coaching game 1 next season? Doesn't mean he's the head coach. No, that makes more sense. I mean, I like Tom.
Oh, I don't think he should coach anywhere. I think he's got a lot of money coming his way.
He just signed the extension.
Yeah, he could. He doesn't have to coach for a while if he didn't want to. But that's really it's not like these coaches are coaching for money. Like, he wants to be around the game. It's what he knows. It's what he loves.
Yeah. Money.
How many jobs does he have? Chicago, Minnesota, and this one, is that it?
Yeah, I think that's
it.
I'd go on TV for a year.
Would he be
Tom
good
Thibodeau on TV would be fascinating.
Remember that clip of him?
Michael Malone was pretty good.
He was. Remember that clip of him laughing? That was like a meme. Like Thibs was. It was like one of those. Oh, we talked to Tom Thibodeau before the game, and this was his thought. And they got the green screen behind him. Says Knicks, and it's him laughing. That was a meme for a while.
Okay.
Him being on
I don't remember it for some
I don't
reason.
either, but hey,
it was.
I'll look it up.
It was pretty. It was like, so you saw it so much, it became funny. It's like, this is so stupid. Why did they do this? But yeah, that was That was one of his moments.
Are you excited for the finals at all?
I'm excited for Tyrese Halliburton. I think he's I think he's hilarious. I think, I don't know if I'm excited. I think it's going to be fun to watch.
He's a true wrestling character now. He's taken on the role of having a personality in basketball.
Yeah, he's leaned into like the corniness types. He's like all the way in now.
Mm-hmm.
Like he might be the first ever non-wrestler to get multiple wrestling shirts. Like he got another shirt now with WWE.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, they did the choking thing and they made it to a wrestling shirt.
Oh, that's great.
So he's like, yeah, he'll be fine either way. I think, but I like basketball, so I'm going to watch. People were talking about, well, they would have watched because they were the Knicks. I'm like, you don't know who these guys are. Stop. You were not going to watch the finals to see OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges. You didn't know them. You don't know. They don't know who Karl Anthony Towns is.
But Jason, to that point though, I think that basketball people are going to watch regardless. Like us, right? But I do think people would have watched for the spectacle of the Knicks being in the finals. I do think that's a real thing.
I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't read stat. I don't think the Knicks are as big of a in terms of like if you go to like sports and like who's the bigger spectacle from the New York team. I think it's like a marquee team. I just don't see the Knicks as high as say as a Yankees or something like that in terms of where they rank in their sport.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's New York, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know a lot of people. I haven't heard one person ever say in the last few years, "Hey, I got to catch the Knicks game. They're on ABC this weekend." Mm-hmm. But you hear with other teams, I don't know.
You hear them say about MSG though, like, "Oh, I know MSG gonna be rocking," all the celeb. Like, I think. You even. I'm not saying this.
MSG story.
You got people that want to see Charlamagne and Kylie that don't know nothing about what's going on. They be like, "Oh, what Kylie got going on today?"
Who?
Charlamagne. Ain't that how you say his name?
Oh, the little actor dude?
No, it's
Charlamagne.
Timothy. Is it Chalamet?
I remember
what was the word?
I kept saying
Shalimar. Yeah, you were saying Char.
See, I don't know his last name. I don't know. It's just. I get it's a big market. You'd have Spike Lee there. You'd have Tracy Morgan there. But
the evolution of Spike Lee turning into a full mascot for the New York Knicks has been so disappointing to watch. Like he used to show up in jerseys and hats. Now he wears like Knicks.
That suit was crazy.
Suits and
Walt Frazier can't believe he wore that suit.
Yeah, right. By the way, I'm looking at the new Tyrese shirt. This is a tough one.
Uh-oh.
I don't know how you walk around wearing this.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing with Reggie when he did the choke sign, it was like cold.
Mm-hmm.
Like he it was like a FU face. Like, yeah, what? Tyrese did it. It was like he was choking himself. And now this just looks like some sort of weird.
Now
I don't know.
It's like it's funny.
Yeah, it's kind of
it kind of fits this personality.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's what I wrote about over the weekend. It's just like he's a villain, but he's like the weirdest kind of villain because he's not a bad guy. He might maybe he's a little awkward to you, maybe he's a little kind of nerdy. The fact that he like really enjoyed watching Family Matters growing up, it was like hilarious to me. And then you see that whole little clip, the whole Urkel. Yeah, he's just like
that was crazy.
Yeah, he's just to me, he's just. Like I said, and I just think he's fun. I think he's like, I could see why if you weren't a fan of the Pacers, you'd find him completely annoying.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, he like what do you the whole Ben Stiller tweet? He said, "I see he brought it." He said, "I brought it to pack y'all up."
Yeah, that was a great.
Tyrese. He got back on Twitter right after that game just to troll New York. I'm like, yeah, he's he's not the most liked guy out there. So
I also love that Ben Stiller has suddenly become the purveyor of Knicks basketball. Like, I think he tweeted about Tom Thibodeau's firing today. Like, what the hell is going on?
Knicks down bad, man. You know, maybe if their fans hadn't taken to the streets after they beat the Celtics.
No.
Why not?
Because was throwing garbage at the fans.
Well, that was too far. No, that was too far.
Yeah, because
they're going to the streets.
They went to the streets.
They hadn't been there in 25 years.
I don't care. I don't want to hear this New York fan stuff when they damn near threw a parade for winning in the second round.
I'm of the belief, especially in situations like that, but in general, no, I did the math. I did the math yesterday. I think I have watched between the three sports. I've watched, and I didn't even count college and all this other stuff, but I've watched 150 seasons of sports teams that I like. Only 4 times have I been like completely happy at the end. 4 out of 150. I think it might have been 5 because
you got the
3 Giants and 2 49ers, like when Montana to Taylor, and then when they beat up on Denver, or 3. So we're at 6 because then 94 as well.
Montana to Taylor. How old were you when that happened?
6.
Oh,
yeah, I remember watching it. I remember watching the other Super Bowl the next year.
That was against the Bengals.
Yeah, against the Bengals.
Okay.
And then
Broncos the next year.
Broncos the next year beat the hell out of them. I remember that. And then obviously when they beat the Chargers. But
well, you got more than most. And then you
probably more than a lot of Knicks fans. So if you want to go out there and celebrate a good moment, go celebrate.
Don't throw garbage at people.
No, you
don't climb a street light because you won in the second round.
That's fine.
No.
Fine.
To be clear, Kenny Caraway does not advocate for climbing street lights. Just
they were climbing the
clear.
street lights on Saturday for K Trinata.
Well, that was different, and that was nuts.
I also believe that social media has made some of this stuff worse because now everyone's doing stuff to get a moment.
100%.
So it's like, hey, if I can get 1 million views on TikTok if I climb a street light, because it's like, even like when they go do the whole fan on the street.
Buddy, you can get 4 million if you fall off it.
Yeah.
Dummy.
What was that? Was it a Dodger fan who like blew his hand up with a firecracker or something, and he's like showing the bleed, like his hand is like legit bleeding?
Crazy.
What's our brother in the wheelchair's name again?
Larry. Tommy? Lenny?
No.
It's Terry.
What is it?
It's
Terry.
Move, Terry.
And the cold part about all that stuff, people are literally bleeding, and the person holding the camera is just like help him.
Move, Terry.
What are you doing? Man's hand.
Poor Terry was trying to get out the way.
That Dodger dude, like literally part of his hand was blown off.
That was crazy.
And they're just, they're just like, let me I got some good, and then you post it.
Come on, man.
Social
media definitely got these people doing dumb things left and right.
You can't be my friend if how is that your friend if you watch your friend blow half his hand off, and rather your first instinct is like, oh, I got some good content.
It's gonna make a crazy reel, bro.
Man, wait till I send this out.
Yeah. Jay, we appreciate you as always. Thank you, my man.
All right, see you next week.
Jason Jones of The Athletic right there. You didn't see it popped out of the stream. He had his Dodger hat with him. It was just off to the side.
Keep it to the side. Keep it there.
I'm not sure we solved anything today.
No. But we have
we'll try again
another
tomorrow.
2 days before the basketball's played. So
did a whole lot of
NBA
arguing. That's
finals.
sports talk, right?
NBA Finals basketball.
Yeah, I guess, because I don't. It's like, I wonder, like, what the. We have this discussion about like Domas and his future, all of this. Like, what are the conversations in the walls like with the likes of LaMelo, with Trey, with Zach LaVine, with like what? I wonder what the conversation is about direction and timelines, and like what are they passionate discussions? Are they matter of fact discussions? Are they? I mean, we talk so passionately about it. Like, how are they talking about it? Obviously, they're far more in the know than we are, and they could hear LaMelo.
Right or wrong, they're probably less freaked out about than us.
I think
for
well,
sure.
because they've got the control.
Yeah.
They've got more control. The other thing that I'm happy about now, I know we got to get out of here, is that I think they're having these discussions to how we get better, not we're hopeless. And I think that's the difference between those guys and fans.
Well, both could be true, though. It could be, how do we get better? Let's try this. That didn't work. That didn't work. That didn't work. Okay, maybe we're hopeless.
I don't think they're going. I don't think Scott Perry is.
Oh, I don't think Scott Perry is either.
We ain't hopeless. We're gonna figure this out.
No, I don't. I absolutely agree that
He
that's
might
the
be
case.
cursing out Monty McNair.
Well, that and that's the other thing.
Daily.
Maybe Vivek because Levine's there.
Vivek calls. He just hits decline. Appreciate you so much for being with us. If you missed any part of us, of course, you can catch us anytime you want to over on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Download the podcast as well, wherever you get podcasts. We're going to head over to 102.5 if you want to join us there. If not, we'll see you tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes. Let's get some runs. Betts expected to return. I thought he broke his toe. What the hell? How's he back already?
Is it Betts?
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out, Mookie. We miss you. Chris Ochoa, Angels suck. So do the Red Sox, though, so we'll see what happens.
All right, y'all. We're going to flip over. Cat knows what time it is. Vamos, Terry.
Yeah.
Terry. All right, we'll see y'all tomorrow.